Hello, friends. Welcome to this reading of Foundations, Part 2 of the Misfits series. I'm Rowe. I'll be your narrator and author, and this video contains the concluding chapters of the book. If you've just clicked on this video and would like to start at the beginning or middle chapters, you can click on the cards popping up here. Otherwise, if you're ready for the conclusion, so am I. Thanks for listening. Let's dive into the story. Foundations, the Misfits series, Book 2, by P.E. Rowe. Sci-Fi Weekly's 2025, copyright 2025, by P.E. Rowe. Day of Deception. By the time we got to Hainan, the war was about 6 weeks away by our count. But reality was funny in these alternate universes. Christoph and Verona and Clemabali had gone back thousands of years to Charis and found everything different, or at least different from how our history had recorded it. This history, the start of the West Battery War, which we'd come to witness for ourselves, was far more recent, about 70 years from our time, and it was recorded by a solitary primary source who told her story to the galaxy and then disappeared. Our history was Pitka Ramera's history, recorded from her own mouth to everyone's ears in an effort to keep herself from taking blame for starting the war. I suppose some people believed her. The Terrans, certainly. The Trasp probably had their reasons to doubt. I guess people like me from the lettered systems were fairly neutral, or maybe agnostic would be a better word. I'd listened to Pitka Ramera's story maybe 100 times, starting in school, of course, but a lot more recently, trying to memorize every key detail that would shed light on the start of the West Battery War. 6 weeks away now. I was thinking about Pitka Ramera's story on the transit from Karhal to Hainan, and then it hit me that even then, even as we were speeding toward the outer planets on the Trask Protectorate's eastern flank, Pitka Ramera was out there. She was there, somewhere in the Etteran Guild, going about her business as a doctor, just day in and day out, with no clue as to what was coming, both personally and galactically speaking. The infamy, the slaughter, the inability to escape the eternal association she would forever bear with the worst events in the history of humanity. God, when she talked, she sounded like such a regular girl. Then I started wondering if we were bound to meet her. But we had other connections to make first. Verona was here on Hainan somewhere. I knew she was some sort of government functionary back in this time, and she'd told me in passing a few times that they always had people in the registry, issuing IDs and recording births and deaths and all that. Carmenta agreed that it was a decent place to start poking around, given that it seemed like a low-level position for one of Edis Ali's junior acolytes. I made a composite image of Verona's face using the ship's image generator when we landed. It brought up about 15 faces that could match of the million or so people in Hainan proper. And sure enough, there she was. Government functionary in the records office. Linley Eros was her cover, but it was Verona, 100%. So I thought, maybe it would be best if all 5 of us fellow travelers from future realities didn't crowd inside her office to meet her all at once. Instead, me and Lita volunteered to go down there and make that awkward introduction. Hi, I'm Burch. You know me from the future, but you don't know me yet. And I need you to put your life on hold for a moment while we handle some galactically important business. Step into my spaceship with all my weird friends, will you? I didn't really have a plan for it, just a whole bunch of bizarre knowledge nobody else could have but me and Verona. I started talking about it with Lita on our walk into that records hall.
I guess you know how Carmenta felt approaching you, Burch,
Lita said.
I mean, what would you say if somebody came along and told you they were here from the future and knew you from...
Lita stopped talking as she realized that's exactly what had happened with that old wizard. I figure if anyone should be open to this kind of stuff, it's those wizards and people like us. Just when I think I've seen it all, people turning into spaceships, artifacts that move people through space and time, Trasp and Etterans breaking bread at the same table, then something even crazier is bound to turn up.
You haven't seen a giant space octopus yet,
Lita replied.
There's still time though, Burch. Don't say it can't happen.
Nope. Won't catch me saying nothing like that. So we went down into this great deep vault of a building, that housed a whole host of Trasp servers that kept memory records of all kinds of things about their society. Verona, though, from her public description, was some sort of identity security agent, keeping people from changing their legal identity through illicit means, or having their rightful identity stolen or borrowed upon. Real thrilling stuff. We didn't really have much of a cover story. We just figured we'd start down the lift and get as close as we could until we got to Verona's desk. No time to waste and all that. 6 weeks to the war. Sure enough, it was like Heartline had said back on Carhall. These people were free. Nobody was suspicious of anything, really. We got all the way down to Verona's level without anyone so much as suspecting a thing. Everyone all smiles. We found her desk. Apparently, she was back in the server stacks archiving slats or something. I was wondering if she had a little bell to ring or something like that in old times.
May I help you?
Verona's voice echoed into the room. I looked at Lita and shrugged. Is there any way we could talk face to face? I asked her. I have a bit of an odd request that'd best be handled in person if you have the time.
What's this request regarding? Matters of galactic importance,
Lita stated before I could reply. She was grinning as she said it.
Oh, great. That's our specialty here in the IDGC. I'll be right out.
It sounded like she was being sarcastic. But also, it was Verona. She didn't do sarcasm all that much. Certainly not in the time I'd known her. When she got to the public-facing office, it was a bit surreal to see Verona standing there and know that it was her. And she was here, sure. But I'd also just left her back in our time, 70 years from this very moment. And she looked the same, minus the annoyed look she was carrying off quite convincingly, apparently on account of the highly important and engaging work we'd interrupted. Hi, I said.
Hi,
she said back. Lita looked around the office.
Don't get that many visitors down here, I guess. Most of them make appointments and have specific business to address.
Oh, we do, I told her. You're just not going to believe it, probably. I looked over at Lita, who simply gestured with her head for me to get on with it. My name's Burch, and I'm a good friend of yours from about 70 years in the future. We pulled this data storage device out of a tech wizard named Ethelyn Cal Ennis a few days ago. We need help reading it, and we figured if anyone could help us out, it'd be you. I showed her the little data stick that had formerly been embedded in Cal Ennis's neck.
You figured. Friends, you say?
I nodded.
I don't think it's possible I'll have quite that much patience in 70 years, she said, shaking her head at me. I think you should find another place to lodge your query, Mr. Burch.
I was about to tell her.
What place do you reckon would be more appropriate?
Lita interjected.
For example. Regia,
Verona replied.
Apple Bar, 3rd floor, sometime after 6. Don't bring that.
She glared down at the data stick in my palm. She was shaking her head still.
You people.
She looked at me like she was disgusted. All right, I said to Lita. I think that went about as well as it could have. Lita nodded, and back out we went to wait for Verona to get off work. Well, Verona kept us waiting, just to let us know how salty she was about showing up like that. It was hard to remember just how one-sided things were. I'd known Verona as a close friend over that lifetime we spent together in the distant future at Murrell and Mercury Flats, so she felt about as familiar to me as any person I'd ever known. This Verona had about 2 minutes of me, and there was really no way it could have been 2 of my best minutes. No, she was none too impressed. She tore into me and Lita about showing up like that and potentially blowing her cover. She was kind of prickly about that, I remembered from our first trip into Trasp space. Ironically enough, to get Lita back. Now here was me and Lita, trying to get Verona back on our team again. And at first, she was having none of it. She knew we were something by the fact we had that data stick in our possession. That was wizard-only confidential type stuff. It opened the door for me to start explaining things, like that I knew who she was and who her sect was, and that we'd had proper decades worth of adventures together under our belt. I thought it would put her at ease to tell her some of the things I knew would verify the fact I knew her well. I told her I knew her name.
I swear, she replied through clenched teeth. If you keep trying to blow my cover,
not that name, I whispered.
referring to her wizard name. Your real name, the one your parents gave you half a millennium ago on Charis. Anatalia Gomes. You had a sister named Denissa. There's also someone out there in the galaxy right now you're destined to meet again in the distant future, named for a man and a city on Charis. You last met him in a pool. You and me go way back, and we're coming to you for help, not to annoy you or disrupt your quiet times doing whatever it is the Protectorate is wasting your talents doing all day. That piece, she replied, inhaling deeply. What do you suppose I can do with it? Help us read it or something, I told her. I could, she replied. Doubtless I could rig something. But what you don't appreciate, Mr. Burch, is that it's liable to get you nowhere unless you have an AI you can trust with the information on it, which is to say one of the primes who has knowledge of my sect. Why's that? Leda asked. Because there's probably, well, I don't know who this Etteran Guild is, at least in our ranks, as I'd need to know the name we use for him. But I'd imagine there's at least 3 millennia worth of memories on there, and you'll need a superior intelligent processor to find the key elements you're looking for. I looked over at Leda. Mycon? She suggested. He'd be on Athos, I replied. I don't know. It'd be a couple weeks' travel to get there. A couple weeks back. Time to track him down. Cuts it close, Leda agreed. Kaela and Boggs are in the Protectorate, I offered. Any chance you could track them down? Verona grimaced. Would you like my left leg, too? I looked over at Leda and grinned. How'd she know? What is this all about? Verona asked. You said galactic importance, but you haven't said how yet, Mr. Burch. You two are going to have to read me in if you want my help. Well, the thing is, we don't expect to live past the next 6 weeks. And whatever happens, one thing I know for sure is that you do. We need you to live. You know, for the future to go right. At least in your timeline, that is. I haven't met you yet in the future, Leda stated, stepping into the conversation. Thing is, I do know a few things, though. One thing I already know about you is that you won't be missing anything happening back in that archive. Leda paused, looking Verona dead in the eyes. Look at those eyes, Burch. This one was meant for the dead center of the action. She's a fighter, like me. So let's drop the pretense already, Verona, and pack a bag. Leda stood up and finished her drink in a single smooth gulp. We're going for those primes. We'll meet you at the port ASAP. Burch will tag you with our ship's berth. The rest we can talk about on the way. Verona looked at me like she was wondering who was in charge of this whole misadventure. Man, if only I knew. I suppose it was too much to ask to think that Verona, this Verona, had her little luxury yacht for us to commandeer and cruise around on. No such luck at this time, of course. So as we were all cramped in our little rental ship, hopping around the outer Trasp systems looking for Kaela and Boggs, I couldn't help but wonder if we were on some kind of time loop, and this moment, or one just like it, was the one that had inspired our Verona to buy her stylish little spaceship cannon in the first place. Thinking like that, though, could mess with the mind, and get to distract you from the task at hand, which was, at that point, to get that little data stick opened and processed. That would, we all hoped, reveal the secrets of Etteran Guild and how those secrets related to the start of the war. It took us another 6 days to finally make contact with those 2 elusive primes. They were always on some sort of secret mission in the Protectorate. If these primes had territories, the Trasp territories had come to be theirs. Kaela and Boggs, the patron AI saints of the border systems, I guess. And they were real reluctant to stop whatever it was they were doing to come talk to us. But eventually, with all the strange characters in our little brigade, and all the curious stories we were able to tell them, we started sounding like the one thing those primes couldn't abide, an anomaly. Plus, we told them plain answers to what they'd been hunting for years. There was a war coming soon, and we knew exactly where and when it started, even if we didn't yet know how. They were kicking around on a Trasp frigate called the TSP Tusk, which was a surprise, since most of the primes didn't directly intervene in military matters, and anything that had them working hand in glove with the Trasp military, especially pre-war, had to be of the highest importance from their perspective. So add 2 more old friends who didn't know us yet to the mix. Or at least me anyway. I'd known those 2 primes well from the future. But this Verona, she hadn't gone to the future yet, so she didn't know them. And of course neither did Heartline, Lita, or Omar. So I guess I was the only one surrounded by old friends. Aboard the ship was the slightest of skeleton crews. It was the 2 primes, about a dozen or so multi-use models, mostly Albas, Andrews, and a Harold or 2, and there were 2 human command crew, Edie and Del Brindar. I wasn't sure who exactly they were, seemingly police or military of some kind, but nobody was being too open about what they were up to out there. We opted to keep those 2 in the dark about what we were doing, despite their protests to the primes. Their relatively vacant frigate was a nice change, though. Everyone but the Brindars met up in one of the Tusk's cavernous briefing rooms. The ship even had halfway decent coffee. Not that I had much time to enjoy it, as I was doing most of the talking. I did my best to start the story at the most logical place, and who knows what that actually was, but I started by telling Kaela and Boggs about Pitka Ramera, and how the war between the Trasp and the Etterans had started in our history. Finishing up by telling them all how we'd stolen Ethelyn Cal Ennis's memory drive and needed Kaela and Boggs to help us process the data once Verona got it open. And then, depending on what we found, I and the others were heading to the Trasp outpost where the fighting would start to get ourselves situated in key positions before the events leading up to the war unfolded. All that went well enough, the 1.5 million questions everyone had notwithstanding, but during the whole thing, I couldn't help but notice Verona. She was looking at me with a set of peculiar eyes I'd only ever seen from her a few times over our decades together, and I imagined she had no idea I was reading anything from her aspect, as those things were so subtle in her kind. But I could tell something was bothering her to her core. She didn't say what exactly it was she was thinking during the meeting, which ended after about 7 hours of catching all of them up, and convincing, and hole-filling, and doubling back, and retelling, before everything made sense. Everyone left with the gist of the plan. Verona and Kaela and Boggs would decrypt and process that memory well, which was what Verona called it. Then we'd all debrief again and formulate a plan. I pulled Verona aside after everyone else scattered to other conversations on other parts of the ship.
You claim we're friends in the future, do you, Burch?
It's true, I told her, and she looked back at me angrily, shaking her head.
Of all the crazy, unbelievable things I heard uttered in that room, that was the one I had the most difficult time getting my head around.
Why's that? I asked her.
You go to the future and help those people there. Then you return to your time and struggle to help everyone there. Now you show up here, knowing that the war you're fighting so hard to stop is about to break out. Yet your objective here is to stand by and watch it happen? What about us? What about the millions of people in the Protectorate and the Guild we could save right now by stopping the whole thing from breaking out in the first place? I can't help but think you're worried about yourselves, about your lives being ruined or erased by the meddling you're doing here in our time.
I didn't know which of those points to even think about first, much less how to respond. It doesn't really work like that, Verona, I said. What we do here won't affect our world.
It'll sure as hell affect us,
she replied, and then she flew off angrily. And I mean about the angriest I'd ever seen her, leaving me no time or inclination to try to convince her otherwise. It was a hell of a thing to think about. It didn't take Verona long to crack that memory well of Ethelyn Cal Ennis, and once Kaela and Boggs got in there and started processing, the things they revealed blew everyone's mind. The first thing they spoke about was a genuine and long-standing rift in Verona's sect. This wasn't a revelation to the venerable wizard in our company from our arrival in this time. Carmenta had pretty much said as much in her own way. Many chambers in her father's mansion, or some words to that effect. But the schism was so deep that by Kaela's estimate, nearly a third of the maid wizards who'd left the vault after their training period had drifted away from Edis Ali's authority. And from the information they'd synthesized from Ethelyn Cal Ennis's memory, they believed that many of those defectors were operating as a sort of shadow organization, some entirely disconnected, while others kept in touch with the sect as double agents. That revelation came as a complete shock to me,
but it was next to nothing compared to the piece that came next. This was the big one, the piece that Carmenta had alluded to when she insisted that Ethelyn Cal Ennis would start the war. And when the Primes put the details up on the briefing room's float screen, I don't imagine any of us could believe our eyes. At Veronia, publicly at least, the Trasp Protectorate was engaged in the construction of stern wheels. That was the Trasp name for a space wheel of a certain size and dimension, where they built a wheel-shaped superstructure in space, which they populated with pegs, which were, essentially, supermassive skyscraping towers, each of which was capable as a self-contained space environment. Each of the pegs had its own environmental controls, power generators, food production, all that. The result was a space-based society with incredible resilience and redundancy. Power, atmosphere, food, resources, labor, anything needed for the smooth functioning of their society could be evenly redistributed if any of the pegs ever fell short. Likewise, surplus could be shared. But just as any tool can be used to build, something as brilliant and seemingly wholesome as this model space society, in Ethelyn Cal Ennis's twisted mind, had become the perfect opportunity to create a superweapon more diabolical than anything any of us ever could have conceived in our most twisted nightmares. You have to stretch the imagination to even go to such a place when someone like Cal Ennis brings you there. The thing about these pegs, 1,000-story towers that all slotted perfectly into the space wheel, 10 per kilometer, meaning 1,000 self-contained space cities, each of which had its own fusion generators, 3 of them to be exact. And the Trasp didn't mess about engineering anything. Those generators all operated well beneath capacity, such that if any generator had to be taken offline, the others could easily pick up the slack without even a blip to the daily operations within the peg. Seems ideal, and hell, it probably is ideal, unless you've got a mind to turn a neighborhood into a weapon of war. The thing about these 3,000 fusion engines, that differed from any other collection of fusion engines in the battery systems, was that they could all be oriented to a single focal point, the center of the wheel. This was part of the design of each peg as well. A powerful laser, in theory, to have the flexibility to detach from the wheel and power land or space-based arrays. And, for the defense of the colony, this was where things got particularly crazy. The hub of the wheel was fitted with some sort of mega converter or mega reflector or something that could channel all the incoming beams into one supermassive energy beam. It was the type of thing you would see in comic books. And man, I loved my comics as a kid. And sure, you'd see the bad guys building super lasers to blow up planets, but it was usually by harnessing the power of some dark volcanic hell world or a mega black hole or something. Not a colony of well-meaning innocent Trasp people just trying to build a good-looking outpost. So the Primes got through describing how Cal Ennis and his weapon designers had designed this hyperlaser to be covertly constructed in the foundation of this upcoming Trasp outpost. And then they said, "And now you must prepare yourselves for the truly terrible part." "That wasn't it?" I asked Boggs. "That is merely the beginning, Burch," he said. "Can we take a break for a few minutes? I think I need a cup of coffee and a minute to process all this before you tell me whatever's coming after the Trasp Community Hyperlaser, or whatever you call it."
That's a good idea, Burch,
Kaela answered.
Perhaps we should push through, though. We have but a few more minutes to share, and then we should all break and process the information as each of us will.
All of it in its totality. Boggs and I will be here to help as need be.
Whatever you say, I guess.
Time is of the essence.
So Kaela kept talking, the next level of horrible.
This,
she continued,
is something Cal Ennis called the stern die, a rather appropriate double entendre, encoding meaning from its shape, that of a 6-sided gaming die, while certainly also encoding the obvious fatal consequences for anyone on the wrong end of its deadly payload.
Kaela put up a diagram, explaining how it all came together. What the Trasp engineers hadn't been told about Veronia was that the planetary outpost where they were constructing the pegs was purposed not just for the construction of the 2 stern wheels that were publicly slated to be put together there. Cal Ennis had convinced parties within the Protectorate's Defense Administration to back the continuation of construction beyond 2. 5 was the number they needed to reach, 5 sides of a 6-sided die. When all 5 stern wheels were in alignment, just like each of the individual pegs, the 5 stern wheels could focus the energy of their hyperlasers into a single point at the center of the stern die. This was the top-secret piece of tech that was hidden from public view. Cal Ennis had been designing a central reflector that took in energy from 5 sides and focused it out the 6th, where instead of a stern wheel, there was a vacant aperture that functioned as a target site, so they could aim all that energy with mathematical precision at great distances. Kyella and Boggs started doing the math. 3,000 generators times 5. X amount of gigapascals to the quadrillionth power and all that. For me it was gibberish. Once math got more letters in it than numbers, it might as well have been magical incantations. But when the big brains had finished their maths jazz, and everyone had wide open mouths at the outcome, it was time to explain it in plain words to the rest of us. The centerpiece of the stern die would be capable of focalizing all the energy of those 15,000 fusion engines into a single gamma burst that could render a planet completely lifeless from thousands of kilometers away. I think we were all a bit speechless in our own different way. I found out later that Heartline was fully supportive of the whole operation up until that point. 1,000 super lasers? Yeah, why not?
How many railguns, nukes, and gunships do you think Athos has at its disposal, Burch?
And fair enough. The more people a civilization has to protect, the greater the firepower. So these Trask were building a hyperlaser to fire at any major threats coming into their system. They saw the war on the horizon like the rest of them. But then, as those primes were standing there as though they were waiting for us to catch up, and taking Heartline's point into consideration, I started thinking about it. So what? You fire a great big gamma burst from Veronia at your Etteran enemies? Let's be generous and say you could actually do the math perfectly and hit your target, 400 light years away, give or take? So maybe you wipe out Edoras, half a millennium after all the people you feared are long dead, and you are too? That didn't make sense. So Boggs, I said, who exactly do these weapons designers in Cal Ennis's lab intend to kill with this stern die? Sure, maybe you can aim it and fire it, but are they going to wait around for a gamma burst traveling at light speed to take centuries to hit their perceived enemies, or what? The greater battery itself is thousands of light years across. They couldn't hit Athos for a millennium if they wanted to.
The cleverest humans, I've found,
Kyella said,
are the ones who have the courage to ask the right questions.
Thanks, I guess. But the cleverest primes, I've found, don't hold back the answers. This is the threat that must be stopped, Boggs stated, raising yet another slide. This one, the big one. At first glance, the bullet in the stern die's deadly gun had the look of a simple torpedo. But it was bigger, big enough that it was a ship unto itself. Then they put up more impenetrable mathematics on the screen, but rather than thinking that the human mind could parse it, Kyella and Boggs explained as they went. Evelyn Cal Ennis had designed a radiation-hardened automated FTL ship to fly in front of the firing superweapon and open an FTL window ahead of the stern die's gamma burst. All the maths the primes displayed, completely theoretical in nature, mind you, governed the integrity of the pocket of affected hyperspace as it transited across normal spacetime. And, of course, I was the one who piped up again with the obvious question. So what the hell happens when they fire that much radiation into a pocket of hyperspace, do you figure? Opinions vary, Boggs replied. Of course, there probably aren't many people or thinking machines smart enough to have a genuinely educated opinion on the subject, but, well, I got one, I interrupted. And it's that I'll bet one of those opinions is that it's a very bad idea. Kind of a universe-rupturing idea. Anybody think there's a 0% chance of galactic catastrophe firing that much energy into an open FTL window? I looked around the room. Common sense, I stated. Don't need advanced degrees in physics or mathematics to know that. Fact, Sometimes all that science in the brain gets in the way of the obvious. Yes, Boggs replied. Obviously, this needs to be stopped from coming into being. Hell. I shook my head at the layers of insanity that had to be piled on top of each other to create the images and mathematics we saw before us on that float screen. So, Verona, allow me to apologize and be the first to volunteer to help destroy that thing before it ever comes into existence. And maybe we'll stop the war. Or maybe that's what starts it, Burch, Omar stated. We didn't know. We never knew. Most of us Trasp. Not us. Not our grandparents. Not the people on those stern wheels. Probably not even the Etterans. Well, damned if Kyella wasn't right about one thing. I needed a good long break to think all that through. Stern dies, radiation-proof FTL torpedoes, firing super laser radiation into hyperspace windows. God damn the diabolical mind of man. Verona, for as angry as she'd been about our callousness to this timeline of hers, she was just as fiercely angry at her own ignorance of the Shadow Sect, which was what she started calling Ethelyn and whoever else was working with him. The tech, she declared, had to have come out of her sect's vault, and certainly it hadn't come out with Edisali's blessing or even knowledge. For those of us who planned to die in the first days of the war, our objective couldn't have been clearer. Ethelyn Kalanis's memory well contained the location of the bunker planetside, where the Trasp's secret weapons program, Triantra, was developing the superweapon. Breach and destroy. Not a molecule of that place could remain when we were through with it. Give 4 fighters like us an objective like that, and a free pass at dying, and you could be sure that bunker was destined for perdition fast. But Verona and the Primes had an expiration date that extended beyond the start of the war. The Primes started talking about supporting roles, and, again, I could see by the look of disgust on Verona's face that she had something different in mind. So I asked her.
Ethelyn,
she said.
That memory well of his has plenty enough in it to justify raining hellfire on that planet. But he has information that isn't in it, and I'm going to get it out of him.
Yeah,
Lita replied.
Take his head, like the Etterans do.
I'm not sure they do that yet, I added. But I can't say it's a bad idea to interrogate him if we can catch up with him again.
I know enough of the contacts in that shadow sect of his that I'm confident I can get to him before the war kicks off,
Verona declared.
And no, the Etterans didn't invent that technique of data retrieval. I'll get every last bit of data out of that head of his, if I have to do it myself.
That was a side of Verona I'd yet to see in over a lifetime. Raw fury. Since the Brindars were largely in the dark about what was going on, except that the Primes were gravely concerned, and that a very weird group of people had secured their trust concerning a cataclysm on the horizon, Kyella suggested that Verona take Del and Edie Brindar back to Carhall with her as support. Verona seemed happy to have the ride, and the Tusk's firepower if anything came to that.
I can do little in battle, Carmenta offered. I may, with my knowledge of the sect, be of some help to this young acolyte in her interrogation of Cal Ennis.
Verona didn't seem to care one way or another, but it was a fact that a blind old woman wasn't going to be of much use in a tactical operation on the surface of Veronia. So it was decided that Lita, Omar, Heartline, and I, as well as the Primes, would handle the destruction of the superweapon. It's funny, I told Verona as I was preparing to debark the Tusk. I'll see you soon enough, I'm sure, but that version of you won't remember this. And you? Well, you won't see me again for a little while, at least by our scale anyway.
Oh, I won't forget this, Mr. Burch. I certainly won't forget you. I never asked, but I am curious as to how we meet. Or met, I guess.
Seems like forever ago now, I answered. But we really got to know each other first beside those waters in the pool where your kind is made, inside the vault. You were helping me to deal with the loss of someone very close to me. Everything turned out fine in the end, but I was afraid I was going to lose her. Rishi is her name. You and I meditated together over her.
I'm glad you're familiar with our ways, and with me as well. An ordinary person might expect me to make some sort of a gesture after such harsh critique. But I'm not sorry I got short with you earlier. Unfortunately, sometimes one has to be harsh with others. It seemed you needed direction.
And I'm grateful for that. And any time, Verona, one thing I've always been able to count on is that even when I don't understand why, I always understand that you're pointing in the right direction.
For my part, I'll be glad to see you again in 70 years or so,
she told me.
And if I do, I'll have good cause to thank you for keeping the galaxy alive so long. Kill that weapon for us.
If it's the last thing I do, I replied with a nod. Carmenta floated up awkwardly beside Verona in the annex to the Tusk's rear airlock.
Hale Burch,
she said.
Very few men live up to expectation. The problem is usually not the men, but the expectations.
You can't even leave without drowning me in more oracle talk, I joked. The way things go in my life, though, and I'm going to do some oracle talk now, it wouldn't shock me if we saw each other again.
We will not, nor will either of us ever live to know whether we changed our respective worlds for the better. What we will know is that we tried at every turn. I have one final message for you. I need you to promise to remember it through your transition past your upcoming death to your real life.
What can I do but try?
The bird is concealed above the king's hand.
I shook my head at Verona, who looked back at me with a look just as perplexed as mine. Good luck decoding the musings of this old bird, I said to Verona. Do you have any idea what the hell that means?
Of course she doesn't,
Carmenta replied.
It was meant for you, Burch, not today, but at a time when the universe has changed. At that moment, I won't be a crazed old woman any longer, but an oracle, just as I always have been.
Hey, you finally got it right, oh great oracle. Burch, just Burch. Just for that, I promise to find your bird someday, I said. Good luck, you two. As I floated into the lock, I heard Carmenta say to Verona,
No, that's wrong. He's got it all wrong, Verona. It's his bird, not mine.
My bird, I shouted when the door shut, just to reassure her. I guess she didn't come all this way through time for me to get the wrong idea. Now tell me, how's a guy supposed to make any sense of that, with a super weapon and a war on his mind? There was some debate amongst us. Hartline was quick to point out that things were vastly different here. In our time, someone like her could have pinged a full colonel in that area's fleet defense force and secured an arsenal that could put a crater in Veronia the size of a small moon. Here, though, we were going to struggle to put our hands on decent tactical gear, especially seeing as we were civilians, and very young ones at that. Boggs promised that he had contacts who could help get us gear, but logistically, even if we were well equipped, the mission was going to present challenges. Kayela and Boggs had located the bunker where Triantra was developing the weapons components. There were the 5 reflectors that focused the energy from all those PEG hyperlasers. Then there was the centerpiece of the stern die that wove those 5 beams into a single outgoing pulse. Finally, there was the FTL ship that Triantra just called the Slug, which had already been designed according to Boggs. The rest of the components were still in development down there. I thought we could hit them early, knock out the super weapons before Pitka Romera's Day of Deception, and then we'd still maybe stand a chance of stopping the war after. Boggs and the others, though, thought that would be unlikely, perhaps even impossible. They might not have been a nation at war yet, but in the Trask Protectorate, if they took anything deadly serious, it was engineering projects. There was proprietary engineering information being guarded carefully on that outpost, and, in addition to that, they were reeling from strikes from increasingly more organized pirate fleets, something Kayela and Boggs seemed to know a lot about. So it wasn't going to be possible to simply approach the outpost, land, step out our rear airlock, and run a tactical op to bust up that bunker. Relative to the scope of the space habitats they were building, there were not many people on the planet's surface. Hundreds, according to Pitka Ramirez's testimony and the Prime's research. Most of the work was being done by joiner bots and automated mining convoys. So, both the people and the bots were going to want to know what we were up to if a ship approached carrying 4 humans who had no business on Veronia, along with 2 Prime AIs. If we got there early, it was going to be complicated, especially in light of the reality that hundreds of those pegs were already occupying the space around Veronia. 1 or 2 of those peg lasers wouldn't be a threat to a planet. But it would sure make for an interesting ride if anyone was watching and didn't approve of our approach. The other problem was the bioweapon Pitka Ramirez reported in her testimony. A nanopathogen that was somehow disseminated across the entire colony, only to be activated by an EM frequency. While we had the Primes with us, they were able to put together a decent reconstitution of the main suspects. That bioweapon was never collected from the planet's surface following the liquidation of Veronia in our history. Whoever had destroyed the outpost, the Etterans, the Trasp themselves, some other independent entity, they'd made certain the planet was a radioactive sheet of glass to ensure no trace of that nanoweapon ever got examined. In fact, the only account of it was in Pitka Ramirez's testimony, but she didn't include any evidence to corroborate her story, which had been purposeful, according to her Mycon, who'd personally examined the blood samples himself. He'd told Carolina in our time that Pitka had feared making the pathogen or the frequency public knowledge, worrying that it might have touched off an escalation or normalization of the use of such weapons. Dr. Pitka Ramirez preferred to be called a liar and a traitor falsely if it meant that it was more likely those nanoscale weapons would never be used again, and it seemed to have worked. Unfortunately for us in the future, though, with Pitka already deceased and her Mycon destroyed during Omar's raid on Theta Nakorla, we weren't able to get any information more specific than that before coming back to this time. We spent days going through different scenarios with the Primes, figuring out how to best attack this Triantra superweapon bunker. We must have explored 10 different overarching strategies, and 10 different variations of each before settling on the plan that Kyella and Boggs both agreed offered the highest percentage chance that we'd be able to breach the bunker and destroy it. I almost couldn't believe how simple it was. We were already too late to stop whoever it was who'd spread the nanites all over Veronia. That part of the treachery had been put into action weeks or months before we arrived, according to our best guess. We couldn't save any of them. But we could wait until that frequency went off and killed all the humans on the outpost, leaving Veronia completely undefended by the innocent Trasp engineers. If we showed up then, we'd either get a clear run to the bunker, or we'd find our perpetrators on site. If we found no one, then we'd turn that bunker and everything in it into an underground pocket of rubble. If we found our perpetrators there, we'd fight them until we were dead, and very likely go home with the identity of the war's direct progenitors. And, if we won that fight, we'd get both, a blown-out bunker and an answer. Finally, an answer. We went deep into planning for several weeks while the day approached. We jumped around the outer systems in Carmenta's little rental ship, while Kyella and Boggs attempted to secure us a proper ship and tactical gear. We corresponded with Verona, who'd arrived back at Danad on Carhall to find that Ephelin Cal Ennis was nowhere to be found. Predictably, my best guess was that we'd meet him again in that bunker. Heartline was adamant that we should have dropped someone on the ground at Veronia immediately to at least attempt to track whether they were moving the superweapons lab. Triantra, according to Heartline's expertise, became extremely adept at moving and concealing their operations early in the war. When one of the chief officers of the program has his memory well stolen and decrypted, well, that would be a good time to move, one would think. It wouldn't have been a bad idea to get someone on the ground there. And sure, Heartline would have been a great operative to have on site, but it was such a small outpost in terms of personnel that neither Verona and her people, nor the Primes, had any pull with the project's managers. So we jumped around, picking up a little bit of gear here and there until the day approached, and, Without any success securing a fighting vessel, Kaela and Boggs finally came clean. "We have a ship," Boggs confessed. "Part of our understanding with the Protectorate, similar to Mycon and Precop's in Dreeson's system, or Saraswati and Helenia, is that all agency in the governments of the territory shall be human agency. We help when requested, and one of the unwritten agreements has always been that humans hold the monopoly on military might. We would never think of securing a cohort of strike bots, but we do own a fast attack stealth cruiser. We consider it a tool of self-defense and preservation, should we be required to flee the Protectorate for any unforeseen reason on short notice."
"I mean really, Boggs,"
Hartline replied, frustrated from weeks of being cooped up in that rental ship.
"You could have just said you'd been holding out on us. We didn't need an essay on the topic."
Hartline was pretty damn fierce. She was laser-focused all day, every day on the mission planning when we were on the ship. Then there were the training days we'd gotten our feet down on a few different planets and moons to run AR sims of scenarios for Veronia. She and Lita were like some other level. Steel spitters. Omar was cooler, more like Soch, I guess. I figure I was in between. But if anyone joked around for a minute, Hartline would bite your head off, even through your helmet. So we had our scenarios, we drilled and planned, and now we had our ship. All that was left to do was to show up when Veronia was about to pop off and hit that bunker. In the meantime, taking as much data as we could about what was really happening on that outpost. On the jump out there, Omar confided to me that he didn't think much would come of it, and it wasn't just this part of our grand strategy. Don't get me wrong, Burch. I like you and your friends, and, on balance, I think you mean well, but I'm not sure you know what you're doing. That's fair enough, I guess, but who does? We're trying to get answers to a lot of questions very powerful forces don't want answered. Omar just shrugged. You're going to need to be more ruthless. Like you're a Etteran. Do you think he'd have blinked if Verona gave him that crap about protecting this timeline? He might have lied to get what he needed out of her, but he wouldn't have altered his objective the way we did. We should have been on Veronia weeks ago, setting ourselves up to be in the best possible position to gather the intelligence we need. Why didn't you speak up before? I asked Omar. He shook his head. This was never my show, Burch. You, Aida, Carolina Dreeson, these prime AIs, as I said, you all mean well, but I think that's why whatever disaster is coming will still hit just as hard. You all want to stop it the right way, even if it means not stopping anything at all. As long as you can all look at yourselves at the end of it and be okay with the decisions you made. You can talk people out of a lot of things, but you can't talk anyone out of that. Believe me, it's been a problem for me too. Omar didn't elaborate any further then and there, but I guess he'd said his piece, and we were already at the point we couldn't turn back the clock and do it over again. Ironic enough as that was on the way to watch history unfold for the second time. We were about an hour from dropping out at Veronia, at the very moment this universe would never be the same. I don't know how long she'd been thinking about it, but the second we dropped out at Veronia, Myrna Hartline unstrapped and flew a steady line up to the front of the ship. Kaela and Boggs were already in the process of making the ship and its intentions known to the Outpost's Central Controller's office, our bullshit cover story about safety inspections. Something like that was likely to buy us time while the various people under the directors double-checked schedules and confirmed with their supervisors that nothing was, in fact, scheduled. Veronia wasn't that big an outpost, though. There was a chance we'd be on the ground already before they figured us out, but just a chance. Hartline said something I couldn't hear to Kaela, and then turned back toward us in the passenger compartment.
"Get up here, Jemai,"
she said, before realizing and then specifying.
"Omar, I need your voice."
What should I say? He asked as he unclipped and floated his way up there beside Hartline.
"Tell them to stand down on clearance. I'm going to give you a Triantra access code, and you're going to relay it to them in an authoritative tone, like you were giving orders to your lieutenants and sergeants. Really bark it at them."
But there's no way those codes are valid. They're probably not even in existence yet.
The engineers on the other end don't know that. They don't know anything. These people aren't at war yet. They'll take one look at the shape of this ship and shit their pants. You're going to repeat every word I say.
I couldn't see them looking at each other or anything about their body language. Really, I was just looking at the soles of their floating feet. But I could sure hear Omar belting out those codes. And for good measure, after they cleared us through to land, Omar told them to take our contact right off their board and erase the logs. Super secret stuff. 15 minutes later, after a hellacious Atmo entry only a prime or someone like Rishi could fly, we were sat down right at the bunker aperture, getting ready to breach the outer door. The four of us humans, once we were on the ground, soldiers all, began acting just like we were trained. Blinders on. First objective, second objective, third objective. And before we knew it, we'd blown 3 outer doors to gain entry, and were waiting for Kaela and Boggs to access the command infrastructure, which should have positioned us to have total control of the bunker's systems. Superficially, things seemed like they couldn't be going any better, but Kaela and Boggs had something going between them. I'm not sure they appreciated how much time I'd spent around primes in the future, themselves included. But I could tell when they were doing that thing when they communicate directly by EM signals so the pesky humans couldn't hear what they were up to. And I could see them doing it. "What is it?" I asked them. "Something's up." Boggs looked at me like I was the one with telepathic capabilities, and I looked back at him like I knew far too well to get fooled by any nonsense. "We came in much too fast for you to monitor from your visor displays, but the surface of Veronia was not as we expected it to be."
What do you mean by that?
Hartline asked. "The position of the ships, the location of certain pegs as they were spoken about in the report Burch gave about Dr. Romera's account. It appears we may be early."
Early? Late? What difference does it make as long as we blow the bunker?
Lita said.
How are we doing on those controls?
"Our early arrival raises the possibility that if we can blow the bunker quickly, we may be able to reposition to observe the destruction of the outpost," Boggs explained. "It appears to be several hours from now at least."
"We're in,"
Kaela added.
"Steady on. Door opening."
We got our backs straight and our weapons sighted, and then Kaela opened the door. Omar and Lita were on point down the long stairwell. It was a straight drop down what had to be 200 meters of steel-grated stairs. It was the kind of place you might see leading down to a vein of rare minerals or metals that were getting stripped from an otherwise useless landscape somewhere out in the Taus or Sigmas where nobody had ever lived. About halfway down, I had a few thoughts as I was sucking in rebreathed air. First, well, hell, this stairwell wasn't pressurized, which was sure odd for a place sophisticated enough to put a lab at the bottom of. Second, what the hell kind of brainy weapon scientists were going to go trudging down about 1,000 stairs only to have to turn around and come back up? Where the hell was the lift? So I asked the primes. "Another oddity," Boggs stated. "The lab's footprint is minuscule."
"Meaning?"
Hartline asked. "Meaning that unless there's a secondary control network for the lab at the bottom that is not connected to the surface, it appears that there may be nothing down there." "Well, shit," Omar said. "I thought we were going to get to blow something up today."
"Day's still young, little brother,"
Lita stated.
"Only one way to find out."
We were down about 3/4 of the way before Boggs looked over the side of the rail and said to Kaela, "We are within tolerance range."
"After you, love,"
Kaela replied. We were still a good 50 meters from the bottom, and Boggs just goes bombing over the middle rail like he was hopping a garden fence. We stopped, and a few seconds later we heard boom! Boggs, sticking that landing, made a noise that shook the rocks.
"Hold,"
Kaela commanded us humans.
"just for a moment."
"Is he all right?" I asked.
"Quite fine. He is assessing the situation down below. There doesn't appear to be anything but a door. Boggs is exploring whether the door may be a decoy. The control mechanism doesn't even appear to be encrypted. However, the door won't open, nor does it connect to a larger inner compound. One would expect more electrical activity from a weapons development lab."
"One would," Omar agreed.
Boggs has an idea to confirm these initial findings, Kyla stated. You four may continue down, please.
I shrugged and gestured with my head for Omar and Lita to continue down the stairs.
Look alive,
Lita stated.
We're moving.
That was Lita's way of reminding us this was still an op, one that seemed to be a larger deception, and she was right to call out that complacency. We still didn't know the nature of the deception yet, but looking up that deep pit and the thousands of stairs in it, I had the feeling we were descending into some kind of rat trap. I just wasn't certain whether we were the rats yet. When we got to the bottom, Boggs had Heartline take down her nanosheet. He didn't bother to explain, but he pressed her suited body hard up against the rock wall, and then put his head to her belly like he was a doctor listening to her bowel sounds with his ear. We were all looking at each other like Boggs had lost it. You three get back on the stairs, he stated, before shouting, Now, love! I was just barely back to the rail and had half a heartbeat to look up and see Kyla thundering downward, and kaboom! She slammed into that solid rock floor so loud it was a good damn thing we all had helmets on. Excellent data set, Boggs proclaimed, straightening up again. Thank you, Colonel Hartline. You may raise your nanosheet again. Then he projected a sonic map of the rock on our face shields, a makeshift penetrating radar of sorts using Hartline's body as a contact buffer. Pretty damn clever if you ask me. And that one percussive burst from Kyla's landing confirmed it. No pockets of space behind that false door, just solid rock, all the way around that hollowed-out pit to nowhere.
It appears we've been tricked,
Kyla stated.
I suggest we return to the surface and assess the situation there as quickly as possible.
Then, those two primes and their mech shells went charging up the stairs at pace, leaving us 4 humans to climb our asses out. Well, they may be shitty exos, Omar stated, referring to the capability of our borrowed pre-war suits, but at least those 2 got us exos. Lita took a deep breath and grumbled.
Look alive and let's climb the hell out of this rat trap. Double time.
It's hard as hell to think straight when you're sucking wind. Exo or no, 1,000 stairs is 1,000 stairs. And damn, we were sucking wind by the time we climbed back out of that hole and into the ship. I half expected some sort of clue from the primes when we got up there, but by the time we got our helmets off and started barking at them for some answers, all Boggs could say was, We believe we received faulty intel.
Well, no shit, Boggs,
Lita said. She was proper hot.
Oh, please,
Heartline yelled.
That blind old bat made a fool of all of us. You especially, Burch.
Damn, it's no good to point fingers now. We've only got a couple hours before things get hot here. Let's just get ourselves situated and figure it out later. We were supposed to bite it out here, remember? Omar answered me. So what? You want us to debrief back in our time when we have no source material to examine?
Burch is right,
Lita stated.
Next objective. Damn blind oracle from the future?
Heartline grumbled.
From Etteran, more like.
Like hell she's a Terran, I said. What are we still doing on the ground? I barked at the primes.
We are examining all the pertinent data to select the best course of action, Kyla replied. What destination do you suggest, Burch?
The 804 peg, obviously. That's where the whole thing touches off. Pitka Ramirez there right now, I'll bet. Unless she lied about everything, Omar suggested. I didn't say anything out of respect, Burch, but you letters folks have always put a lot more stock in that Etteran's tale than we Trasp do. That's for sure. Oh, shut it, Omar, I said. None of us knows what the hell's going on right now. That's why we should be flying, I barked even louder. The 804! Let's go! The primes fired up the engine, and soon after, we were in the air. But damned if what Omar said hadn't got stuck in my head good and deep. I'd read Pitka Ramirez's testimony 100 times at least, and how many times had I given it the proper skepticism it deserved? Not only from the Trask perspective even. In fact, that testimony came to everyone via a transmission encoded to obscure its origin. Ostensibly, that was to keep Pitka's location hidden, but that meant she didn't sit at the dashboard and read it indirectly. That message came through my con, The same Mycon Rishi had declared so trustworthy that she'd taken him clean off the board as a player. From the beginning, I'd been thinking about this moment. My ship, flying up on the 804 peg to see Dr. Romero there walking through history, and Omar Jamai had me doubling back on the historical record and on my own beliefs about the galaxy I inhabited. What the hell would it mean if Pitka Romero wasn't there? What if she never was? These damned artifacts sure could mess with the mind. Day of deception indeed.
Who's this?
The woman's voice came back over comms when Kyella pinged. Let me, I said, unstrapping my jump seat.
With that damn Lambda Tau accent of yours from halfway across the galaxy?
Heartline spat back at me. I'm from the Deltas. And that's Deb Collison, I replied. It's gotta be. I know what's going on better than anyone. Let me talk to her.
I'll talk,
Heartline stated.
You tell me what to say. No Trasp is going to trust a word out of that far-flung mouth of yours right now, Burch. Trust me.
Fine, I agreed. Stay where you are, Boggs told us. We'll patch the comms to your seats. I told Heartline to make sure it was Deb after all, the poor medic from Pitka Romero's account, who'd had to respond to the sudden deaths of 5 colleagues with no way to explain a thing. Talk about being in over your head. Well, I guess we all were, come to think of it. Heartline asked for Deb specifically, and the woman on the other end confirmed she was, in fact, Deb Collison. It was our first kernel of information authenticating Pitka's story. Then Deb confirmed the rest of it herself. 5 dead. Some kind of mysterious blood-borne pathogen. I told Heartline to inform Ms. Collison we were from the Trasp Emergency Management Agency, or whatever they called it, and that we'd come with Kyella and Boggs Prime to see Pitka Romero to consult on the situation. Tell Deb that the cavalry has arrived to relieve her.
Oh, thank God,
Deb responded, as loud and blunt as could be. Gotta say, that sounded funny coming from a Trasp.
Dr. Romero flew out with Mercedes a couple hours ago,
Deb Collison continued.
I don't know when they're going to be back. I think they went to meet with the mission chief at the 1 peg.
We're going to land right at the door and drop the primes to review all the data. I told Heartline to tell her. That way we'll be ready to work with her right away when Dr. Romero returns.
They're going to blow that entire 804 peg to hell,
Lita reminded me, as though I didn't know. Then they better be quick about getting in and out, wouldn't you say? Lita shrugged, and Boggs looked back at us, giving a firm okay with a gesture. They were willing to go in there to collect that data firsthand. I told the primes we would land far enough outside the blast zone the ship would be safe from the explosion when the 804 peg came down.
Lita is your pilot?
Kyella asked in a tone that indicated it wasn't exactly a question, more a demand.
There's an HSBA mode in the combat settings. Use it. Do not set this ship to the ground. Aye, aye,
Lita replied. Then those primes brought the tail of their ship right down on the 804 peg's front door. I could hardly believe any of it was happening. Kyella and Boggs got in and out of that peg about as fast as I'd ever seen a Prime AI move. Brave as they postured, they had no desire to go up in a conflagration any more than I did, even though I knew I'd be snapping to in my own rightful body the moment this one got snuffed out. But then, there were instincts. Bodily instincts I couldn't do much to shut off. Overpower, maybe, but not without every last ounce of self-preservation in the body telling me otherwise. I expected a firefight. Small arms, us versus the strike bots Pitka had described in her account. Then we started talking about it. She gets away, right? Omar said. We were setting up on the plane at a large enough distance we'd be clear of the blast zone. Lita was piloting our air cover, a good couple kilometers out and up. Finally, once again, she had the best view of anyone. I guess she does get away, I answered Omar. Pitka and Mycon got out in our history. Well, we know Mycon did for a fact. Carolina met him. If Mycon Prime is to be trusted about it, that is. Nobody did lay eyes on Pitka, I guess. We should just watch, Burch, Omar suggested. I know Verona put it in your head to intervene, but we don't have any idea what good that'd do at this point anyway. It's a thought, I said.
It's the right one,
Heartline added from her position. Watch and trust the universe for once, I mused. But as much as I sounded like I was agreeing with them, I had something in the back of my mind I couldn't quite let slide. And if she was the author of her own account, I had a question I had to ask Pitka Ramera. So I told the others I was good. I was going to sit tight and watch from my scope and do nothing. And for most of it, that's what I did. We watched their ship approach on our face shields. Along with Pitka Ramera, Scarla Lazaria Lee and Mercedes DeVore were aboard that shuttle Lita was tracking from the air. They were already dead, those two. But Pitka, who was traveling in that shuttle with them, didn't have the nanites in her blood. She was destined to live through the blast. We watched as they landed, at which point we knew to brace for the explosion. And sure enough, just as she'd reported it, the three of them, Pitka, Mercy, and Scarla Lazaria Lee, were hardly clear of their shuttle at the landing pad outside the staging area, when the whole sky lit up a bright white for a split second. And action for action, almost word for word, Mercedes jumped on Pitka, pinning the Etteran doctor to the ground right as the blast wave burst over their bodies. It hit me like a kick to the chest a good kilometer farther out. "Everybody good?" I asked as the tremendous tower teetered above the blazing orange flame at the base of the 804 peg. They all reported in. Lita took a knock from some shrapnel, however the hell far away she was hovering. Far, that's sure. The rest of us dodged everything, and we kept eyes on the site as that tremendous tower came down, toppling in a heap, mostly in the opposite direction to us and Pitka. Probably the only reason she survived. The fate of our universe, once again, down to dumb luck. Then, once that tower had fully fallen and had gone from blazing to burning to smoldering, I knew it was my chance. I began to creep up on the site, toward the last place I'd seen Pitka go down. "What the hell are you doing, Burch?" Omar asked. "Research," I replied. "Sit tight and have faith in the universe," I told him.
"That's not what we agreed,"
Heartline stated. I could tell by her tone she was fuming. I didn't say nothing else, though. It did cross my mind that she might put a bolt in my back at that point, even if I didn't antagonize her. I was crouched behind a smoking piece of scrap metal near that shuttle of theirs. I could see Pitka's ship in the distance. The scene was different. The same, but somehow different from how I'd pictured it in my mind 100 times. Darker. Much darker. I knew she was somewhere there in the rubble, but I couldn't see her until finally, after what seemed like ages, Pitka started moving. I saw her helmet. I heard a muffled howl, a sound like nothing I'd ever heard. She sat there for the longest time before she started moving again. Then I watched it unfold like she'd said, almost word for word, except this time with my own eyes. I could see the things Pitka couldn't, as she hid away, tucked in that trench, hiding, scurrying just out of sight to save her life. I saw the strikers coming in, and as I watched, I heard Lita going back and forth with the primes about the data stream coming through the ship. The pegs were going up all over Veronia, thousands of them, burning up like 1,000-story candles illuminating the entire little rocky world. My jaw almost dropped when I got a clear sight of that first strike bot. Hell, I'd seen that exact model before, undifferentiated, before it was customized to be Trasp, Etteran, or Letters issue. Buffed, shined, and dressed to kill. I'd seen those bastard bots at the murder mill. I was in such a state looking at those strikers, I lost track of Pitka for a moment. It took every ounce of self-control I had to keep from opening up on those damned murder machines. And suddenly, there she was. I saw her helmet flying over a pile of debris, like a shadow in the night. There was a cacophony of shooting through the piles of rubble as Pitka Ramera dashed toward that busted-up shuttle. I had the advantage of knowing what happened next. I put my head down and made a sprint of my own, a direct line for Pitka's ship. I had to get there before Mycon pulled her out of the shuttle, before they had a chance to leave. As I ran, I could see the shuttle take off, barely hovering at first, then up, floundering, as unsteady a flight as I'd ever witnessed. How that shuttle stayed in the air as long as it did, I'll never know. But I watched it slam back to the ground maybe 100 meters from Pitka's ship, which itself was covered over in debris and ash, but still looked like it hadn't taken too much damage for spaceflight. I couldn't see anyone else out there, not those strikers, nor her Mycon. I went diving through a window-sized gash in the side of the shuttle's hull, and there she was, that face, that infamous face, the real Pitka Romera in the flesh. Her eyes were closed, but it was her, breathing, hardly a scratch on her under that nanosheet. I shook her. "Pitka, wake up. I need you to wake up."
How?
She asked. I don't think she knew what to ask. "This is important," I said. "The fate of a whole other universe may be in the balance."
What is going on?"
she asked, her eyes zeroing in on my face.
"Who are you?"
"I can't tell you how I know what I know. Maybe this moment is just a crazy dream, but I need you to answer something. Can you do that for me?"
I don't know. I'm not sure what's happening."
"You're going to survive, and you're going to write your account of what happened here these past few days. I can't tell you how it's possible, but I've read it. I've read your account."
"What? I don't understand."
"You talked about your Mycon, how he descended from the original Linden Mycon. What did you mean by that? Is that Mycon Prime?" She looked at me like I had 3 heads, probably like one would when her entire universe was blowing up around her, and I came out of nowhere asking stupid questions.
"The Prime? Yes. What is this?"
"Linden, Pitka. I don't know what that means."
"Linden? Linden Column. That's where Mycon was made."
"In the columns. He goes back that far."
"Of course. He's one of the ancient ones, almost as far back as Earth."
I was shaking my head. I'd never heard of no Linden column before, but that was a mystery for another time. I could hear something outside, a thumping about. Speak of the devil, I thought. "One more thing," I said. "Who is Artemis? You spoke of a prime AI named Artemis, a keeper of forbidden history." Again, she looked at me like I was mad.
"I've never met her. I don't know. Mycon told me she's his sister, one of the ancient ones."
I heard a banging on the mangled mess that was left of the shuttle's rear ramp. "Pitka!" I heard that unmistakable muffled voice shout through the hull. Somehow he'd missed the hole I'd scurried in through. Mycon was tearing at that ramp. I knew he'd have it open in seconds. There was more here, I thought. I couldn't die yet, though, and it was likely enough that Mycon might kill me on sight to protect Pitka, no questions asked. So I said thank you and told her she was going to make it as I was diving back out that hole in the hull. A few moments later, as I was ducking back into the darkness, I saw him, that unmistakable outline of a Mycon shell, carrying off his mistress to that life of infamy we'd all imagined, but no one knew anything about. "I got pieces," I told the others over comms. "Things to debrief. But there were no damn answers. Certainly no answers to make sense of who'd done it, who'd made a hellscape of Veronia. It was bothering the shit out of me. I was walking in the darkness to the point Lita had set as the exfil spot. "We're not done here, damn it," I said. "This can't be it."
"If you want to hang around and get nuked, Burch, you have our blessing,"
Heartline stated, only half joking.
"That's what's coming. We all know it."
"There's something more here. I can feel it."
"Just get on ship and we can talk about it,"
Lita said.
"I know better than to talk you out of something. But Pitka and Mycon took off already, Burch. The 804 is in ashes. Everyone here is dead. Whatever you're after, it's not out there."
And that was true enough. When she picked us up, Lita kept the helm. She took a good look at me when I boarded. She could tell I was disappointed, but she could tell it was more than that. Even wearing that other face, it was obvious. We could see each other, borrowed bodies and all.
"I'm going to set her down in the black,"
Lita declared.
"We can see what's coming well enough to get off before they light up the whole rock."
"That's if it comes from the sky, big sister," Omar replied.
"I'll take that chance,"
Lita said. "We have information, Burch," Boggs declared. And since we don't know how long you'll be here, we've decided to share it even though we haven't fully processed our findings yet. We can update as we discover more. Good enough, I guess. Lita gave us all a gesture to get properly strapped in for flight. Once we were in the air, Boggs explained what they'd learned out there. They had senses we didn't. Sure, they could see a lot better and hear everything, but they could also track EM signals, and some of the signals they knew best were their own. I'd flagged the 2 peculiarities I'd noticed in Pitka's account that had bothered me, about Linden and Artemis. Well, Kaela and Boggs had their own too. Initially, they'd chalked it up to either the stress of the moment, making for an inaccurate account on Pitka's part, or the other possibility was simply a faulty retelling on my part on account of the fundamental flaws of human memory, especially across 2 different brains and interdimensional time travel. I guess I hadn't thought much about it myself, but once they pointed it out, it had seemed strange that I'd never really questioned it. In Pitka's account, her Mycon was able to project his consciousness from his personal shell to a Trasp shell, and she claimed he could jump into a bracelet of hers at a mere glance. We'd accounted it as hyperbole and nothing more, Boggs said.
Or a mistake,
Kaela added. I suppose I didn't question it much because I'd seen it. I'd seen him project his consciousness from his body to our ship aboard the Yankee-Chaos often enough. It's not that, Burch, Boggs insisted. We can do that as well. When we project ourselves, we remain at the source with our main processor. In the case of a ship, it's similar to how you might control a drone from a headset. Your consciousness never breaches the drone's processor.
This Mycon is different,
Kaela stated.
He leapt. The signals were clear. Even in the heat of battle, Boggs and I could see him clearly, moving from her bracelet to joiner bots to shuttle, and then back to his original shell.
We have no idea how he could be folding the entirety of his consciousness into packages that should never be able to house a sophisticated AI, Boggs added. This probably doesn't solve your mystery, but we thought you should know before you return, if it is your plan to return.
Yes, about that plan,
Kaela continued.
If you wish to be on the surface when the nukes go off, that would seem to be an efficient way to effectuate your deaths and return you to your time. However, we would prefer to avoid unnecessary damage to our shells, our ship, and potentially even our processors.
I had to laugh. I ain't trying to get you 2 nuked. I ain't even trying to get us nuked. I just have a sense of it. A sense of what? Omar asked. That it's not over. It's not. Doesn't make any sense that it is. We have so many of the pieces, and they don't fit. Nothing fits. I'm telling you, we're missing a piece. The big one. And it has to be here. It has to be.
So we sit,
Lita stated.
We sit until the captain says go.
We parked out in the darkness for hours. No one talking. Just thinking. I was, at least. I was going over it again and again in my mind. The things I'd seen. The things Pitka had said. But it wasn't anything about what she'd said to me that got me. It was her story again. That comment about the age of deception. How she didn't know how to live in it. Well, she hadn't lived in it. But I had. My entire life was in it. My childhood. How I'd got burned bad by my own community. My family. And then when I'd taken what I saw as the best out, the LSS, they'd thrown me to the dogs like I was one myself, and then told me they were going to fix me up good. Then I got a good long look at reality ever since I took the Yankee-Chaos. Everything had been one layer of deception piled on the rest, and here I was, still standing, so to say. I started thinking that the only reason I still was standing after all that was that I'd learned to listen to my instincts when they were talking, and they were telling me as loudly as ever that Veronia was not over. Pitka's day of deception was just the beginning. It had to be. We were sitting there parked for long enough, I thought. Whatever happened would have to come from off the planet, and I had a sense that it had something to do with that decoy bunker, the rat trap. If we'd been the rats, it would have sprung. That had been meant for somebody else. It had to be. It took me hours to figure it, but I finally did. Get the ship up, Lita. I told her. Hug the deck. I want you to hide us in the thermal signature of the nearest burning peg to that bunker. We're going to hover in it for a spell.
Aye, Captain,
Lita replied, getting the ship up. I had the primes monitoring comms and deep space arrays for anything coming in. We'd tucked in behind one of the piles of rubble, hovering amid the smoke for a good half hour. I could see the faces of the others. They had their doubts. In the past, that might have made me doubt. Not anymore. I just sat there, resolved. The longer we remain, the more likely it is we get nuked, Hale Burch, Boggs stated, as though I didn't know that. The cost is the cost, I replied. And then it appeared, a distant signature, a ship dropping out. One single ship.
She's a mid-sized vessel,
Lita said, when Kaela flashed the data to the pilot's float screen.
If I were going to nuke a planetary body the size of Veronia, it'd require a bigger payload than that ship's. Unless she's got friends on the way, it's probably something else.
Watch her, I said. I'd bet my right hand they make a line for that bunker.
Why?
Omar asked.
There's nothing in there.
Those rats don't know it yet. Sure enough, the ship swung hard around in a counter-orbit a full quarter turn before making entry.
Damn,
Lita said. She didn't even have to say it. We could all see the vector on our screen in the back. Can you hide a drone in the smoke cloud? I asked Lita. She just turned around and looked at me. Omar laughed. She could hide a drone under your chin if you forgot to shave for a couple days, Burch. Wait till they touch down, I said. I want eyes on their every move. I need to see them. Well, we waited, and that ship touched down, dropping a tactical team of humans. Kaela and Boggs could pick out the difference from that distance. Humans with exos versus strikebots. Their ship took off again and flew a ranging tactical perimeter to be high enough to cover and watch the skies, yet close enough to exfil at a helmet's drop.
Are we going?
Heartline asked.
When are we going, I mean?
When that tactical team is about as far down those stairs as we guess they can be. 10 minutes or so.
Burch,
Lita asked. She knew my mind. Watch its flight pattern. Hit that transport at its ripest. Boggs piped up. Allow me to suggest a strike pattern. I know our ship's offensive capabilities best. I nodded to Lita. We sat for a few more minutes, watching the transport ship buzzing around like a fat, bumbling target, just waiting to get slugged right out of the sky. We saw the long curve of its flight path on the float screen. Stand by, Boggs said. She's coming around again. When he signaled, Lita lit that thing up with an excessive number of hypersonics, so there was no doubt. They never saw it coming. Okay, Lita, I told her. Give the ship back to Boggs and get your gear ready. We're going to hit them when they come out of that bunker door. We aren't going to blow it? Omar asked. No, we're going to shoot us some rats. Wing 'em if you can. Hopefully, we'll have enough time to interrogate a few of them before the hellfire comes. The others couldn't see it. I could read the skepticism on their faces. I even knew why. I'd already thought it through in an instant, though. This pack of rats, whoever they were, they couldn't get caught down there. They were there to blow the same Triantra bunker we'd gone after. Same damn strategy. Down the stairs, blast that superweapons lab to hell, and back out, leaving no trace. Whether they knew we'd blown up their air cover or not made no difference. If they ran back down into that bunker, they were getting buried alive. I had Boggs drop us at 4 decent positions around the bunker's aperture. Stay as long as you can, I told the primes. I expect you'll be able to decrypt their comms once the fighting starts. Then Kaela gave me that same look Lita had given me earlier. Child's play for a prime AI. We each loaded up with as much small arms and short-range gear as an exo could carry. Then we jumped out. By the time I got out last, Lita had spotted movement at the door. Kaela got the ship to a safe distance and dropped another drone out. Let them stick their noses out, I told Lita. On my call. We'd counted the rats going in. 26, which told me they weren't just there to blow the place. They were hoping to gather as much intel as they could from the lab. Imagine their surprise at the bottom of that pit. Then again, It probably didn't compare to their surprise at the top of it when their ship didn't answer. They were stepping real light and cautious. I counted about 20 before they started getting too close to Heartline and Omar's positions for my liking. "All right," I declared. "Skin 'em, but don't spin 'em." And then we lit them up. In that first minute, I was pretty sure I winged 3 or 4 of them myself, but it hardly seemed to faze them.
"Well, damn, Burch," Lita said. "These boys don't flinch."
She'd hit her share, too.
"We gotta win this fight,"
Heartline added.
"I'm passing on headshots."
"Take 'em!" I shouted. I was taking bolts around my position from about 3 of theirs. 4 versus 26. We had a drone, better positions, and the element of surprise. Plus, there was that free pass at dying. I liked our team's chances. But hell, they were real fighters. I wasn't expecting that before the start of the war.
"Patching their comms through,"
Kaela announced a minute or 2 into the fight. That'll help, I thought.
"We're pulling back to the door."
I heard the first bit of chatter come through.
"No, get out of there. We need cover fire on that second position."
"Holy hell," I said, thinking it was obvious enough who was talking. "Etterans," Omar grumbled. "Just like we said all along." But it wasn't Etterans. It was an easy enough mistake to make if you didn't know both accents. "It's not Etterans," I told them. "I'd know that accent anywhere. That's old Iofan Roughneck, sure as I'm from the Deltas." I was listening for one voice in particular, but I never heard it. We kept the heat on them, but those roughnecks were fierce. It became clear in the fight that they were working to keep their commanders alive. There were 3 of them, and with Kaela and Boggs helping to parse through the comms and monitor the battlefield, we were able to identify which figure was which. And sure enough, they were the toughest fighters, too. Over comms, they were calling them Rook, Knight, and Bishop. And those 3, when they talked, didn't sound like Iofan Roughnecks or Etterans or even Trasp. None of us could place them. After the initial flurry, fittingly enough by their code names, the firefight turned into a chess match of sorts. We had them down to about 12 or 13 by our best count, but it was dark enough, and they were good fighters, too. "It can't be a stalemate," Omar stated. I could see his line. He didn't wait for my say-so, nor did Lita and Heartline think twice before turning and laying down a fierce barrage of crossfire, so he didn't take a bolt to the head the second he exposed himself. Within 30 seconds, Omar, the Rook, and the Knight were all dead, and Boggs had taken my order to hit the bunker door with the hypersonic. In the aftermath of the blast, we were able to shift positions and get the upper hand on the rest of them. While we were mopping up, Heartline took a bolt through the helmet and went silent.
"You have maybe 15 minutes,
Kaela announced as she flashed up her display on my visor, an armada of ships bearing down on Veronia. "Right. Thanks, you 2, I said to the primes. "Don't risk yourselves any more than you have to. The battery needs you." "We look forward to meeting you again, Hale Burch," Boggs said. "Whenever that may be. Hey, can you patch me to that Bishop before you go? Lita and I got him pinned down, but I'd like to have a proper talk with him before the light show."
"We can see the battlefield,"
Kaela answered, as though to say she already knew what was what.
"Good luck, Burch."
I don't know exactly how well she could see their positions, and how much of a risk it was for them, but those 2 primes took the ship over in a single pass at speed, illuminating the battlefield for a split second to make sure it was clear for us. And then there was just that Bishop. "I'm going to propose a truce," I said into that dark Veronia night. "Simple and easy. No more killing. We're all dead anyway in a few minutes." I waited. I could hear him breathing. Grunting, really. He was hurting. I imagine he'd probably used up a couple patches on that suit and was wishing he had a similar treatment for his leaking skin. "Well," he finally replied,
"present your proposition."
"We meet each other face to face."
"Why would I care to do that?"
I turned to Lita, shaking my head. I swear I've heard that voice before. I just can't place it. "Don't you want to know why we're shooting at you?" I asked him.
"I know why you're shooting at us. Your tactical defense force. We attacked your territory."
"That's at least the second time you've been wrong today," I replied. "Don't take it too hard, Bishop. That bunker got us too."
You're not Trasp security forces.
Do I sound like a Trasp to you?
It's easy enough to throw on an accent.
What? Like your Iofan muscle? Don't tell me. They were really from Moses Mizui. Right. Tell me you're not the least bit curious to know who killed you and why you're dying. There was a long pause.
It's not like you have anything more to lose,
Lita stated.
She's Trasp,
the bishop replied. 50-50, I told him. I'm coming over. Don't shoot me. I won't shoot you.
Burch,
Lita whispered. I flashed her a look. Same thing she said was true. What more did we have to lose, except what was left of the little time we had to sort this mess out? I saw the bishop there, lying on his back when I cut over the crest of the little ridge he was taking cover behind. He was flat out, looking up at the sky. Couldn't have killed us if he tried from the looks of things. I waved Lita closer as I approached him. Then I flicked on the light above my face shield as a courtesy, so he could see my face as I stood over him.
I don't recognize you,
the bishop said as I got close.
Who do you fight for?
That's a question. I suppose the answer's something like humanity writ large, I guess. What would you say, Lita?
Sanity,
she quipped.
The
man replied.
If that's true, we may be on the same team.
At that moment, he did me the reciprocal courtesy of flicking on his own visor light, and almost before I had a chance to see the outline of his face and let it register, it had already hit me. His voice. I did know that voice. Oh my God, I said. You may not recognize me, friend, but I know you sure enough.
Who is it, Burch?
Lita asked. Your name's Bashi, isn't it? Bashi something.
Bashi Omo,
he answered, a look of utter disbelief on his face.
How do you know me? Burch, is it?
That's right. Hale Burch. You couldn't know me. I met you in the future. I'm sure that sounds impossible, but it's true. I met you in the vault, the same night I met Verona. Acolyte Verona. We were just with her a few weeks ago. She doesn't know anything about this, does she?
No. This is a compartmentalized covert op. Highest clearance. How do you know of our sect?
Oh, hell, I exclaimed. In that instant, everything clicked into place. Within my father's house, there are many chambers. You came here to blow it up, just like we did. You had intel on a superweapon, am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
Edis sent you? You're working to keep this tech from getting out, right?
Yes, that's our imperative. How do you know this?
Well, there it is, Lita. We've been deceived, all of us, by the shadow sect of Edis wizards.
What do you mean, Burch?
Lita asked. There was never any weapon. Cal Ennis just made it up. Maybe that super weapon is plausible, but it's not real. And Triantra never had any intention of building it. That's if the Trasp even knew about it. But Ethelyn Cal Ennis knew he could trick Edis loyal followers into destroying the outpost to start the war.
A war?
Bashi asked.
This wasn't supposed to start anything. It was a small targeted op, designed to destroy that weapons lab before it had a chance to end civilization as we know it. I still don't understand. Edis, how do you know that name?
One night, long ago now, in the future, you sat for dinner with me and a friend of mine, Christoph Mikkel. You were back in the vault briefing Edis and the sect's leaders. You'd spent time among the pirates along the boundary. They were moving stolen military tech from the war for the cartels, mostly the Rexes. I met you long enough to know. You're a good man, Bashiomo. And in this world, you'll never make it there. Not to that future. You're going to die with us, here.
And the war goes on anyway,
Lita added.
We'll blame the Etterans and strike them in retaliation. And they'll have no idea why. And they'll strike us back.
It's more complicated and convoluted than that, Lita, of course, I said. But I can see it all now. I see it. Nobody was ever supposed to get off Veronia. Pitka was never meant to be here. They couldn't account for her complicating that simplest of stories. Bashi was running out of time. We were running out of time here as well.
I don't understand,
Bashiomo said, wincing from the obvious pain of the physical wounds. But also, there were other wounds cutting just as deep.
A shadow sect? It wasn't supposed to end like this. I wasn't supposed to die. What hell is this?
It's not hell, old friend, I told him. It's just as real as this world gets.
I hope they heard all of that,
Lita said, gesturing toward the sky, where the primes had just flown out of there. I nodded. Then I turned to Bashi one final time. Don't despair, friend, I told him. This isn't the end. What you've done, it's going to ripple out over time, much farther than you can possibly imagine. Be at peace. He wasn't gone. No, not yet. But his eyes had that look, as though he was staring a deep hole through the night sky. And I wondered, as the firmament lit up for all of us in a blinding flash of light, what that final sight must have meant to him, whether in that one ultimate moment of clarity, his faithful soul somehow unwittingly pined for that approaching light. If you're enjoying the Misfits, both books, The Misfits and Foundations, are available ad-free on Audible. Or, if you'd like the ebook or paperback versions, they can be found in the P.E. Rowe bookstore, alongside all of the author's other titles as well. On with the story. The Art of History. Getting transported to another life in another era was a historian's dream. It was the perfect opportunity to see what I'd studied and learned, what was truly real, and what was merely said to be about that time. The artifacts Carolina and her friends had discovered took us back a century and a half to Iophos. That, in and of itself, was a miracle I could hardly believe was unfolding each minute we were there. But for me, to be stuck with the men I shared the adventure with, that too was a stroke of luck all its own. Colin Altagos Dreeson was here with us in Iophos, trapped in the body of a man named Colin Knoll. And Colin Dreeson, perhaps more than anyone else in our original era, had an unobstructed view of the history that unfolded in our native time. He was the second son of Barnard Dreeson, Chancellor of Athos, and if anyone in the Dreeson family of our day was the heir apparent to Barnard, it was Colin, or Goss, as he was more familiarly called by friends and family. For me, it was a chance not only to study this time and place on Iophos, but also to study Goss, as his family, the Dreesons, weren't just a passing political dynasty, but they had founded the system itself, going all the way back to the schism that separated Athos and Iophos as sister civilizations at their inception. But more, the Dreesons went back all the way to Charis, where Ewell and Zaire Dreeson won the charter to build the Athosian ringworld in the first place. And for millennia now, even though roughly 100 Athosian chancellors have come and gone from outside the Dreeson family line, there was almost never a time where the Dreeson family was not a heartbeat from the seat of Athos, and Goss had absorbed that imperial mindset, which, as much as it frustrated me and clashed with my ideas about a free and fair society, was certainly a mode of being that could never be called unsuccessful, and it was one I intended to study and understand during our time together on Iophos. I had countless opportunities to ask Goss about his father and the mindset it took to govern a society like Athos, a planetary ring of immense scope encircling the gas giant of the same name. In our day, Athos was home to nearly 4 trillion souls. Sometimes Goss answered curtly and appeared frustrated at being questioned. Others, especially after he came to know my motivation was curiosity and the study of his genuine expertise, rather than an interrogation of it, he grew quite open, a willing and enlightening educator. "I'll tell you a story my father told me when I was younger," he answered me one afternoon, when I was asking him about how the Dreesons so consistently managed to keep Athos running smoothly. "It was a story Barnard's father told him, and it's going to sound so simple you may not believe me, Irie, but my father swore to me it is his guiding star as Chancellor." "I'd love to hear," I replied earnestly. I was visiting Goss in his government office in Catherineburg. His alter ego, Colin Knoll, had become a section head in the city's Office of Community Ethics and Morale. On Athos, we'd have called him an arts officer. Goss related the following story, not necessarily word for word, but certainly in essence. The story concerns a great-great-great Dreeson grandmother of a number of degrees, who was a young mother of 3 boys at the time. The oldest boy was 5, the youngest 2. As she was watching them play with blocks, she noticed that because of their differing levels of cognitive and physical development, each of the 3 boys had their own unique manner of participating that depended upon those abilities. The oldest, at 5 years, had both the manual dexterity and capacity for planning, such that he could visualize a simple structure, a wall, a house, or a tower, and he could sit and shape the various blocks into the rudimentary creations he envisioned. He was the builder. The middle boy, at 3, had learned to sit and patiently watch the elder boy. He, the observer, occasionally even helped and could take basic instructions, passing blocks to his elder brother as needed. The youngest, though, with neither the patience to merely sit and observe, nor the ability to construct anything meaningful, could only participate in the activity one way. He would see his brothers playing with the blocks, and feeling desperately left out, would erupt in an outburst of emotion and kick the neatly stacked blocks to the floor, infuriating the 2 older boys, whose work he'd ruined. According to Goss's telling, this highly observant Dreeson great-great-grandmother of generations past related this observation to her husband, who was still too young yet to be the Ethosian chancellor himself, but was a high-level officer in the government, and apparently he joked with his wife about the Ethosian populace, how the people also slotted, generally, into those 3 categories: the builders, the observers, and the block kickers. His day job, after all, wasn't so different from his spouse's, minimizing the damage of the block kickers while fostering the development of all 3 groups. When that distant Dreeson ancestor became chancellor years later, he never forgot that basic model, though he changed his assessment slightly. The simplest job description ever given for the Chancellor of Athos was that it consisted of isolating the block kickers at every level of society and moving them as far away from the levers of power as humanly and humanely possible. It still holds, Goss told me after he'd finished relating the story. That is why Athos endures. We Dreesons take our sorting duties seriously. When Goss related that story, it was not lost on me, Karsten Irie, professor of history at the College of Historical Specialties, Capital University in Ithaca, abiding here on Iophos in the body of one Lorne Iosef, that we 3 time travelers of sorts almost perfectly exemplified the archetypes. Goss, the consummate architect of societies. I, the historian, observer of societies, ancient and contemporary. And then there was Sebastian, or Transom as he was called by his fellow Etteran soldiers, who was the most naturally gifted professional block kicker I'd ever encountered. He'd spent his entire life blowing up targets of every type, as well as killing all manner of enemies, all in the face of fierce resistance, all without the slightest hint of remorse or regret. He didn't ever seem to question why, even though I came to know him as a highly intelligent and shockingly incisive thinker for a man of such action. He simply saw the world as it was, identified the desired change that needed to be made to it, and broke the obstacles necessary to bringing about his preferred future universe. What better 3 lenses could there be through which to study this time in Iofan history, especially as our objective was to discover the Iofan roots of the war being waged in our time? We could all see it unfold from our vastly divergent perspectives. The block kicker, the builder, the observer. They don't teach you that at university, but truly, those 3 lenses became far more useful to me in my understanding of history than all the theoretical frameworks I'd encountered before them combined. We were here to find not just the early roots of the war, but the seeds of it, and we each had a lifetime to do it. Block kicker. Early years. On the day we made the critical connection, I'd met Transom in Catherineburg, where he'd been tracking the wizard Aloche. Wizard was the word Transom and Carolina's crew had been using for the sect's members since they'd encountered them in their travels a few months before picking me up from Damon Mines. I didn't learn about the wizard's sect until our briefing before coming back here to Iophos. Imagine my shock at learning of the existence of a covert group of functionally immortal humans acting to protect the integrity of the biological human race by suppressing technologies they deemed species-ending. Equally surprising to me was that Goss seemed utterly unfazed by the revelation, as though he'd already known, implying that the Athosian government, or at least the Dreeson family, was well aware of their existence and kept it a secret. Transom himself had personally fought 2 of these biologically immortal humans. The first, in the person of the infamous Wizard of Athos, the terrorist Clemabali. There was no love lost between those 2, and I suspected those encounters, which he detailed to me, were the root of the notably sour tone that came over his voice whenever discussing any of the wizards, almost always generously seasoning such conversations with creative strings of expletives. The second wizard he had fought was the one he'd caught tracking me on our early days here on Iophos. He'd spotted this Alosh, and instantly recognized him from a prior encounter he'd had with him while guarding Goss's younger sister Carolina. Transom had gotten the better of that battle, which had taken place in our own time, and as a result, Transom, Carolina, and Mycon Prime were able to gain valuable information regarding Alosh's sect from him. Namely, that he was following Carolina to gather intelligence about what Barnard Dreeson's daughter was doing in the presence of a group of well-known anti-war activists. That activity had been at odds with all the outward discussions they'd held with the sect subsequently. The sect's claim was that they were completely apolitical and unconcerned with anything beyond securing the ongoing safety of the human race from perilous technologies. Alosh's activity here on Iophos likewise seemed unconnected to the sect's primary mission. Transom was ensconced in the body of a young Iophan man from Genea called Zeldin Swinney. After we arrived on Iophos and got settled, Transom had gone to work initially in sanitation, quickly moving into the city's concierge crew while fixing his eyes toward the community watch. Swinney was not yet eligible to apply to be an officer, and still had several more years to keep a clean record before the juvenile case against him would be expunged. That didn't stop Transom from tracking Alosh in his free hours, though, often enlisting my help in doing so. I have no idea how, but on the evening in question, Transom had spotted Alosh hiding on a rooftop, observing the activities of a small group of students gathered in the Rial district of Catherineburg. It seemed like such a mundane gathering. Neither I nor Transom could begin to guess what Alosh was watching them for. I couldn't even see Alosh at first. "Are you sure he's up there?" I asked Transom, peering around the corner toward the rooftop he assured me Alosh was hiding on. "He's there, Irie," he replied. "Lorne, please," I reminded Transom, as it was his habit to use our real names rather than the names of our Iophan identities whenever we were alone. Myself? I always worried I would slip up in front of the wrong people if I got in the habit of calling him Transom or Colin Dreeson by Goss. Transom, though, never seemed to worry about anything. "Yeah, Irie," he replied, emphasizing my genuine surname. "I'm sure he's there. He has a dome up on the building's edge. He hasn't poked his head up much, but he's recording from that position." "What should we be watching?" "Half an eye on the egress," I replied. "Always. In case Alosh sets the dome to record and doesn't stick around the whole time to collect it." "Good. Where else?" "An eye every now and again on the dome wouldn't be a bad idea, but I'd also want to keep an eye on what he's watching." "Not bad," Transom replied, satisfied with the work he'd been doing in training me in covert surveillance. He gestured to the bag I was carrying. In it, I had a bit of personal gear. Lorne, my alter ego, had taken work in the ornithology division, largely on the strength of his skill as a bird builder. Iophos, like Athos, had actual biological birds, but given the vastness of the ring and their relatively short lifespans, many of the main cities supplemented the populations with artificials. Around that time, I was just getting skilled enough to put up units that met department standards. In my spare time, using the city's workshop in Genea, I'd built a parakeet I'd brought with me that night. "Cute," Transom said when I opened the bird box. Bring it around behind him on a line that doesn't tip him off. Sure, I agreed, putting on my eyewear and then pushing the bird up. You want to perch somewhere? On the far side of the bodega where those kids are gathered. Alosh is too savvy for us to keep that bird on him for long, unless we want to make him suspicious. I nodded and guided the bird through the cityscape, slowly bringing it up behind the building where Alosh was perched. I'd long since gotten used to flying birds, whose undulating flight paths often gave beginners trouble standing and balancing naturally, unlike ball drones, copters, saucers, or gliders, whose flight paths were straight and predictable. I'd come to find the movement of the birds relaxing. Sure enough, even on a quick flyby, I could see Alosh there, sitting with his back to the edge of the building's outer wall, observing the gathered students on his tablet. I set the bird down on a high perch overlooking the bodega. It gave us a clear view of the street seating where the youngsters seemed to be engaged in discussion. It was clearly not a party, but a serious meeting with definite business being addressed. That parakeet didn't have good audio on it, though. I've been thinking about something, Transom announced as we watched and waited. No audio, I replied, nodding for him to continue with his thought. Well, the way I see it, Irie, I've trained you pretty well in counter-surveillance, which is a hell of a useful skill. For matters like this, it surely is. For my work as well. Modes of observing unfolding events in ways they didn't teach us at university, that's for sure. I've been thinking about that too, Professor. But primarily, I've been thinking about what I'm getting out of the deal. Apart from my assistance every now and again. Sure, Transom replied, grinning. Did you have something in mind, Swinney? You'd better not laugh at me, Irie. What makes you think I'd ever be stupid enough to laugh at you? Fair enough, he replied. I've been thinking about it for a while now. You know I like to read. I shrugged. You've mentioned it before? History, usually. I nodded and Transom continued. My question is really what the difference is between you and me. I mean, I'm sure you've read a bit more than me, but probably not as much as you think. I've spent a lot of time on ships to and from missions, not a lot of which was amongst friends. So what's the difference between someone like me, who's read hundreds of books on history, and a historian like you? It's a good question, I replied. The formal education in the subject is the short answer. And there's a lot to that. I imagine your formal education was geared toward warfare. What, tactics, strategy, and the practical application of both? That and tech. War is fought with weapons. I'm better with tech than I let on. You're better with the lot than you let on, I said, which was true. I'd never have predicted he'd have been a standout sanitation worker or concierge. But make that part of his mission, and suddenly he became the most enthusiastic employee in just about any field. Strategy, he replied. I nodded. Anyway, I'm interested, Professor. Interested in what? I'd lost the train of the conversation, my eyes fixed on the students at the meeting, struggling to take good headshots from such an elevated position. Reciprocity, Irie. I've been teaching you. You want me to teach you history? More the ethos behind your field, or whatever the plural of ethos is. How do you think to think like a historian? That's what interests me. I can help you with that. Sure. I presume you don't have a lot of interest in argumentation or rhetoric. That angle? I wouldn't presume anything, Irie. Well, it's just a large part of what we do, apart from fieldwork gathering first-hand artifacts and accounts, is argumentation about how those things fit into their historical context. But you want to know how to understand what you read about, right? That more than publishing a thesis? Yeah, that's right. I imagine, though, you'd be decent at the latter if you did want to write. Not a lot of fluff in your personality. No whining about an argument. He laughed at that. It was true. He didn't even have to make the charge to convict me by my own critique of others. When we get back, he said, I'll have to read your books. I had to laugh at that. What's so funny, Irie? I don't really have any books. He looked at me like he didn't quite know how to take that statement. How'd you get to be a history professor without writing any books? I guess it's because I'm young. I've written a dissertation that isn't all that great, as well as a number of articles that are a little better, but still not thrilling reading. What the hell would you become a historian for, Irie, if you weren't planning to write some histories? To teach, To do research, I guess. Huh. Not so compelling an answer, I know, but most historians don't write a great number of books. All the ones I read do. Capella, Siron of Cathar, Layla de Duma, Annals of Charis before the Age of Expansion. The historians who get remembered write the books we still read. It would seem so, I agreed. It is. You should learn to write. I know how to write, I insisted. He scoffed at me. If you really knew, you'd already be doing it. Leave it to the knife to cut right to the sorest spot. I could always improve, I suppose. Hell, you've got a free life here, man. You could spend the next 40 years making yourself into something. And the best part is that even if your first several books aren't worth a damn here, nobody will ever be able to tie them to you. There was a long pause. It's a thought. Forget that thought a minute and look alive, Irie. He's moving. For the life of me, I couldn't tell how Transom knew it. The dome was still up on the perch, and Alosh was still obscured from our view. My eyes shot to the egress at the bottom of the building. Stay on the students until the last minute, Transom demanded, stepping out casually onto the causeway and hugging the other buildings on the opposite side of the roadway as he walked. I didn't see Alosh at the main exit to the building as he stepped out onto the street. He was already a good 20 meters from the doorway I'd been watching closely. Wizard tricks, I mumbled. Without Transom there to direct me, though, I was struggling to decide whether to put up the bird from its perch. If Alosh slid away on me, I knew he'd be a difficult target to reacquire. The students seemed less important, so I put up the bird and began to walk, trailing in parallel as Transom had taught me. That was when it became a bit trickier to steer the canary, keeping it out of Alosh's eyeline as best I could, while maintaining a steady gait of my own. Transom didn't speak, but I knew enough to know what his expectations were once we began to pursue Alosh. We'd been observing him from varying degrees of proximity for months, and he had never made a mistake. He will, Transom had assured me repeatedly. I know this guy. He'll slip. That was the night he did. Rather than ducking back onto the tram and then to the hypermag, this night he made the mistake of walking for slightly more than 2 kilometers to meet a contact. Get that bird down there and get me a picture, Irie. Transom's voice came firmly into my earpiece. That's our guy. I couldn't see Transom, he was so far off when he made that declaration. He must have been trailing over 200 meters behind Alosh. How the hell do you know that, Sebastian? Because it's my damn job to know, Irie. Get us a face shot and forward it to Goss to ID him, and then we can analyze that bodega. I want to figure out what those students are up to. I got our shot of Alosh's contact, and though it took a while for us to hear back from Goss on the mysterious figure's ID, we did get his Iophan alter ego. We began to build out our map of the wizard's network from there. Transom's surveillance expertise had found us our first node, but we had much more observing to do to determine whether that node would be a block to be kicked. Builder, early years. It was in the time that Transom was running down Alosh's network in Catherineburg that a young Iophan man named Colin Knoll was climbing rapidly within the city government. Goss just couldn't sit still and blend in. I was traveling between Geneva and Catherineburg frequently, helping Transom track down the wizards. So I met with Goss often in those early years, and I asked him that very question. Wouldn't it be better to just blend in? I can blend in from the top as well as the bottom, Irie, he told me, and I can see more from the top as well. As a Dreeson would, he'd made parallel departmental moves, quite strategically, to departments where upward mobility was quickest. And then he moved where he wanted to be. Cultural influence, once he'd climbed the ranks to the point he'd attained seniority. Goss was trying to figure out how the Iophans ticked, and how that differed from us Athosians. He'd worked in the arts offices in Ithaca, even as young as 11 or 12, alongside one of his elder cousins, imbibing the art of artistic influence. That was where he'd cut his teeth in his father's administration. He continued taking apprenticeships all the way up the chain within that division. The contrast between this builder and our block kicker couldn't have been starker, as I often went directly from working alongside Transom to a meeting with Goss, following his typically late workday in the Ethics and Morale office in Kayburg. These two men were self-evidently products of their two societies. Our Athosian one, where Goss helped to maintain a peaceful, prosperous society on an almost unfathomable scale, and Transom's Etteran Guild, which had been at war for nearly 70 years at the time of our departure for this Iophos. That night, when Transom and I first sighted Alosha's Iophan contact, Goss pinged me and demanded I meet with him before I took the hypermag back to Genea. It had been a long day, and I had work to do that night, going over the footage we'd taken of the students in the bodega, not to mention my day job the following morning. I told Goss I couldn't come. He snapped at me and ordered me to report in that imperious Dreeson way of theirs, where you just couldn't say no regardless of how much you wanted to. What the hell's so important it couldn't wait, Colin? I asked him at the Ponerian tram stop in the eastern district of the city. He'd asked me to meet him all the way out at the foot of the ring's southern rim, and Goss shook his head before answering me, struggling to restrain that reflexive look of disgust that came over his face when I, or anyone else for that matter, was doing something that didn't conform to his Dreeson sensibilities. Did you know the only difference between a tremendous genius and a tremendous waste of talent is that the genius is busy at his desk when the universe speaks to him? You do know that, Irie, right? So unbelievably Goss. You know, you might have said something like that to me before, Colin, I replied. So what's the universe speaking to you tonight, oh great genius? Not me, Irie. Come on, I've found her. Found who? The artist. Who else? Of course, the artist. Who else? He didn't explain, just started walking toward the rim wall. As we walked, he asked me how things were going with Transom and I in tracking down the wizards. Then he explained to me that his office had been looking for someone to award an important commission to for Genea. Apparently, he'd found the artist. That's what couldn't wait, Colin? Again, that look. You told me that you wanted to learn about Iophan culture while you were here, Irie, right? That's true. Well, you need to learn about what culture is first before you can understand the distinctions between them, he told me. I stared back at him, as though to say without saying that I was the professor of history. I studied culture for a living, and here was a career government officer, not just implying that I knew nothing about culture, but outright saying it. If it hadn't been Colin Dreeson, I might have punched him, and then doubtless he'd have laughed it off and told me I'd been spending too much time with Transom. Lesson 1, Colin said. Don't lesson 1 me, Dreeson. How do you define culture, Professor? What? What are you even talking about, Goss? It's a simple enough question, Irie. No need to get upset if you can answer it simply. It may be a simple question, but it's a complex answer. No, it's not. It's a very simple answer. Define culture for me, please, Professor. It was a complex answer. There were countless factors that went into describing what constituted what a culture was, how it came to be, its shared events, social structures, customs, beliefs. And I began to explain this to Colin before he interrupted me and again said, Lesson 1. That time, I even balled up my fist as I shook my head at him. He didn't even acknowledge the affront. The definition of culture is this, Irie. A culture is the sum of all rules, written and unwritten, governing the behavioral dynamic between two or more people. Then he just stopped talking, as though that brief definition explained everything. Well, I said, that's it? That's it, he repeated emphatically. Well, not for us tonight. I still need to show you the artist. Or her work, rather. That's what's most important anyway. The artist herself is of no consequence. He could see by my reaction I was growing beyond impatient with his attitude. I started wondering whether he'd had a drink or 3 on his way out to Ponerian, or at the tram stop waiting for me. Fine, Irie, you don't agree. Just let it rattle around in that head of yours for a while and sink in. You won't ever be able to fully understand the complexities of things until you can appreciate their essence. Hence the need for simple definitions. You'll see. Just take me to the artwork, please, Colin. Of course, he replied, turning and leading the way down that long causeway at the foot of the Edge Hills. The statuary was lining the roadway where autocab and sked traffic negotiated the outermost stretches of Catherineburg. The only noticeable difference between here and Athos, or at least the rim wall near Ithaca and New Corinth, was that here There were no tea plantations climbing the steep hills that made up the ring sidewall, just greenery, steep green walls to our right. Across the street, as we approached Ponerayan Circle, Collins' division had lined the walkway with statues that were part of the citywide arts contests. Of course, there were more entrants than just the sculptures, more categories. Everything from dramatic productions to symphonic composition to the juvenile entrance auditions to the conservatory here in Catherineburg. It was a busy time of year, but they had perhaps as many as 40 statues lining the roadway, lit up in the late evening by bright ground-level aprons surrounding the plinths. Silly me, I assumed Goss intended to show me the winner's work. So I stopped at the first place entry at the main intersecting roadway coming into the Ponerayan Circle. "Why are you stopping, Irie?" Colin asked me as he continued across the street to the causeway on the far side. Again, that look as though I knew absolutely nothing. I'd looked at a lot of statues, art history. I had a clue. We passed the second place entry. It was fine. The fourth was good. I was wondering how far down we'd end up progressing before Goss showed me the statue that was so important. We kept walking for a stretch. 12th place. Holy shit, I exclaimed involuntarily. The statue was a life-sized recreation of a moment that had been etched into the minds of most citizens of the Battery systems. The subject, whom I recognized instantly, was a Charon girl who'd crossed the fence at Delmar as one of the shuttles launched, carrying pioneers to the departing colony ships orbiting Charis. The sculptor had captured the moment when the wash from the shuttle met the girl, her elbow bent at her forehead, shielding her crying, anguished face. The story we told about that famous image was that the girl was attempting to catch up to the shuttle to board it, devastated at being separated from her departing family. It was footage often captioned with some description styled as the cost of separation, the anguish of departure, or something of the kind. That was the story that had been conveyed. That poignant image became the snapshot that captured the deep sense of loss when loved ones departed Charis for new colonies. There was a deeper story, though. I knew it. I didn't know whether Goss did. "She's 16, Goss stated, nodding as he observed my reaction to the work. He was talking about the artist, not the subject, I could tell. The figure was rendered in stone, which might have been the first thing I mentioned to him. "She's one of the Kerns," he continued. "Very wealthy family. This is monumental work." 16, you said? Goss nodded. "How the hell did this only get 12th place?" I asked him. "Look at the pedestal," he replied. And there on the plinth was the nameplate, which read in a small, unassuming font, "The Ones Who Got Away." Goss knew the story, and so did the young artist. How something like that had pierced the veil of an Iofan socialite's educational bubble was beyond me. We certainly didn't tell those stories to adolescents in Athos. Deeper truths were more for your 20s than teens. In the weeks before that particular colony ship's departure, that Charon girl had accused an older relative of a type of crime that was often considered unmentionable in polite circles in Charis, and, to be fair, on Athos and Iophos as well. The unnamed Charon girl had been trying to stop the shuttle launch because that relative had received an ultimatum that more than a few influential problematic Charon citizens had gotten in those days in lieu of proper justice. Be someone else's problem. "That's why she got 12th place, Goss stated, his hands clasped behind his back at his waist. "But the talent." He looked up at the work with an admiration I'd never seen from him before. Borrowed eyes or his own. "Won't that be a problem?" I asked. "One has to understand what is meaningful in order to render something meaningful. As far as the subjects, Irie, that will be in our control, not hers. She's 16. I'd sooner put a bolt rifle in a 6-year-old's hands and send him out into the Sondom in the middle of Founders Week. This girl will never decide what she sculpts again. She gets to be celebrated and paid. She doesn't get a voice. What's the commission for? What do you think her commission should be for, Irie? This time? This moment? The right symbol? Show me you know something about culture." "I'm not sure. Something unifying," I told him after considering for a while. "A treaty signing or something like that." Yes, nothing like a treaty signing to stir the deepest well of our spirits, Irie. Brilliant. Real cultural expert you are. That's not really what I do, Colin. Yes, I'm aware. You study in still life, a snapshot here and there of the aftermaths of decisions of consequence. I'm trying to show you how to make them. This girl is a cultural weapon. Ianeria Kern. She's clearly a genius, I answered, looking up at the sculpture again. But if that's so, and I believe it to be, I wonder why we didn't already know her name before we arrived. What happened to her in our timeline to relegate her to obscurity? Maybe 12th place, Colin stated. Perhaps that has something to do with it, Irie. Again, that look. That was Goss, though. I hated that I felt like I learned something important every time I talked to him, but I did. In the early years, things were very much like that between us. Observer, early years. While splitting time between Goss and Transom, I, the observer, had little time for much else. I did find the work I was able to secure in the ornithology group in Geneva fulfilling. It was quite different from anything I'd ever done before, and would have been entirely beyond me if not for the skills I absorbed from my host, Lorne Yosef. He was a skilled young roboticist, and with his base knowledge, I was able to advance the skill set considerably. My work was at the point I was building some excellent birds at a fairly young age by the standards of Iofan roboticists. And, observer that I am, the poetic nature of a historian building tools for an overview was not lost on me. All that work left little time for history, though. Most of my reflections on my true field came as I sat idly on the hypermag between Geneva and Catherineburg. I did find myself adopting, from the center, the lessons of those two counterpoles, builder and block kicker. Transom's advice to begin writing, I decided, was perhaps the best advice I'd ever been given. He wasn't the first to suggest something like it. Looper Vaughn, an asteroid miner in the letters, had made a comment like it in passing, that he'd look for my memoirs one day. It was a common enough belief about historians that Looper was not the first or the last to make such a comment. But I wasn't actively engaged in writing the type of history that people think academic historians write. We tend to write for the internal debates within the field, not for people, nor posterity. That was what Transom told me to learn to do as well, and I thought a lot in those early years on Iophos about how to begin. At the same time, Goss was teaching me to reframe my understanding of my assumptions in ways I'd never considered. That definition of culture, for instance, lesson 1. Sure, in the moment, I'd wanted to smack him one. That would have made for a good first lesson as well, and I might have even forgotten the lesson entirely if he hadn't delivered it in a way that so infuriated me. I'll be damned if I didn't keep going over and over that altercation in my mind, and as I did, I tried to poke holes in Goss's simple definition of culture. A culture is the sum of all rules, written and unwritten, governing the behavioral dynamic between two or more people. And just like Goss had promised, it did rattle around in my mind, and it was nearly as infuriating as the arrogance with which he'd delivered it. I found it impenetrable. It worked for a marriage, for a family, for a group of friends, for a crew on a spaceship, for a class, a college, a congregation. It worked for a neighborhood, a city, a nation, an empire, or a world. Who were the Iophans? What was Iophan culture? Well, they were the people who adhered to the set of written and unwritten rules that governed the behavioral dynamic here on Iophos. Damn. But what made that culture the way it was? And how were they different from us Athosians? What rules were different? And how did those rules get to be different from ours? We are sister civilizations, but by all measures, Iophos is the little sister. Both planetary rings were built by the same group of explorers, and though others have chronicled the creation of the rings in greater detail, just as Goss would have it, one needs to appreciate the essence of things in order to appreciate the details. And to understand the essence of Iophan culture, one needs to understand how Iophos came to be. Unlike Athos, Iophos was not planned. It was not the life's ambition of Dreeson the way Athos was. In fact, it was never supposed to be built at all. It wasn't even the secondary byproduct of the schism among the people building Athos, in the same way you could make the case Hellenia was. When the Athosian project split apart during the decades of construction, it was mainly into two camps, those who left with Carol Dreeson to live on the moon we now call Hellenia, and those who remained behind to build the largest civilization in human history on Athos. Iophos came into being as an afterthought. Dreeson's system had this other small gas giant, Iophos, and there remained among the engineers a significant group of people who believed their standing in the newly formed Athosian civilization would not be representative of the work they'd done to bring that civilization about. They wanted their own nation, where their children wouldn't be subordinate to the children of the Dreeson siblings, who'd already carved out prime space for themselves on the ring world before Athos was even fully functioning. There was also a large contingent within the Technicians' Rights and Services Protectorate who simply looked out into space from Athos, with an army of workbots at their backs, an armada of ships fit for purpose, a near limitless supply chain of metals, and the largest contingent of engineers ever assembled. And they saw that naked nearby planet, Iophos, ringless, and they thought, as the Trasp always seemed to, why the hell would we stop building now? Those two types were the ones who built Iophos. They and the colonists they recruited to join the project from Charis. And those late joiners had a character of their own as well, because Athos was recruiting heavily at the time, looking to populate the empty sections of their vast, already completed ring world. So to join the Iophan project was to join for the explicit purpose of joining the work, rather than the promise of the life at the end of it. Any Charon who'd wanted that life could have had it already on Athos. Iophos, by dint of the planet's smaller size, had to be a smaller ring. Thus, she would always be the little sister by virtue of her size. Additionally, though, construction on Iophos didn't fully begin in earnest until the major superstructures on both Athos and Hellenia were fully complete. The main reason being TR and SP contractual obligations following the schism that broke apart the original Athosian charter. Thus, the construction of the Athosian ring was more or less complete a full 7 decades before the same could be said of Iophos. By then, Athos was a nation almost 4 full generations deep, both in culture and in number. And even further, among the builders of Iophos, there was still that contingent of inveterate builders who couldn't contain their hunger to populate the galaxy with megastructures. As they finished, colonies were going up all over the battery, and those projects thirsted for engineers with vision, creativity, and drive. At the same time, tens of thousands of the Trasp engineers found themselves ill-suited to a life of quiet comfort on the new Iophan ring they'd just constructed. Once the second ring was complete, those restless Trasp engineers left Dreeson's system in droves. All those factors meant it would be centuries before the cities on Iophos were properly populated in the way their Athosian sister cities were. So who were the Iophans? They were the people in between. They were the people left behind when the Trasp departed the ring they'd constructed for the opportunity to build the Western Battery into a vast diaspora of burgeoning interstellar nations. They were the little sister, struggling to get her steps as big sister Athos strode forward with confidence and certainty. They were flushed with admiration for big sister, more than willing to imitate in technology, art, fashion, and, yes, culture. But there were differences between us that always seemed to go back to that initial distinction: little sister, big sister. The big distinction seemed to be the most important of the unwritten rules governing this vast group of people living here together on the Iophan ring, and it was a simple one. We are not them. We Iophans are not Athosians. More importantly, they didn't want to be. At least that's what they all seemed to tell themselves. These things I observed firsthand from the body of an Iophan man, millennia later, when both rings were populated far beyond the wildest conceptions of those original builders. Block Kicker, Middle Years. The story of tracking Elosh and the Sect's network was not a short or simple one. From that first night we'd set eyes on the guy, as Transom had called that principal in their network. It was over half a decade before we even laid eyes on him a second time. Part of it was the wizards and the care they took to be discreet. Part of it was us, our limited resources, and our low standing in Iofan society. Goss was really the only one of us who ever developed any pull. Transom did make it into the K-Burg Community Watch, but it took nearly 5 years from our arrival for him to make the academy. From there, it was another few years before he was a full officer. Myself, or Lorne Yosef rather, I became one of the senior programmers for the ornithology group in Genea. That was quiet, fun, and once I fully learned the trade, gave me time to think about other things. But it was also quite strategic. Just like my canary, the municipally operated birds in every city had the capacity to be used for surveillance. It wasn't their stated purpose, but one of the features of this pre-war Iophos was that no one even thought that way. If I had raised the possibility that the birds could be tapped into to spy on anyone in Iofan society, they'd have thought me quite mad. But we did use birds as resources. Not much in Genea, where I lived and worked. But once I became a senior programmer, I had access to data for all the systems across Iophos for research and comparison. And it wasn't difficult to build a back door from there for passive surveillance. And once we'd identified that initial principal target among the wizards, whom we simply called Alpha, slowly, through years of watching and networking algorithms run through my Precops AI keys, we eventually developed a comprehensive map of the Sect's network on Iophos. Still, we had to watch them. It was not shocking that they were in every octant, all the major commercial and capital cities, in the Census Bureau, in supporting roles in government offices, in university research departments, or in corporations that developed tech. That was their charge, after all. What we did with the help of my mapping program was to distinguish activities that deviated from their stated purpose. Elosh was certainly one of the outliers. Alpha was also an outlier. And usually, there were 5 or 6 wizards to an octant who operated as double agents. We had our names for them. And thanks to Transom's position in the Community Watch, it was easy to learn their Iofan names as well. What we didn't have for any of them except Elosh were their true identities, their wizard names within the sect. While Goss got on with his arts work, he kept his eye on what Transom and I were doing, both with the Wizards Network and with the student activists, whose own network and influence was also burgeoning in those years. Transom was well established as an officer in K-Burg when he called me one afternoon demanding I drop what I was doing and get on the hypermag immediately. Alpha had popped up on the Catherineburg Community Watch's citywide surveillance network. Transom and Goss had discussed it and decided that if it was possible, we were going to corner Alpha and confront him on his actions. It was quite an escalation as well as a risk. Transom had expressed to me over and over that these wizards were powerful beings I shouldn't ever approach alone. And now we were talking about cornering the Alpha. Alpha worked as an engineer on the local tram in Petrazia, all the way on the opposite side of the ring in the Phael Octant. The place was obscure, and the man was obscure. But the wizard we understood him to be suggested that was a deep cover where he was merely lying low. I met Goss first, in the outer square at the rear of the Catherineburg Octant's governmental offices. "What's this business, Irie?" Goss asked me as I arrived. "The Etteran hasn't briefed me on Alpha in a while." "Nothing specific to my knowledge," I replied. "Nothing new, anyway. But he's here in K-Burg. Better to confront him in our own jurisdiction, I suppose." "Have you been training?" "Training?" I answered. "Not much. I think I'm better for preventing a fight than actually being in one." "I suppose that's what the Etteran is for," Colin replied. "They're fierce fighters, apparently, these wizards." "That's the story," I said, shrugging. "I'm no use in a scrap," Goss declared, in a tone that both conveyed a truth and what he thought of the prospect of violence to begin with. To a political animal, like Goss, it was a bit like how an architect might regard the tools of construction. He knew they existed and were necessary. He just never figured he'd be called upon to pick them up himself. Transom called us to a causeway in one of K-Burg's quieter districts, a mostly residential area of flats between the government hub for the Octant and the financial and corporate offices that lined the city center. We hopped an autocab and joined Transom at the corner of a back street where Alpha was meeting with another sect operative who was local to the Octant, but not to Catherineburg. They were in a restaurant called the Mastiff, which looked like quite a warm place to take a meal. "Should we?" I asked Transom. "Should you what?" he asked me back. "If the intention is to confront this guy and blow our cover, why not take advantage of our anonymity one last time? You and Goss? Why not? He'd notice you with the uniform if you went in. But I doubt he'd notice if we were in the restaurant," I answered. "You haven't been teaching me about surveilling all this time for nothing, have you?" Transom looked over at Goss skeptically. "I'll be fine, Sebastian," Colin insisted. "It's a good plan." "Eyewear," Transom stated. I nodded, meaning I'd keep my glasses on, so Transom could watch and eavesdrop from my perspective. Colin and I went inside, sat, ordered a meal, and listened in on one of the most mundane conversations either of us had ever heard. They were either speaking in code, or were two genuinely boring individuals discussing their cover lives as though they were living them earnestly. Neither seemed to have any clue they were being observed. 20 minutes or so into our meal, Transom was in my ear. "Shit, Irie, incoming." I wasn't exactly at liberty to talk back to him directly, but I said something to Goss that let Transom know it would be good to have something more specific to prepare for. "Elosh just walked up," Transom informed me. "He knows your face." It was true that Elosh knew me, but it had been maybe a decade since Transom had caught him tailing me. We also had no reason to believe my alter ego had any knowledge of Elosh. I figured the odds were good he wouldn't even notice I was there in the restaurant when he entered. I was wrong. I did my best to engage my eyes with Colin, not even looking as Elosh entered. I had a periphery setting on my eyewear, though. I saw as Elosh looked directly at me, and though he was a talented enough observer that he didn't react in any outward way, his gaze did hang on me for a moment. Lorne Yosef was tall, conspicuously so, even seated. This was the whole reason we'd never poked our heads out, so to speak. One misstep like this, years before, could have prompted these double-agent wizards to change their entire mode of operating. Now, though, they didn't react, the three wizards at that table. They talked amicably about even more mundane nonsense. Sports teams, policy changes in their departments, co-workers, mutual friends, and all of these topics could have been entirely fabricated or coded for all we knew. Then, the threesome got up to leave. Transom had a spot in mind to corner them, a residential tower that was under a complete renovation order. It was a tremendous stroke of luck, as the site was damn near perfect for such an encounter. Work hadn't begun yet, but all the residents had already relocated. Even the internal surveillance had been taken offline. Transom had the building's key sets through the community watch. We just had to catch them at the right moment as they walked past and pull them inside. And, toward what seemed like more of our good fortune, the third wizard walked away from the Mastiff in a different direction, while Alpha and Elosh headed right down the route back toward the local tram stop, which brought them directly past our vacant residential tower. "Are we on?" I asked Transom. Goss was still eating lunch with a convincing gusto, probably because he was more interested in the lunch than being part of Transom's counterintelligence op. "Yeah, Irie," Transom stated. "We won't get a better opportunity. Just watch our six. Make sure that third guy isn't on your tail when we nab Alpha and Elosh." "Are we really going to have to fight them, Irie?" Goss asked me. "I don't know. It certainly isn't the best case. Just try to look angry. You know, kind of the way you do naturally. I'm big enough most people wouldn't want to fight me. That's sort of intimidating. Maybe they'll think better of it. 2 on 3. We didn't know how Transom aimed to get them into the building. But the front door of the tower opened up to the causeway itself. We were following at a pretty good distance, but it was still close enough to see that the door was open as the two wizards were approaching. And sometimes, I swear that Etteran was so surreal that at moments you couldn't even believe the universe could produce a person so perfectly absurd. I was watching from behind as the two wizards stepped along, and all I saw from our vantage was a hand reach out from that door and yank Alpha into the building by the collar, like this ordinary afternoon was some sort of comic stage production. Elosh was so taken aback, I could see him pause for a moment, wide-eyed, before he ran into the building himself, presumably to intervene on behalf of his colleague. When we arrived on the scene seconds later, it was a pile of 3 bodies scuffling. Transom, or his alter ego, Officer Zeldin Swinney more rightly, was shouting at Alpha that he was under arrest. "You have no right!" Alpha kept shouting back at Transom, who saw that we'd arrived and gestured for us to quickly pull the main door shut, securing it behind us. Elosh saw this and quickly understood all wasn't as it seemed, a simple misunderstanding with the local authorities. I don't think he'd connected seeing me in the restaurant to this seemingly random confrontation until he saw me there again. Then he realized. "What do you 3 want?" he stated, putting a hand to Alpha's back as he and Transom were still engaged in a grappling stalemate. "A private conversation," Goss told them. "Nothing more. Apologies for the unconventional lengths we've had to go to in bringing it about." The 2 grapplers eased up. "I remember you," Elosh said, eyeing me. "You other 2, I have no idea about." Alpha glared over at Goss. "Your government. I have no business with K-Berg Division." "Right, because you are a tram operator," Goss replied. "I'll speak plainly. We've been following your network now for several years, and we'd like a straight answer on what you're up to here on Iophos." The 2 wizards looked at each other, almost as though it was a joke. "You're in way over your head," Alpha replied. "You need to go back to your desk at the... I'm the chief arts officer of the city." Elosh couldn't restrain a laugh. Transom, seemingly out of nowhere, socked him in the solar plexus so hard we all heard his lungs deflate as he dropped to a knee. "Show some damn respect," Transom barked. Alpha glared at him. "If you want it to be that way, I assure you it can be that way. And I assure you, there are more of us than there are of you, and we have much more powerful friends." "That's good to know," Goss said, completely unfazed by the altercation, as though it was merely a hiccup in the conversation he wanted to have. "You presume we know far less than we do, so you can begin by presuming we know all about your sect, including the exact number of your operatives you have here on Iophos, your nature, your ostensible mission, all that. I don't know you, though. I presume you all report to Marnier." "How the hell do you know that name?" Alpha asked Goss. "Refer to my previous statements, please. Are you willing to share your name so we can have a polite conversation?" "I don't know you," Alpha replied. "Nor I you," Goss repeated. "I'll tell if you will. What exactly do you want to know, Mr. Local Arch-Chief of Catherineburg?" "You're operating a secondary division within your sect here on Iophos, and we want to know its purpose. Nothing more." "All of this is well above you 3, Alpha said. Elosh, who had been quietly coughing on one knee and getting his breath about him, slowly brought himself back to his feet. "This is about the stupidest way you clueless idiots could have gone about this," Elosh said, turning and spitting on the floor behind him, and then huffing. "How's your gut?" Transom asked. Elosh grinned at him. "We decline," Alpha stated. "Now stand aside. We'll be going about our business, and none of you will ever bother us again if you value your lives." "We don't," Transom declared. Alpha turned his head to look at Transom, clearly surprised by an answer he found perplexing. "Perhaps you'll reconsider." I could see in his face that Transom was not reconsidering. He was getting ready for the fight. He'd been training that body, Zeldin Swinney's body, since he'd arrived, turning that teenage athlete into a fighter in his mid-20s. He was a rock now. but the wizards were themselves perpetually youthful, bolstered in some way by blood-borne nanotech, and had centuries of training. Transom would have to win one of those fights fast enough that the other wizard wasn't pounding Goss and I into dust by the time Transom won his first battle. Oh, but that wasn't to be. Just then, 3 men approached the front door of the building. One was the third wizard from the restaurant. The other 2, Transom and I both recognized from our surveillance as local members of their tribe. Transom let out this bizarre, cocky laugh. I didn't know what to make of it. Goss looked like he'd seen a ghost. I think I just sighed. I'd never been beat up before. I was prepared to go back to our time when we died, but I'd always presumed it would be of natural causes. At that moment, I had my doubts, especially since the door which I'd secured behind us magically seemed to click open, and I remember thinking quite clearly, that figures, doesn't it? Tech wizards. Those 5 tech wizards kicked the shit out of us for about 10 minutes straight. It seemed like hours. They went to extraordinary lengths to pound on Goss and me in places it wouldn't be outwardly obvious we'd been beaten to a pulp. Our thighs, torsos, arms, the upper back. One of them almost pulled my shoulder out of its socket, and very well could have, mind you. Instead, he just brought it right to the cusp of dislocation to hear me howl, at which point one of his colleagues stuffed his sock in my mouth. They needed 3 of them together to be a match for Transom, and they still took some serious knocks before finally getting him on the ground. Goss and I were propped up against a pillar in the building's reception area at that point, doubtless bleeding into our innards, huffing in the smallest aching breaths our bruised ribs could tolerate. Transom seemed like he was finished. He was on the ground, bloodied beyond belief, on all 4s. "He's had enough," Alpha declared, turning to Goss then. "You 3 will never bother us again, or we will be quickly and unceremoniously dumping your flailing bodies into Iophos." As it seemed like they were turning to go, Elosh made the mistake of putting his hand on Transom's head, rustling his hair like you would to a child. A taunt of sorts, I guessed. But as Elosh pulled his hand away, Transom, every part of his borrowed body battered to a pulp, reached up so lightning fast you'd have missed it if you blinked, and he snatched at Elosh's hand with his thumb and forefinger, latching onto the web between Elosh's index finger and thumb like a vice, and squeezing it so ruthlessly that the wizard howled and instantly fell to the floor screaming bloody murder. Transom crushed that pressure point so fiercely that Elosh couldn't pull his hand away. It took all 4 of the others stomping him mercilessly for what had to be 20 seconds before Elosh finally wrenched his hand free, rolled to one side, and huddled with his wounded hand cradled against his chest. After the others stopped kicking Transom, he got up to his hands and knees again and grinned a sick, bloody grin over at Elosh, as though he was enjoying himself. "We're not done, Elosh," he taunted the wizard, who was still holding his hand against his chest, a look of utter disbelief on his face. "Must be a roughneck bastard," one of the other wizards remarked. "Hell, even they're not that crazy. This one's a psychopath," the third wizard from the restaurant answered. "We should dump him out the funerary chute tonight before he causes any more trouble." "Walk away now, and Marnier won't hear of this," Goss said, wincing, almost spitting the words. I was thinking that this couldn't possibly have gone much worse. Alpha looked over at Goss and seemed to consider what he'd said. That name, Marnier, it must have carried some weight. Just then, 2 more young men came in the front door, and they took in the scene as though unsurprised, as though they were well familiar with all these wizards, their ways, and the type of backroom business this mess with our little trifecta had become. And imagine my shock as I recognized one of them as one of the student activists Goss and Transom had insisted I keep my eyes on. I even knew his name, Devieri Sue. That was his Iophan name, anyway. None of us had any idea he was a wizard, not even Transom. How he'd slipped under our surveillance for all those years was beyond me, but it sure was a link, threads suddenly connected. It began the oddest internal debate in that moment. My cerebral side versus my pain receptors, I suppose. Was that beatdown worth it? I asked myself earnestly in that aching moment, every part of my arms, legs, and torso throbbing. I sure knew what Transom would say. Builder, middle years. Goss brought the girl in early, when she was still young enough to believe his interest was in her art for art's sake. Even as cynical as her art showed her to be at that tender age, she was still a young, wealthy Iofan girl. She hadn't met a shark yet. It was beyond her realm of experience, so to think the kindly government arts officer was there to take advantage of her talents wouldn't have crossed her mind. It was a smart play to get them working for the office before they were old enough to be cynical. And that was the most cynical lens one could put on it. Really, Goss made a convincing case that it was what was best for the society. Culture, after all, was shaped by the stories the people told themselves about themselves. Their mythology, he told me assuredly one afternoon when he called me to his office. We Iofans are. And being in the arts office, Goss certainly managed the voice that told the people about themselves during those years. And the girl, Ianeria Kern, she was gifted with a resounding voice of her own. Goss made sure she had a platform from which to project it, even if he made sure she never got to choose what to say with that voice. He awarded her her first modest commission at 16, to create an innocuous set of statues that served as corner posts of a fence that enclosed a playground. He also assured Ianeria that it would lead her to greater work if she did a commendable job with the small tasks. These, he informed me, were conditioning. As many times as he could make her jump in service of her community, the less it would feel like a betrayal later when he asked her to write the story of her community in a way she might not completely believe herself. And that cynic in her was a genuine part of her personality. I found this out one night when I was sitting in with the student activists in Geneva. In the early years, I was still young enough that I could table with them in the cafes where they gathered to share reading materials and discuss their beliefs, sometimes in hushed tones, sometimes in heated arguments and speeches. I was a passive member of the group, never lending my name to any official list of signatories or appearing in pictures accompanying a call to action. I had my government position to consider, and we knew that Alosh was observing the group too, so I only ever dropped in on them in person when we knew Alosh to be elsewhere on the ring. About 6 months after that first night Goss introduced me to her work, Ianeria Kern strolled into one of the meetings, looking quite like a first-timer, slightly hesitant, unfamiliar, and with wide, curious eyes. She was several years my junior, and I had no desire to be so direct as to approach her. But that first evening I saw her, there were so many first-time attendees that the organizers ran an activity they called a rotating roundtable, where all the activists, novice and veteran alike, rotated by number, trading places with an assigned partner to make new acquaintances. Eventually, I found myself across from Ianeria. What struck me first was that drawl, which I'd come to characterize as high Iofan, and my mind couldn't help but draw an instant connection to Lee Ira, young, pretty, rich, socially significant, and, in Ianeria's case, extremely talented as well as bright. I told her I made birds. She was quite taken with that fact. She told me she used to paint them when she was younger. Paint? I asked her. You're an artist.
Now I sculpt,
she replied modestly. Really, you're a sculptor?
Nothing major yet. Silly little playground statues and the like.
I raised my eyebrows as though it was impressive. It was, actually, for someone as young as she to have any commission. Plus, I knew how talented she was. That must be very rewarding, I replied. I'll have to come see your work sometime. She sort of rolled her eyes. That look was such a small thing. Lorne Iosef, young as he was, likely wouldn't have made anything of it beyond teenage angst. But Karsten Irie, I knew that cynicism. Here, at this meeting, this artist was a rebel. There was something burning in her core. And part of me, a big part of me, most of me, nearly all of me, was itching to see that part of Ianeria Kern stick her finger right in Colin Dreeson's self-righteous eye. I didn't tell Goss when I met her, but I did ask him about her from time to time, and he would tell me how things were progressing in his way. Lesson 2, Irie, listen up. Culture, he insisted, could only be allowed to be organic in places it wouldn't harm the people who had to exist within that culture. A crew on a shuttle that ran between Iophos and the cylinders could be allowed to dictate their own culture to some degree. In fact, freedom to dictate their own small pockets of culture served as a pressure release, giving those citizens the sense that they did have control over their lives on Iophos. An officer in the government offices couldn't think that way, though, nor could city employees who worked in the community, the concierges, sanitation workers, community watch, planners, not even the bird builders like me. And the artist? She got no latitude. She made the myths, carved them into stone. In a culture as vast as Iophos, with billions affected by the drifting of the cultural winds, those winds had to be under just as tight controls as the magnetic buffers on the ring cables, according to Goss. There was no room for block kicking on a planetary ring with 2+ trillion souls abiding on it. And an artist could not only kick blocks herself with her work, but that work could inspire others to kick blocks just as destructively, potentially in droves if her work was convincing enough. What about artistic freedom? I asked Goss. Again, that classic look of Gaussian disgust. Freedom is an illusion, Irie. People are social creatures. We can't disconnect ourselves from each other and think that cutting those ties in our minds means they're cut in anyone else's. The abstraction of freedom certainly doesn't entitle anyone to spread poisonous ideas to fellow citizens that result in concrete deterioration of the society. If she wants to brood alone in her bedroom, even that is damaging to society, because that's time she could be using her talents to make something that lifts her fellow Iophans up. Even so, isolation and brooding can be tolerated. Freedom of any public kind cannot. Not from her. Especially artistic freedom. Are you kidding? She's a child. She doesn't even know how power functions, much less how to wield it. Yet her work is powerful. And carefully directed, you can bet on that. I asked Goss about Ionaria, about that first piece that had drawn him to her work. That was a bit of freedom, though, wasn't it? She told a true story about the Charon Exodus, even if it was subtle. And what did the people see when they sped past Irie? That statue was on display for 4 weeks in 12th position at the farthest corner of Kayberg beside the ring wall. And the people who saw it in passing saw the story they knew, not the supposed truth she intended to reveal. Children don't get to dictate truth to a society that cares about its future. Grown citizens don't, for that matter, either. Not unrestrained. You think you can control her? That's my job, Irie. This is the part about history you haven't quite grasped yet yourself. I know you're disillusioned, and you have been since you were a student. That's why you gravitated toward my sister. The fun part for you will be when you realize that we're talking about you every bit as much as the artist when we talk about culture. That you're here right now is only an accident of association. That you came to know my sister Carolina. But if you think you ended up exiled out to those abandoned mining colonies by your own choice, you're delusional. Our offices in Ithaca do this same work, because we must. Truth be damned, because it has to be damned. We Dreesons are the stewards of Athosian civilization, my friend. The continued success or failure of any civilization is the success or failure of its leaders to tell the story of their civilization in a manner that encourages young citizens to become the zealous future stewards of that civilization. Those stories must be compelling. They need not be true. Our history has never been the truth as it was, but the truth as we need it to be. Goss explained to me how arts offices were little different to the colleges that offered grants and decided which professors sat in which chairs, how those professors guided their students' courses of study, how they let out the leash on talented people to offer the illusion of academic freedom, in the same way I spoke about Ionaria's artistic freedom. And he explained how that leash got yanked in just the right ways. The stories that got told to the public and taught in children's lessons were the stories the cultural officers wanted told, crafted just so. Even the stories that I knew, like the alternative version, the true version, behind Ianaria's first statue. Those stories merely gave me the illusion that I was privileged, one of the wise ones allowed to have a peek behind the curtain. Even disillusioned professors behaved in certain ways to ensure they wouldn't get cut off from those alternative narratives that made them feel special. You'll never really get to see behind the curtain, though, Irie. You have neither the temperament nor the talent. This isn't a look behind the curtain, Goss? Traveling back in time? The wizards? These discussions about fabricating Iofan history? You don't even know what you don't know. I do hope that one day you'll find your way. But frankly, you're wandering around in the wilderness, looking for all the wrong things. You really could be something if you found your direction. I like you, Irie. I really do. You're a good man, but you think too much like my sister does. Carolina is learning, though. You still have much farther to go. Carolina's learning? He shrugged. Now? Only just. I looked at him as though to inquire with a look what he meant by that. Dumping you back on Damon Mines was perhaps the first sensible thing of consequence she's ever done. No offense. And yes, we're trying to bring her along, my father and I. She can't keep adventuring around the letters looking to avenge some perceived injustice she not only doesn't understand, but can't even define, and isn't genuinely certain ever existed. But this is quite an adventure, this life, isn't it? I should say so, Goss. Well, that's enough for today, I think. I'm sure you have birds to build back in Genea tomorrow. Sometimes we had weird, wandering, contentious, philosophical talks like that. Goss brought Ianaria along during those middle years, progressing her from statues of children as fence posts, to busts of faithful bureaucrats to line the halls of city and octant government buildings. Occasionally, he would feed her a crumb, some small symbolic representation of civic duty in some form. But always, in the back of my mind, I held that question he'd asked me that very first time he showed me the girl's work. What should the real commission be? The big one. The project for her time and her talents. Her moment. Goss clearly had something in mind for her, but he never told me what it was. Each piece Ianaria did for her civic work seemed to be a progressively deeper act of ritual humiliation, designed to tug on the leash Goss described. I even spoke to her one time at a meeting while she was struggling. She was grappling with the dilemma of artistic control that Goss had cycling perpetually through her head. From time to time, she held studio shows, and because of her obvious talent, private buyers paid handsomely for her work. That work, the pieces that got displayed, those were her choices, of course, displayed in those private sales. I ducked into one of her smaller gallery showings mid-morning, when I knew there was almost no chance of seeing her there in person. Nor did I see the Ianaria I knew in the work displayed. They were beautiful pieces, all, sure. But Goss might as well have been standing in the corner himself, dangling the possibility of that one major commission. The career maker. Posterity. The statue in the square that millions and millions of Iofans would pass on the way to the capital for 1,000 years to come. Just like the small government commissions, these pieces she sold to happy Iofan retirees were the stories she had to tell about Iophos to get there. I was left wondering where her real art was. Observer, middle years. Through those years we were living the borrowed young adult lives of these 3 Iofan men. I tried to convey what I knew to Transom about history, even as Goss seemed to be blasting holes in the value of it each time we talked. The one thing I knew I still held, and I tried to impress the importance of this to Transom, was that no historical event happens out of context. Thus, in order to understand a historical event, the better one understood the context, the better they would understand the event itself. It sounds obvious, but there are implications. Unsurprisingly, Transom liked to study warfare and spycraft. Before the outbreak of the West Battery War, which was still more than a century in the future from this Iophos, we had no meaningful examples of sustained warfare in our history, except what happened on Earth before our ancestors departed for the stars. On Earth, There was no shortage of wars to study. Our stellar civilizations were certainly the outlier. So Transom and I discussed examples we were both familiar with, the world wars mostly, and it was easy to trace the waves of history, how one conflict washed over the other, nearly impossible to understand one without the other. Yet I found Transom also picking up another key problem we historians are forced to carefully grapple with constantly, the missing pieces we don't know. It became a sort of joke with him, that each time we seemed to come to a conclusion that satisfied on a topic, I would always wait a beat and then say, maybe. And that maybe was a nod to the things that remained hidden in the obscurity of our distant past, shaping the things we still saw in ways we couldn't know. He started doing it too, not just in our historical discussions, but in our present work. Is this the full network from Abram's Octant? Yes, I think so. Maybe. We came looking for the roots of the war. So it should have been my way to go back to the schism and trace the waves forward, revealing the dynamic between Athos and Iophos, shining a light on the key points, the crests of the waves. I am an Athosian, through and through. The Iries came from Charis in the second wave following the schism, when Iophos wasn't yet a conception, but the workforce building Athos had already broken apart by then. So my Athosian roots are quite deep. It was not difficult for me to pick out the glaring differences between our sister societies, even as numerous as the similarities are. The most glaring distinction, tourists from the Battery often pick out just as easily as cultural experts. All over Iophos, they have subtle yet distinct differences in their accents, almost always stratified along class lines. It was glaring in our young artist from the prominent Kern family, just like it was with Lee Ira and her parents. They all spoke with a form of drawling high Iophan that aspired to something that was difficult to characterize. Like on Athos, there was a clear recognition and status between the people who lived on the surface layer of the ring versus the more numerous citizens who kept residences in the subsurface flats. That was always more about where people lay their heads at night than where they lived. As centuries of studies have shown, most Athosians and Iophans spend nearly equal time external to their dwellings on the surface layer, in jobs, in the city, walking between shops and restaurants, in parks, socializing. Still, that class distinction was always clear on both rings. And like every human society before us, different neighborhoods carried class distinctions as well. But on Athos, it has always been rare to find that distinction imprinted on our manner of speaking. The affectations of a Dreeson of the inner circle in Ithaca differ little from a logistics officer on the freight line in Challenor Zaire. Immediately, though, in speaking to an Ira, Kern, Katie, or Pack in Catherineburg, one got the sense that they were making an aristocratic claim with every sentence they uttered. Their accent was a glaring contrast to the majority of Iophans, who, to my Athosian ears, could pass for locals in just about any city on Athos with little trouble. The high Iophan's peculiar manner of speaking was enough of a curiosity to me that I took some time to explore the phenomenon and found its origins in the custom of private schooling in Io, in the early generations of the Ring's occupation. There was a cluster of elite schools where the children of the wealthy founders were taught mostly by embodied Sparta clones during their preschool years. And to generalize, linguistically speaking, children acquire their mother tongue mostly from their mothers. However, they acquire their accents from their peers, so the children in these elite schools collectively picked up pieces of Sparta's affectations over the years. And the effect most likely got magnified by legacy attendees when children of these elite schools sent their own children to learn from these same AI clones, where the accent was cemented amongst the elite in Io. And this manner of speaking grew prominent enough that many social climbers who didn't attend the schools merely imitated it. This was the best explanation I could discover for High Iophan. There was, of course, the other Iophan accent. Its origin is far less certain. Whether it's called Doc Speak or Doc Talk, as the Iophans themselves call it, or Old Iophan Roughneck, as most outsiders deem it, nobody seems sure where it came from exactly. Space was the answer I most commonly got when inquiring, an answer that seemed to make some sense. The speakers are almost always space hands of some sort, welders, foundry workers, asteroid miners, barge crew. You can still hear this cant spoken in every port city on the ring, usually in proximity to the port and the lifts heading down to those levels. I actually hadn't heard it spoken much before arriving in Genea. It wasn't all that unfamiliar to me, though. The first time I made the connection was while surveilling one of the wizards passing through Kayberg as he met a contact at the port. That contact was Iofan, and spoke in this roughneck accent to our visiting wizard. Perhaps the only time I felt genuinely threatened by Transom while we were on Iophos was that night. I casually said to him, "Sound familiar?" "The hell do you mean by that, Irie?" he asked, his eyes blazing a hole through me. "Nothing. It just seems like he sounds, well, similar to how Etteran's—" I stopped talking. "You're saying I talk like that, Irie?" I shrugged and didn't deny it. He turned his head away from me and spat on the floor. "I don't sound anything like those knuckle-dragging rock breakers," he insisted. "Get your ears checked." It was also not in the too distant past that a certain terrorist had etched his voice into the consciousness of all us Athosians with his taunts and threats. I attempted to lower the tension. "Come to think of it," I replied after a long pause, "he sounds more like that terrorist, Clemabali." Transom turned back to me like he wanted to murder me. "Are you trying to get me to snap your neck, Professor?" "Shit. Sore subject? I didn't mean anything by it." He shook his head and huffed. We stood there monitoring our target in silence for minutes before either of us uttered another word. Eventually, he explained. Clemabali was a sore subject for him. At that time, it had never crossed my mind that Transom might have ever crossed paths with the infamous Wizard of Athos, but he had, and it had almost killed him. "Come to think of it, though," Transom said, "that's how I got all tangled up in this mess. Burch and those assholes were the ones who got roped into flying me around while I hunted him down for Etteran, and they brought me aboard the Yankee-Chaos after that bastard Abali blasted me. That was right before Burch picked up Carolina." I didn't say it, but it seemed he was coming to the realization that if it hadn't been for Abali, his life, if he were still even alive, would have been very different. He'd still be fighting in the war. Transom and I had a long night watching those roughnecks and that visiting wizard on the docks that night. He told me the whole story, from the moment he got picked up by Hale Burch to his last confrontation with Abali. How that wizard had stood over him as he was bleeding out onto the sands of some no-name planet. He even did a fair, albeit quite comical imitation of Clemabali himself, a full accounting of what he thought to be his final conversation of his life. Transom had even calmed down a little by the time he'd finished the story. "Anyway, yeah, he does talk like those bastards," Transom concluded, tilting his head toward our Iofan targets. "What do you reckon these wizards are doing down here with these roughnecks, though?" "I don't know," I answered him. "There's not a whole lot of groundbreaking tech in the docks." "Unless it's moving through it," Transom replied. "Other than that, they don't really have a lot of business down here, one would think." By those days, Transom had some influence in the community watch in Catherineburg. The ports weren't under their authority, but he could get information when he requested it. And we began to keep an eye on things down there. It wasn't long before we found a curious connection down by the docks as well. De Vieri-Sue, the wizard we'd missed, the one from the student activists' meetings. Block Kicker, Final Years. Goss hadn't ever had a hand laid on him in anger before that ill-fated attempt we'd made at accosting Alpha and Alosh. I'm not sure it even crossed his mind that we might get beaten to a pulp like that. Probably the closest thing I'd ever experienced to a fight was when Transom and Soch had abducted me, stuffed my head in a bag, and brought me aboard the Yankee-Chaos. But Carolina had given them orders, I'm sure, that I wasn't to be properly roughed up. At the time, I couldn't fathom that a violation of my personal sovereignty could be more egregious than that. I'd since toughened up a little bit. Still, getting the shit kicked out of us like that was a shock to my system. For Goss, Barnard Dreeson's son, an anointed member of the inner circle and future leader of the galaxy's most powerful dynasty, getting his chest stomped by two people at the same time was a first. And though he never let me know it affected him, he was never quite as abrasive with me afterward. It was almost as though, intellectually, he knew he had to be the same man and make the same decisions, many of them cold decisions. Yet he seemed to make them with a quieter understanding of their weight. When your job is to be the metaphorical foot on someone's neck, it's easier to be that foot when you don't understand what it's like to fall under it. Goss was undeterred in our mission to trace these wizards and their actions despite that beating. He surely wasn't going to be caught in a room with them again, though. Transom, on the other hand, dug in his heels. After they'd left us bloody and bruised in that empty building that day, I'd told Transom that I recognized one of the wizards, that younger late arrival to the ass-kicking. Transom spat out some blood and said, "That's interesting. If I can keep from coughing out my spleen in the next half hour, I might find it in me to give a shit, Irie." He did give a shit, though. I knew right away. It was significant. De Vieri Sue turned out to be a key player, and what we managed to unravel with a few months of further surveillance was that the wizards were playing a role in organizing those student activist groups. In the early years, none of their activity seemed like anything, but the longer it went on, the more I wondered whether my perception of the student activists wasn't clouded by my bias as an Athosian, and perhaps Goss couldn't see it for the same reason. We'd always understood Iofan resentment as an ever-present aspect of their society, Athos's little sister, and Transom, for all his skill at picking out targets and surveilling, he didn't always know what he was looking at in Catherineburg. This was the first peaceful society he'd spent any extended time residing in, so for him to see such low-level resentment didn't register as anything more than teenagers and young adults blowing off steam, and it never amounted to anything particularly kinetic, certainly never violence. Speeches, the occasional protest, the signing of petitions, and then they'd grow up, get tired of the same shtick, and then perform their community outreach hours like everyone else, get jobs, get married, have kids of their own, and settle down, literally and figuratively. I watched it with my own eyes. But then there was De Vieri Sue. Each year the student group in Geneva shed members as they graduated university. Similarly, they brought in each incoming year's crop of angry fringe outliers, mostly slightly disillusioned teenagers with some disenchantment about Iofan society that they could rarely articulate. The group tried to direct that angst in the same way Goss's office used art to steer the masses. They gave it a target and a vocabulary. And in Geneva, one of the main symbols of this wrath was familiar to us three visitors. It was the death of Marian Ira. The story they told themselves was that Marian was left to die because she was Iofan. By then, I'm sure even Lee had come to some measure of peace with her sister's tragic death. But for the group, the myth of Marian Ira wasn't really about Marian Ira. It was about Athos being first, always the culturally dominant force in the system. Athosian fashions, Athosian music, Athosian stories. Everything important filtered through the larger ring first, and the Iofans got left out in space to die. Not so much out of malice, but indifference. These kids, year in and year out, would gather to shout in each other's ears that they existed. They were important too. And in the years that I was still young enough to pass amongst them, mostly I felt sorry for them. And as much as it pained me to yet again admit that Goss was right, I couldn't help but feel embarrassed. All those furious discussions I'd had with Carolina about her family and the politics of Athos, the anger, the unfairness, I couldn't help but look back on all the years I'd endured the tyranny of my own pent-up emotions misdirecting me. There was Goss, looking at the ring as it was and working, striving each day to learn how he could keep that society running as perfectly as possible for as many people as possible. I spent those years shouting at cracks in the road without ever stopping to realize what a miracle it was that someone had managed to do something so miraculous as build a road. I knew nothing of the struggles of wandering in the wilderness that preceded the road builders. That's what those Iofan kids felt like to me. Young, disillusioned Karst and Irie. And even more frustrating than having to listen to them and pretending to relate, I knew there wasn't anything I could have told them to convince them otherwise. I wouldn't have listened to reason at their age either. I think I was about 24 the last time I attended a meeting. Devieri Sue had left Catherineburg a few years prior, but he popped up again at another university in Abrams at their chapter, and that reappearance was how we cracked their pattern. I had developed a tagging tech with the birds. It was a complex visual pattern recognizing algorithm that relied on our artificial birds taking snapshots of every other bird they encountered. We were able to map the movements of all the birds, real and artificial, as they traversed Genia. Eventually, I started advancing the code to do the same thing on the fringes of the city. Then, I figured since the program ran in the background using such a small percentage of each unit's processing power, why not? I set the algorithm to self-propagate. 2 years later, we had a complete ornithological map of the entire ring. We used both the model and the birds themselves to take pictures of all the student groups across Iophos. It took nearly a decade to finish, but we discovered quite a few wizard embeds within the student activist groups. Truth be told, by then, Transom seemed to have lost interest. Goss had told him he didn't ever want to confront the wizards directly again, and it seemed to me that Transom didn't quite see the point in surveilling them if he was never going to get to walk one of them into a corner and beat the full story out of him. Transom never confessed as much to me in so many words, but that was the sense I got. I surely didn't see his disappearance coming, though. It was something I only understood in hindsight. His body, our bodies, as I was the same age, we were approaching 40 by then. The wizards, they rotated, they moved about, they changed names, but they didn't age. Transom had spent plenty of hours turning Zeldin Swinney, the teenage athlete, into Zeldin Swinney, the muscular, intimidating community watch officer. Transom broke up more than his fair share of near-physical altercations, simply by walking up and asking, "Is there a problem here?" "No, sir. No problem," was almost always the answer. But we were finally aging. I felt it. I didn't think anything of it, but I felt it. We were watching the wizards still, but we weren't watching nearly as closely as in the early years. Then something funny happened. Without any prior indication, Elosh simply vanished from our network. It was odd, but I didn't think much of it. Wizards did that from time to time. After all, they didn't exactly take a commercial spaceflight to report back to their vault, or wherever they went to report back to their sect. But Elosh never returned. Shortly after that, Alpha shifted locations, popping up with a new identity on a small community watch clear on the opposite side of the ring. 2 more wizards vanished in the span of 3 weeks. That had never happened before. Then, Devieri Sue vanished from our surveillance map. During that whole stretch, Transom had been even more aloof than usual, going in and out of contact for days at a time. Still, I didn't put it together. The wizards did, though. The last time I saw him, he told me something critical. We were in my flat aggregating data on the student groups. He wasn't acting out of character in any discernible way, but when he finally turned to leave, he told me, "You know, Irie, we have a large data set of all these disillusioned kids dating back, a couple decades? I've been thinking. You know what you always said about history, one wave being related to the last. It might be worth looking into where all these kids are now, what they're up to." It seemed like a tremendous amount of work that I wasn't inclined to do. I never saw Zeldin Swinney again after that day, though, and neither did anyone else. By 2 weeks, Goss and I figured one of 2 things had happened. He'd either given up on our mission and done what he'd planned on doing that night he sent Carolina back to our time, found a tower to leap off so he could get back to his real life, or he'd decided he'd done his part here on Iophos and hopped a flight to Lime Harbor, or some other bright place in the Indies or the Etteran Guild, where he could live out these remaining free years on a beach, reading histories in peace and quiet. I should have known better. Transom, peace and quiet. Goss and I were having a drink one night in Kayberg near his offices. It was probably about 2 full months after Transom had disappeared. He hadn't even come up in our conversation that night. We were probably talking about the artist. I looked up at a shadow out of the corner of my eye, as it seemed someone was approaching our table, and looking back down at me, and at Goss, was Alpha. He didn't utter a word. He just stared at us and smiled. "All right," Goss said to him. "Fine." And Alpha turned and walked away. Neither of us ever saw him again either. I suppose it didn't suit Transom to die of old age, not in his own life, nor in this borrowed one. Builder. Final years. I kept a casual friendship with Ianeria Kern over the years, well after we'd both left the student activist group in Geneva. By all outward appearances, the radical fringes of her youthful exuberance had been trimmed off neatly by all the years of conditioning Goss had put her through. She'd played the part of the good little artist for him. Goss prided himself on thinking he had the pulse of the community. In the case of Ianeria, though, I could never quite figure out why Goss cared so deeply. Archchief was just his cover, ostensibly, but her case seemed like a major part of what he seemed to be trying to uncover on Iophos, even more than the mission Carolina had outlined for us at the beginning. If Ianeria Kern had something major to do with the start of the war, I couldn't see what it was. Transom had been gone for about 4 years by the time I brought it up with him. Goss didn't know it yet, but I was planning on leaving Geneva. In fact, I was going to leave Iophos altogether. I'd run that entire network analysis that Transom had suggested before he'd gotten himself killed by the wizards. The data was interesting, but I'm not sure I understood how to interpret it the way Goss would. My plan was to give him that dataset and the key sets to our other mapping programs and leave. I had at least another 30 good years left in Lorne Iosef's body, a priceless opportunity to go out into the letters and witness the expansion of later colonies as I'd only read about. I could even tour the Protectorate before their walls went up. I wanted to see outposts that were destroyed in the early campaigns. Dana Point, Nessel as the Trasp called it, the strategic importance of the fight that ensued there, that was a must-visit location. Lime Harbor wasn't dead here yet, and every time I saw someone walking around Catherineburg with a hook bracelet or a necklace from that famous holiday spot, it was a reminder of the gift this bonus life was. And I'd gotten the sense that whatever we were supposed to see here in Geneva and Kayberg in this time, if we hadn't already seen it, we weren't going to. I was working through how I was going to tell Goss. Maybe I'd stay a while to see what he could make of the data. I was getting ready to present it to him one evening while we were having dinner at the Maj, which was the nickname the Octans government officers had for the Magisterial, a rooftop restaurant overlooking the Octans Capitol building at Catherineburg Square. It was a hangout for types like Goss, the longtime government higher-ups whose life's work was wielding the Octans' institutional power positions. For whatever reason, it didn't seem like the right time to tell him. "Ianeria Kern," he said, completely out of the blue while we were eating. "Do you remember her, Irie?" Goss and I hadn't talked about her in a long time. Years, perhaps. "Of course I remember her. Quite well. What about her?" "It's her time. It has been, actually, for a while now. It's just been a matter of waiting for the right opportunity. She's long overdue. You have work for her. I'm sure she'll be glad to hear it. Not just work, Irie. The work. The big one." "What is it?" "The commission of a lifetime. It's the type of thing that comes up once in a generation. They're renovating the eastern quadrant of the 8th Octant Mall, between the Hypermag Hub and the Capitol. We haven't made it public yet, but we're relocating the existing statuary to the Museum of the Octant, as it's dated. A central part of that plaza will be opened up, the aging trees felled, and there will be an iconic statue in the center that will be one of the most prominent public monuments in all of Kayberg, if not Iophos itself. Ianeria Kern will be the sculptor. And what piece of physical propaganda will you be having Ianeria render for everyone to admire for the next 1,000 years, Colin?" He looked back at me, as though inviting me to answer my own inquiry. He'd asked me that same question all those years ago. The very first night he'd shown me her work. What was the right piece for this artist? This time. By then, we'd both been in Catherineburg long enough to know the history of the city and its place on Iophos. Catherine slain? I suggested. Goss sighed. Lacks imagination, he replied. You're the one always going on about instilling a sense of pride in the civilization. Pride begins with our founding myths. Fair, but no. Look at the layout, Irie. What do you see? We could see the mall quite well from up there. That area of the park wasn't directly in the line of sight from the magisterial, but I knew the park well enough to have a clear mental picture. Well, there's the Capitol directly in front, and the Museum of the Octant on the left if you're facing the Capitol, and on the right, the auditorium at the COA, no? Exactly, the concert hall. Something musical? Even you may not know this, Irie, but before she debuted the Nebula songbooks, Terra Michel toured Iophos with Lyric Arson, and they presented the sitting mayor of Catherineburg with a replica of a wooden cello from Earth that had been in the Sondom's collection for over 5 centuries. It happened right in that square, and it was more than just a gesture of goodwill. It was a way of lending legitimacy to the Premier Iophan Conservatory, which, at that time, wasn't in Io, but right in the Copen neighborhood on the far side of the COA. I didn't know that, I confessed. That's a little outside of my area. That's exactly my area, though, Goss boasted. What do you think of it? I considered the optics. I considered the current context. I considered the city, the growing undercurrent of resentment toward Athos, especially here in Kayberg and Genea. How old were they then, Terra and Lyra? 23, Goss answered, smiling. Unifying gift, universally loved artists, bolstering the legitimacy of the city. It's subtle, joyful, impossible to hate. I don't know that even Ionaria will be able to find a cynical layer to hide a subversive message in. She'd never get anything like that past me on a project of this magnitude, Irie. Actually, I have to hand it to you on this one, Goss. It's pretty damn perfect. And the best part, I've procured white marble for the plinth and an extremely rare Sondom yellow alabaster from out in the letters for the statues themselves. 3 figures worth. Sounds like you've got a hell of a plan. I should say, it's only taken 2 decades to come to fruition. Can I ask you? I've always wondered, why the hell is she so important to you? Or is it even Ionaria? What is it with this project? In confidence, Irie, the strictest confidence. I looked around as though to ask who I could possibly tell in that world that mattered. I mean, I guess so. Not here, he replied. When we go back. Oh, I get it. Of course. Dreeson family secret. No, governmental secret. Or maybe not so secret. Not nearly as secret as we'd like. Sure, Goss. My lips will be sealed. Do you know what graffiti is, Irie? For once, I got the opportunity to flash that condescending look back at him. I study history and archaeology, Colin. Of course I know what graffiti is. Do you even know? He replied. Know what? Were you in Athos after the Clemabali problem? Or were you still out in the Indies digging out ghost towns? No, I was out in Damon Mines. I heard about it, though. So you haven't been back to Athos since before it happened. I shook my head. There's discontent. Public discontent. There's graffiti? I asked. On Athos? Where? Carolina didn't tell you. All over Athos. Ithaca. She found a mural herself last year when she came back. Right in the damn Sondom, Irie. No shit. Exactly, Goss stated, raising an eyebrow. And that business with Carolina, you know she got shot at, right? Not at, Colin. She got shot. Happened right before she picked me up. Right, of course, he replied, shaking his head in disbelief. So there are problems, you see. Discontent. Oh, hell, I exclaimed, as something Transome had told me popped into my head at the moment. You think all that discontent has something to do with Clemabali? The graffiti? Yes, that's what I'm saying, Irie. That's what started the whole thing. You know Transome fought Abali. I asked Goss.
I got briefed on everything my father did when Carolina came home last year.
So you know what he told him, right? I asked.
Who? The Etteran?
No, what Abali told Transom about Athos.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Irie.
Transom told me the whole story one night when we were surveilling down on the docks, the conversation he'd had with Abali. I left out the part where Transom was bleeding to death. I'm not sure I wanted Goss to have the pleasure of that image in his head, although I'm sure Goss had even less love for Abali than Transom.
Well, don't leave me in suspense. What did Abali say?
Goss asked. That he never intended to kill anyone. The words Abali used, if I remember correctly, were something like, "You don't kill Athos by murdering 1,000,000,000 people. You murder Athos with a mirror." Goss snorted.
Something like that, Irie. Yeah, that bastard knows.
So what's this business here in Iophos? A dry run in Catherineburg? You patch up this discontent and see what you can learn, then take it back with you as a model for Athos? Goss didn't confirm that assessment, but he didn't deny it either. Now it was my turn to laugh. "Oh, perfect," I replied.
"You just said you haven't been back to Athos, Irie. You don't know."
"No, you're right. I don't know anything." "The undercurrent," Goss insisted, punctuating that statement with a puff of air from his nose. "A few of us pesky citizens must have looked in the mirror," I joked, which Goss didn't find remotely amusing. "Well, I hope you learn what you need to know, Colin. You'll certainly have plenty of time to see how it works out." "Don't say anything to the artist," Goss demanded as I got up from the table. "That could spoil the whole project." And all this time I thought we were pulling in the same direction. "There's only ever one direction, Irie," Goss replied. And he didn't even have to tell me which one. Athos. For Colin Dreeson, everything was only ever about Athos. Observer. Final years. I didn't ever let on to Ianeria Kern that I knew Colin Knoll, who was her chief sponsor, but for all purposes, Goss was really her handler at the arts office for all those years. She was no longer the angsty teenager I'd met all those years before. That angst, informed by both childish emotions and a genuine sense of real injustice in her world, had matured into a far more reasoned understanding of the need for pragmatism. And though she never had a direct conversation about the way the government managed the power of her work with Goss, at least as far as I knew, it did seem that such a reality had steeped into her consciousness over the years. She didn't seem particularly bothered by it anymore, though. She was a mother now. She took her children to the very playground where her statues decorated the corner posts. Ianeria Kern, the mother, didn't want discontent in the streets of the city where her daughters would grow into women. Childish things, at some point, must be put aside. That was my impression on the rare occasions we still met. I was never close enough to Ianeria to learn otherwise. Finally getting her commission was the thrill of her life. Just as Goss had always insisted, what the artist covets more than anything is a place of prominence to display her greatest work. In the same way a physical beauty lusts to be seen, a peerless athlete craves competition, or an intellectual titan thirsts to be read, the great artists need their work to be seen. Vanity demands nothing less. Ianeria Kern was no different. I visited her studio and got to see the sketches as they developed. She had pictures of Terra Michel and Lyra Garçon projected all over her walls. She showed me samples of the stone.
"Where in the galaxy he found this precious stone, I can't imagine," she said, taking that small sample block of alabaster, enclosing it in her hand, and holding it to her chest as she shook her head in gratitude. "I can't wait to see the sculpture unveiled," I told her. "I wouldn't miss it for anything." I had no way of knowing at the time that the stone was everything. During the year and 8 months while Ianeria was working on the sculpture, I continued aggregating data on the wizards and their contacts all over Iophos. Unfortunately, because the movements of space hands were so far-flung, neither Goss nor I were able to put together any definitive map that outlined the connections between the roughnecks in the ports and our Iophan wizards. They were the missing link.
Our knowledge of their movements stopped at the ports, and most of the roughnecks weren't well established on the Iofan ring itself for long periods of time. They tended to come in for weeks-long stretches and then vanish to the obscurity of space again, largely to work on infrastructure projects out in the lettered systems, the Indies, or the Trask Protectorate. What we had established, though, was certainty that there was a definite and long-standing connection between Alpha and his organization and the Iofan Roughnecks. As far as the student radicals were concerned, though, we had a wealth of data. We'd tracked thousands of members of varying commitment levels across activist groups in most of the major cities over the decades. It wasn't surprising to see that some of them had gone into all types of positions of influence as they graduated out into functional adult life. For most, we imagined that they would mature into more adult perspectives as well, genuinely taking up their responsibilities earnestly, as the reality of running their small part of society opened their eyes to the challenges and limitations that faced the leadership class they spent their student years railing against. As the saying went, the shoe was now on the other foot. Some others, though, we were unsurprised to see, still kept in contact with their radical friends, and some still kept in contact with the student groups as well, offering guidance to their chapter's leadership, many even ushering like-minded graduates into entry-level positions beneath them in government and industry. What struck me as I analyzed the data was where these student activists didn't go. With the exception of rare cases, the student radicals did not take jobs like mine: infrastructure, transport, engineering, scientific research. No, they clustered around centers of power and influence in the government, in executive pipelines within the corporate sphere, particularly in Iophos's most powerful companies, in education, far more so in administration and curriculum design than in the classroom, and particularly, they loved arts offices like Goss's. I, the historian, started thinking far more like a scientist than I ever had before. My typical analytical session ended with the same thought that punctuated nearly every scientific paper ever written: needs more study. Yes, I wished I had more data. 20 years was too short a study. It called me back to Transom and our lessons on the connections between the crests of the waves in historical time. Events never existed in isolation, but were the product of the entire cultural ocean they rose up out of. With Ianeria, I was there to see the entire build-up. Still, I didn't foresee the way it crested. I visited her studio several months prior, and there was no outward indication of the wave she was about to set loose across the ring. The yellow alabaster Goss had procured was rare and expensive. Thus, the block the Octant's government purchased was carefully selected and accounted for, down to the square centimeter, supposedly, but it was all weighed and measured in a precise enough manner that no one could have predicted that such a coup would even be possible. The stone came in one contiguous block that was to be cut into thirds at the artist's discretion, according to the needs of each figure. Goss inspected the whole stone as it arrived at the port, and once more as the pieces arrived at Ianeria's studio, after they had been cut, by laser, at the Kayberg mason's shop at the outer docks. All the stone that came into the Octant was measured and cut at that one shop in Catherineburg, and then sent out for local delivery through the freight system. Goss found in Ianeria's studio exactly what he'd expected: 3 appropriately large cuts of Sondom yellow alabaster, and he expressed to me his satisfaction with her progress each time he checked on Ianeria through the months she was sculpting the scene, which the Arts Board had unanimously voted to title The Bonds of Friendship. The last time I spoke to Ianeria was 7 months before the unveiling. I considered that she was merely focused on her work, being that it was the most important work of her life. I imagine only her family and closest friends were visiting her in the studio in the days leading up to the unveiling, which, as I'd promised her, I did attend. Her sculpture was a grand triumph. The afternoon of the unveiling was a sublime experience as well. Seeing the renderings was one thing, but it was a remarkable event to finally be out in the square with thousands upon thousands of proud residents of Catherineburg, all of us sharing in the thrill of being the first to to see the work fully realized in its proper setting. The sculpture itself was magnificent. Those two prodigious musicians, still with the brightness of youth illuminating their joyous bearing, all that came through in the stone. Those two faces were the perfect choice, well remembered and beloved as the faces of friendship between our two peoples. Terra Michel and Lyra Garçon kept the optics from appearing anything but innocent and positive, while the scene also conveyed the story of Athos bestowing her blessing, a priceless gift, both symbolically and concretely in the form of the irreplaceable and unique musical instrument, which was still proudly on display in the museum to the present day. And the unveiling rang with music that was written by Terra Michel and Lyra Garçon, as well as Iophon pieces inspired by those two legendary prodigies. The yellow stone gleamed. Similarly, Ioneria herself reveled in her moment. The arts board had their moment in the spotlight as well. Goss, typically, did his best to remain in the background, only stepping forward when called out for recognition by the artist herself. When the festivities finally ended, I boarded the hypermag back to Geneva, thinking that after all the years of speculation, the unimaginable patience and forethought, the give and take, grooming this artist into his perfect cultural mouthpiece, decades later, Goss not only had his unifying message on full display in front of the Capitol in magnificent stone, but more. One couldn't begin to calculate the consternation and subversive messaging he'd squelched by keeping those other works of Ioneria Kern that never came into existence out of the public sphere for all time. That was the builder using all his tools, not just by choosing to add, but by skillfully eliminating the unwanted messaging of a restive culture he'd kept from creeping out of the shadows. How well hidden those pieces had been. I hadn't spoken to Goss at the event. He was too close to the dais, and the crowds were too large. Also, for as much as it was a Dreeson's way to win, it was also their way to act as though it was foreordained. It wasn't in Goss's makeup to crow about an expected victory. When he pinged me halfway home, I expected he was calling to ask my impressions of the day, but I knew immediately something was amiss. "Something's happening in Geneva," he stated. "You're on the hypermag now, I presume, Irie?" "I am, Colin. Can you be more specific?" "There's some sort of traffic problem in Reader's Circle. I don't know the details yet, but I'd like you to get down there. I'm hearing rumors about a disturbance." "What part of Reader's Circle?" I asked him. "The actual circle part of it, Irie. You know the one." "Okay," I replied. "No need to get short with me. I'll head right down there the moment I get off the hypermag." "Keep me posted," he demanded. Goss and I both had a shared memory of the place. It was a couple tram stops from the hypermag hub in Geneva's center. Still, Reader's Circle, the actual circle part of it, was a short walk from the tram stop bearing the same name. I noticed immediately as I got off the tram that there was an unusual volume of activity for that part of the city, especially at that part of the afternoon during the weekend. There was a considerable amount of foot traffic, and it was all headed in the same direction, flowing toward Reader's Circle proper. And the people weren't merely walking. They were walking with a buzz about them. There was an energy in the air. It was a different energy from the day's event in Kayberg. I'd never felt anything like it, and it certainly wasn't negative, but it was a stark contrast from the sanctioned optimism and civic spirit that had punctuated the unveiling back in Catherineburg. There was a kind of righteous zeal in the air that came from somewhere deeper, organic, even spiritual. The feeling built as I walked, and it was at times like those I truly appreciated the benefit of the unusual height of my borrowed body. From a good distance, I could see the crowd around Reader's Circle that had brought autocab and sked traffic to a halt. The roundabout was packed solid with people, such that no vehicles could pass. The transport units were backed up and swamped by pedestrians crowding in to see whatever the disturbance was causing all this commotion. Goss hadn't pinged me back, which meant he was either on his way or had his answer already. I guessed it was the latter considering the time it took me to get down there. And given his silence, I was guessing he wasn't happy about whatever it was. I heard the name Lee Ira, and then people started shouting, "Lee!" seemingly randomly. I'd only seen Lee's face a few times in passing in all the years we shared a city. Her name brought back past memories and deep emotions. I surveyed the crowd, looking down on the faces of my fellow Genians, hoping to find her nearby. "Lee!" I heard over and over as I got closer to the circle. It became, "For Lee!" As I neared the outer ring of the circle itself. The entire roundabout was filled with people crowding in, their voices buzzing. I crowded in too, trying to get to the spot they all seemed to be competing to approach. I realized I knew that spot. It was the edge of the pedestrian causeway, just in front of the memorial to Lee Ira's twin sister Marion. When I finally pushed my way through, I was astounded. There, in that same yellow alabaster stone, was a life-size statue of Lee Ira, knelt down on that sidewalk, her face in her hands, huddled over, weeping uncontrollably for the loss of her sister. My God, that scene was a moment I could never forget. Only on that night, there hadn't been a crowd like this in Reader's Circle. Just Goss, myself, a few students watching from the stone walls lining the circle, and, of course, Lee Ira herself. But it hadn't really been Lee. It was Carolina in Lee's body that night. But now, in stone, it was only Lee, and the symbolism of that figure was striking. The sculptor's work was just as unmistakable as the stone. I don't know how she could have done it, but she had, and she'd kept it a secret as well. There hadn't been a hint of betrayal on Ianeria Kern's face during the unveiling in Catherineburg that day. Perhaps that's because she didn't even think of this as a genuine betrayal. Those positive images of Iophos Goss had prodded out of her all those years, those were true. This was true too. Lee Ira's pain was true. The cry of the students, who'd lamented their forgotten status as subaltern in the shadow of Athos, their indignation, was true too. The people here in Reader's Circle, laying their hands on Ianeria's alabaster rendering of Lee Ira, I hadn't seen anything truer in all these borrowed years I'd spent on Iophos. Suddenly, all the passing moments that had built to this surging paroxysm of history unfolding revealed themselves, fully connected in my mind. The feelings that were welling up in Reader's Circle, they didn't magically appear, nor did the statue's sudden appearance conjure them. The statue merely told the story of the sense they'd all been carrying with them in their bones, until the image gave it a name. Lee! I heard that name over and over that night. What could I do but remain to watch? The situation brewed like that for several hours, entirely peacefully until nightfall. As the darkness spread over Reader's Circle, the scene got quieter and more reverent. Rumors and whispers began to circulate. Word spread that the community watch had been told to disperse the crowd. Bots could be seen at the periphery, ready to move people off. I pinged Goss. Don't, I told him. I know it's not your call alone. Maybe you don't have a say at all. But you know I am right. I can give you 1,000 examples from history of martyrs galvanizing a movement in a way a living body never could. I'm telling you, I am here on the same spot we were all those years ago, Goss. Let them have this, or it will explode into something you'll never be able to control. How long do you suppose the traffic in Reader's Circle can remain shut down? Surely you're joking, I asked Goss. I could hear him laughing. I'm not an idiot, Irie. Most dramas don't unfold on a stage. That was all he said to me that night. It was such an odd way to put it. And knowing Goss as I'd come to know him, I decided I would stay right there in Reader's Circle for as long as I could to watch this drama unfold. He clearly had no idea what Ianeria Kern had been up to before it happened. His voice when he'd called me on the hypermag told me as much. But once it happened, and he understood the significance of Ianeria's coup, the builder and Goss had gone to work. Over the course of the next several days, rumors continued to spread through Reader's Circle and Genea, usually followed by official statements that backed off what was expected to unfold. The threat of breaking up the crowd brought in more citizens. They stood in Reader's Circle in solidarity until the government folded, handing the people a victory. Then the crowd slowly dispersed. A few, though, remained to keep watch, as rumors swirled that the Arts Board in Geneva had ordered the statue removed. People returned en masse to watch. There were protests. The removal was scheduled and pushed back, as people kept vigil around Lee's statue. The Geneva Board relented. The Octant's Arts Division in Catherineburg stepped in and ordered the statue removed. This time it was Goss's direct order. Yet again, people rallied around the statue, that unsanctioned piece of rebel civic art, and Colin Knoll played the perfect heel, bringing the tension right to the point of eruption, over and over, for several weeks. Will they? Won't they? It wasn't long before I realized what was happening behind the scenes. Goss knew he'd been defeated on day one. What he couldn't abide was the sense that it could be that easy. When it was finally declared that the statue in Reader's Circle would be sanctioned by the governor of the Octant, the narrative was cemented in the minds of this aggrieved people. Their government wasn't a merciless, uncaring one. It felt their pain. It understood. And, in extraordinary circumstances, only after a monumental fight could an unsanctioned story become part of their mythology. The story they told themselves about themselves to tell them who they were. Lee and Marian Ira would henceforth be part of that story. Goss and I were there in Reader's Circle when Lee and her family met the governor of the Catherineburg Octant, as well as Geneva's city officials and the Octant's representative in the Iofan National Congress in Io. Ianeria Kern was there at the ceremony in Reader's Circle as well. She never revealed her Confederates who'd installed the piece, or how she'd managed to cut the stone in just such a way that there would be a large enough remaining block to render Lee Ira's life-size kneeling form. She didn't seem overly grateful for the attention, Lee Ira. She looked older, but she didn't look sad. We never met eyes, and I don't think she recognized us that day. I told Goss after that far more subdued consecration that I was leaving Iophos. If I didn't feel it before, I certainly had the sense then that whatever Carolina had sent us back here to see, if we hadn't seen it yet, it wasn't going to reveal itself. "That's fine, Irie," Goss told me. "You've done your part. Go study your antebellum history while you still can. Myself, I plan to stick around and see this through." The Builder and the Observer, on leaving. Those adventures in those times would be nothing but fiction in our universe, as sometimes I think our time was on Iophos, the realest of fictions in the lives of strangers who came to be our own. Over the following decades, I wrote about my extensive travels there, but of course those stories could only ever remain in that world, for the history that followed was theirs alone. When we met again in Geneva, Goss and I weren't just old men, but elderly men. I had a far more difficult time moving about than he did. By that time I was wearing exo braces to steady my long legs and flattened feet. A fall from my height at that age was no small matter. Goss had spent nearly half a century inside the government of the Octant, honing his craft, learning the Iofan system, and monitoring the movements of the activists, who had increasingly folded themselves into the fabric of the civic institutions that held Iophos together. Even after he retired, Colin Knoll could be seen in open council meetings observing, lending his wisdom as a citizen in open comment sessions, or through the many letters he wrote to leaders across the ring. We ambled through Geneva's Arboretum, down into Reader's Circle following our lunch together. Never had I felt that the wash of history was so plainly evident than to see that place again after so many decades. The Sondom yellow of the alabaster statue of Lee Ira had not really faded, as nothing eroded naturally on a planetary ring like Iophos. It wasn't a natural space, but a constructed one, as much as the ring's interior had been constructed to feel natural. Rather, it was my memory of the statue that had changed, making that yellow stone seem somehow duller to my eyes than the vividness with which my memory had painted that place in my mind. And it seemed so quiet now. How could it compare to those weeks when Reader's Circle was bustling with Lee Ira's countless defenders? Lee had passed by then, Goss informed me. Her dates had been etched into the sidewalk in front of her kneeling figure. It was a strange feeling, knowing that we would both be soon to follow, yet not to follow. Our deaths would return us to our real lives again. And in all that time, what had we learned? Lesson 1, Goss joked as we sat on one of the benches at the Arboretum gate. The willows that shaded the footpath were ancient by then. Time washes over everything, I replied. That's lesson 1. Ironically, it takes half a century of careful observation to learn lesson 1 properly. One of those things you have to see for yourself to fully understand, Goss agreed. He gestured toward the statue across the way with his head. Lesson 2 is that some things take a lot longer to wash away than others. Will it change you? I asked him. It was a vague question, but he knew exactly what I meant. Colin Dreeson's destiny was the same as ever. He shook his head as though pondering. With decades of intervening time to consider, I found that I'd returned to Geneva with a totally different read on Goss. I had to consider that this one life, a full life as it certainly had been, was still just a drop in the bucket of the collective wisdom of his Dreeson ancestors, the education of a lineage of leaders who'd steered the greatest civilization in human history. By our time, on balance, more human lives had lived under the authority of a Dreeson than hadn't. This life of Colin Knoll, what could it have taught him that his education hadn't? And you, Irie? He asked me. In all your travels, wisdom takes the sum of a lifetime to acquire, and it's still elusive. When we go back, we'll know these people, Goss declared. That's a life well spent. I thought about my own education, and how it could only ever pale in comparison to his. If the things I believed about history were true, that its connections into the past revealed its truths, and that it required a lifetime to acquire the wisdom it takes to see with clarity, how could one only ever study history with but flawed, incomplete, imperfect eyes? Not much of a revelation after all these years that the art of history was in learning to see, despite our ignorance and biases. But now it was a deeper feeling, one that could only be felt in aging, aching bones. To remember all this becomes the challenge now. So it was observed by Iosef of Iophos, his final and most important work, authored over the chancellorships of Stoll, Ball, Death, Rheamira, Nox, and Denisiera. Death of the Word. Rishi didn't have a proper explanation for it. Travel by artifact was still too novel an experience to have enough of a sample size. People went in, lived lives in different eras, for different amounts of time, and then returned to their own native time, where their absence was relatively short. Rishi and Nelius had been applying as many mathematical approaches as they could conjure to predict how long a life would last when a person went in. But based on the trips taken so far, the durations seemed random. It wasn't a problem, per se, but it would have been nice to be able to predict how long they might have to sit outside the artifacts waiting for their friends to return from their journeys. This time, though, the remaining crew didn't have to wait long. It was a matter of hours. They hadn't even made any meaningful progress bringing in an anchor rock to tether the Yankee-Chaos to, before they heard a loud, repetitive coughing come over comms, followed by an anguished cry. It sounded like a woman's voice.
Carolina, is that you?
Rishi asked.
Oh God.
Carolina Dreeson's voice came back. She was still coughing and struggling to speak. She didn't say anything discernible in the following moments, but it seemed as though she was crying, mumbling incoherently, before stating definitively,
He killed me. Okay, Carolina,
Rishi answered.
You're all right now. You're back. The YC is about 2 hours out, but Christoph is going to come get you. He's sitting right outside. Just sit tight and try to breathe. Everything's fine.
Carolina's voice returned.
Sure.
A long, audible sigh could be heard over the line, before Carolina went silent again. Fieldstone and Wren were sitting at the atrium table aboard the Yankee-Chaos, listening.
Sounds like that went great,
Wren stated.
Spat her out almost as fast as Drya.
Fieldstone looked back with a blank expression even she couldn't read into. Fickle things, those artifacts, Field said. Wren probed with a look, but Fieldstone's eyes revealed nothing. He still hadn't spoken to the crew yet about his missing time on their journey to the past. Not even to her, except to say that he was still processing it, running it over again and again in his mind to make sense of the experience. When the time was right, he assured them, he'd tell them everything. Wren hoped that with the others away on the Iofan mission, Fieldstone would have time to process his own journey inside the artifact thoroughly. She wanted to know as much as any of them, having shared so much of the ordeal together. It was what she didn't know about Fieldstone's experience that troubled her, the silence of his eyes. She didn't remember those eyes being so distant, even when they hadn't been hers to love. Drya was with Kristoff aboard the cannon, parked just outside the artifact. She wasn't going back inside one of those things. Never again. Kristoff told Drya that was fine, as he got suited up to meet Carolina himself. They'd overheard Rishi on comms, so they knew it was time to head inside to the great scepter-shaped cylinder hidden within that isolated asteroid. Theirs were the only two ships out here, weeks under FDL from any populated system of the Outer Letters. The entire prospect had sounded like an impossible adventure of epic proportions when Rishi informed them all of the existence of these artifacts. There hadn't been the smallest fraction of Drya's mind that told her to say no. How could she? The opportunity to travel through time, to live another life, to experience the universe from an entirely new perspective in another era. In retrospect, Drya couldn't say they didn't warn her. The number of times Rishi and Burch had told them that they were powerful mechanisms, these artifacts. It had to have been at least 12 times in that initial meeting. She'd thought she'd been prepared. She knew it wasn't a game. But, she'd thought, she was going with Fieldstone back to Etteran, his planet, his girl, under his protection. But that artifact had other ideas. The terror she'd endured over the brief several days she was on that alien world in the body of that petrified child. She had no words for that. And then she returned to wait and process the experience alone, only to have Wren and Fieldstone return weeks later, and then the news that those two had lived a life together. She'd been through breakups before, but to have to pretend to be okay with their relationship while those two went through the courtesy of trying not to rub her nose in it, the whole situation was tough to swallow. Drya chose to sit aboard the cannon with Kristoff, while the others fetched a rock for the Yankee-Chaos to tether off with. She didn't know Kristoff Mikkel at all, except by reputation, that of a smart, loyal friend with a kind heart. She knew she could sure use one of those. Nobody expected Carolina would be back as fast as she was. Drya had the feeling that Carolina's adventure, inside this artifact, couldn't have been much more pleasant than her own. Her sudden return and tone were certainly indicators. "I have her now," Kristoff reported when he pinged. "We're on our way out to the ship, Drya."
"All right,"
she replied.
"I'll have the door open."
In the brief time she'd been aboard, she hadn't had a proper look around Verona's ship. Cannon was such a nice little yacht that Drya almost felt improper putting her handprints on the table. Now, though, remembering her own emotions on her return, flying her way out of the dark corridors of the artifact, she had a sense that Carolina would need some consolation. She began to search through the cabinets around the midship. Drya didn't have to go far before she found what she was looking for. There were a few bottles, as well as a rack with a line of 0G shot glasses. She filled a pair of glasses with the nicest looking bottle there, as well as a fresh water jug for the returning captain. She didn't know whether Kristoff would want to join. Carolina looked about as grim as Drya had figured when she boarded.
"Rough trip, Captain?"
Drya asked her. Carolina just shook her head. Drya gently floated the shooter over Carolina's way.
"It's what I wanted most when I got back,"
she declared.
"Mind reader,"
Carolina replied. Here's to our own lives. Drya looked up at Kristoff to inquire whether he'd like to join them. Kristoff Mikkel merely shook his head subtly. To our own lives, Carolina echoed, her bright eyes welling up with tears. They both drank.
Oh my God, what is this?
Drya exclaimed upon tasting the spirit. Carolina exhaled.
That is the most perfect whiskey I've ever tasted.
Where did you take that from, Drya? Kristoff asked her.
From Verona's side cabinet there,
she answered, pointing.
The thin bottle, the tall one. It looked good.
Kristoff put his nose in the side cabinet to confirm his suspicions. Shit, that's Burch's wood-aged whiskey.
I thought it must have been a wizard thing,
Drya replied. Burch won it from the Rexes in the mech fights. Best not to drink it all on him.
Join us for one more, Kristoff,
Carolina said.
Burch won't mind. I could use the help relaxing. That bad a trip, huh?
Drya asked.
The best part of it, I think, was the end of it. Feels like just a moment ago before I got here. It's so strange. But I was in this other life, failing, and I was losing myself. And then I woke up in the darkness in this park in Geneva, surrounded by the others. And then my own bodyguard murdered me.
There was a long silence as Kristoff finished filling up the final shooter, tossing it to Carolina. He himself turned and floated over to the table to sit with them. He flashed both young women a pair of sympathetic eyes. To our own lives, he repeated, the lives we were born to live. Amen, came the emphatic response from Drya. The three of them toasted and drank in unison. There was no thought for stealth so far out from the lettered systems. The artifact was in an obscure, dim system with a distant brown dwarf at its center. And even if that star had been bright, the crew of the Yankee-Chaos were decades, if not centuries, from the light of their actions reaching anyone who, by chance, might choose to set their sights on such a vacant part of the cosmic abyss. Tethering the ships on rocks of similar mass was an oft-used technique for creating artificial gravity during long stops, but it wasn't something a ship would do if they had any cause to be discreet. Out here, though, no one believed discretion would be necessary. Carolina's unexpected return proved an ominous sign. None of their compatriots had escaped the trip into an artifact without a deep emotional impression lingering on their psyche, and Carolina wasn't the first to retreat deep into introspection. She spent her first several days back, almost in complete isolation. She couldn't hide from Rishi, though.
As much as I try not to impose, Captain, I do see everything aboard the ship,
Rishi told her one evening as Carolina lay in her rack, sleepless.
I think you should see Ren about the trauma. Or you can talk it through with me if you like, in the strictest confidence, of course.
I'm still processing, Carolina replied.
I do believe the challenge of that particular journey can come to something meaningful, but it's hard to get over how it ended. However you prefer to process, just know that we're here if you need us, Carolina. You should get some sleep, though, and Ren can help you with that.
Carolina struggled through a few more sleepless nights before finally relenting and visiting the doctor. She didn't like the idea of needing help to do something as natural as sleep, but Ren immediately reminded her how unnatural an event her brain had just gone through.
We'll start with the herbal solution before going any farther,
Ren assured her.
Plants can do some amazing things for the brain.
It took several more days and dozens of pouches of herbal teas before she felt like she was sleeping well again. But as the sense of normalcy began to slowly creep back to her consciousness, Carolina began to rest a bit more soundly. The fact that there was nothing to do but wait wasn't helping morale aboard the two ships either, though. Carolina did confirm that the others, or at least 3 of the others, had made it safely to Iophos, and given the average life expectancy and the youth of their host bodies, a long wait for their return was a reasonable assumption. Everyone settled in. By week 4, Drya and Kristoff began to spend some time visiting the Yankee-Chaos. The sting of the breakup was slowly fading with time, and the sight of Ren and Fieldstone together felt less personal, less stinging for Drya, who always understood it never was personal, fates and artifacts proving equally cruel and capricious. On that front, She and Carolina and Kristoff had exchanged their stories, the harsh and the heartfelt, and as they did, they couldn't help but brace for what tragic tales might follow with their friends when they did all finally return. Rotation after rotation, days elapsed, both ships spinning around their respective space rocks. The crew expected that the only possible interruption in the monotony would be the return of their traveling friends. Carolina was in the midst of a nightmare, one of many since her own return, when Rishi pinged her cabin, slowly bringing up the noise level and the lights to wake her as gently as possible. She exhaled and squinted, then drawing a deep breath as she woke.
"Sorry to disturb you, Carolina,"
Rishi stated.
"I need you on the deck, please." "Who's back?" "None of our party just yet. We have a contact." "A contact? My father's ship again? Best come see for yourself."
By the time she got to the deck, Carolina was convinced it must have been Nelius, possibly with Burch and Omar.
"I have a visual now,"
Rishi announced as Carolina arrived.
"They're running dark, it would seem."
Rishi's android shell was seated in the first officer's seat, turning to meet eyes with Carolina as she entered and sat as well.
"Who's running dark?"
Carolina squinted, looking at the dim outline of the vessel magnified on the float screen above the front panel.
"What the hell ship is that? I don't have it in mine or Yankee-Chaos's inventory,"
Rishi replied.
"I was hoping you'd know who it was."
Carolina shook her head.
"It's not Burch? He and Omar aren't back yet. Plus, there's no reason for anyone we know not to jump right beside our ship. Our people all know where we are. This ship seems like they jumped to the system, and they're scanning it. It's only a matter of time before they see us. Too late to hide behind the artifact, I suppose,"
Carolina replied.
"Tactical assessment? It's more of a stealth cruiser, not a military vessel, non-commercial."
Rishi seemed to pause.
"And found us. Pinging?"
Rishi nodded.
"What the hell?"
Carolina mumbled under her breath before directing Rishi to put up a visual. The man who appeared simply stated in a deep, gravelly tone, "We're several minutes out from you on delay. We have no ill intent, Captain Dreeson. Jumping in closer. I always prefer a conversation to an exchange of messages. Please excuse the close approach."
"I know that voice,"
Carolina stated as the ship vanished from the float screen.
"but I can't quite place it."
Rishi gave them an ETA of 5 minutes before the other ship would arrive within real-time comms range. About 3 minutes into the wait, Carolina asked Rishi to play back the message again. Then she shook her head. "You know?" Rishi asked her.
"Unbelievable,"
she replied, shaking her head.
"What the hell could he want?"
Rishi looked over at her, asking the obvious question with a look.
"The assassin,"
Carolina replied.
"I'm almost certain."
Another minute later, when the ship jumped in close and pinged again, Carolina responded before the speaker even had time to greet them.
"I never got a chance to thank you properly for reaching out before,"
she stated.
"I don't even know your name, sir."
"I don't usually make it a practice to announce myself formally. That's not a custom in my line of work, Captain. I'm sure you'll understand, given the company you keep." Carolina couldn't help but smile.
"Well, sir, it's a funny corner of the galaxy to mysteriously bump into a fellow traveler. I can't help but think it's not a chance meeting."
"No, I've come to collect on a debt, if you'll permit, Captain Dreeson."
"Oh, I see. I was under the impression that your actions at Ashvadal were of mutual interest, and that your contacting us at Nyx was more of a courtesy than a contract. In the same spirit of courtesy, though, sir, I'll hear you out."
"You mistake me, Captain Dreeson. The debt is not yours, though I would appreciate it if you allowed me a word with your doctor."
"She owes you a debt?"
The assassin nodded.
"I wasn't aware."
The killer shrugged.
"All right,"
Carolina said.
"Stand by, please. We're running on LCT. It's the middle of the night, and she's sleeping."
"Of course," the assassin replied. "It is an urgent matter, though. The sooner, the better."
"Understood,"
Carolina stated, gesturing for Rishi to close the channel.
"Shall I wake Ren?"
Rishi asked.
"Quietly,"
Carolina answered.
"No sense in waking anyone else at this hour."
A few minutes later, when a bleary-eyed Wren stepped onto the flight deck. She looked at the screen doubtfully when Carolina had Rishi pull up a still of the killer's unforgettable face.
Your friend from Nyx, Wren, Carolina said. He wants to talk to you. What the hell does he want? Apparently he's under the impression that you owe him a debt of some kind.
Wren shook her head at the screen and then closed her eyes.
I'm not dreaming this, am I? This has to be some kind of... Ow! Carolina!
Wren slapped at the hand that had just pinched her thigh. Her eyes opened wider.
Are you awake, Doctor?
Carolina asked.
Yes. Open the channel, Wren declared. And don't pinch me again. God.
That menacing face she'd hoped she'd never see again was staring back at her once more. Sorry to disturb your sleep, Dr. Wren, the assassin said, seemingly genuinely. When we last met, I asked you a question. Do you recall it?
I'm sorry, I don't. As you said, the middle of the night.
I asked you if you would do me a favor when called upon to do so. You said yes. I've come to collect.
Wren looked perplexed. Okay. So how can I help you? Also bearing in mind that I did take an oath that pretty much runs in the exact opposite direction, meaning no disrespect to you or your business, sir.
Believe it or not, I understand the importance of having a code, Doctor. To violate it, I wouldn't ask any such thing of you. I am in need of your skills. It's quite urgent. Another day, and I'm not sure. The assassin shook his head. Wren looked over at Carolina. They both exchanged a wide-eyed look of uncertainty. It was difficult to tell whether the killer's grim visage was his normal bearing or a product of his current predicament. You have a medical bay on your ship, the assassin stated, as though it was a half-question. I know the model. It's an intermediate LSS troop transporter, primarily for ops teams. You have a decent surgery aboard, and I looked up your whole crew after Ashvidal. I've seen your CV run out ashore. I know you're a gifted surgeon. The only question is whether you're willing to hold to your word this night.
Stand by, please, a minute,
Carolina stated. Of course, Captain, the assassin replied, before narrowing his eyes a bit. As I mentioned before, though, the situation is urgent. Carolina nodded before shutting the channel.
Wren, what the hell? What did you tell this guy? I don't know. He had his hands around my throat. I thought he was going to kill me. I have no idea what I said to him. Well, what do we do now? How the hell should I know, Carolina? I didn't think I'd ever see him again. I mean, we can't exactly turn him away now, can we? I don't think he'd take that well. And if I may interject, Rishi added, how the hell did this guy even find us? Yeah, that too, Wren said. If he can find us all the way out here, we can't let him aboard, Carolina stated.
Wren shook her head.
I don't think it's a choice, you guys. If he wanted to kill us, he would have killed us before, which means that if he wants to kill us in the future,
Wren shrugged.
Best not give him a reason to kill us, huh? Better to pull the thorn out of the lion's paw, I think.
Rishi shook her head.
Quickly, I'd advise, Doctor. I don't even want to begin to think about explaining to this guy what the hell we're doing out here. I'll do my best, but that ship has sailed.
Wren gestured to the front screen, as though to say, there he sits. And there was nothing to be done about it but set the terms. Carolina brought the stream back up.
The good doctor is happy to accommodate, sir. However, for the security of my crew, I have a few terms I'll need you to agree to before boarding my ship.
Your house, your rules, the assassin stated, nodding.
I didn't get your name last time,
Wren said. You can call me Merkist.
Okay, Merkist. I'm Wren. Can you tell me, please, what's the nature of your injury?
No, it's not me, Doctor. Best you just untether and let us in. The sooner we stop talking, the sooner you can start treating your patient. Fieldstone was already awake when Wren returned to their room. She told Fields that the assassin was coming aboard and tried to prepare him. He was huge, he was dangerous, he was ugly and mean. Only, Wren wasn't entirely sure about that last descriptor anymore. He hadn't seemed so mean in that conversation as they'd negotiated his admittance to her medical bay. In fact, He'd seemed almost perfectly polite and deferential.
Don't do anything,
Wren told Fieldstone as she got herself ready.
We're going to be nice to this monster and get him off the ship as quickly as possible.
Fields got up as well, getting right to work helping Rishi and Harold, who were in the process of untethering from the ship's anchor rock so that they could extend the YC's umbilicus to the assassin's ship. Even with Wren's declarations about the assassin, his tremendous size was a shock to Carolina and Fieldstone. It seemed like a struggle for the gigantic man to squeeze through the flexible tunnel and then through the airlock, but it became clearer once he was inside the rear corridor of the ship, just inside the inner airlock annex, that it wasn't his size that had made the traverse so awkward. He was carrying something like a package across his chest, all wrapped up in a blanket. Fieldstone, when he looked a little closer, noticed a little sock sticking out beside the big man's belt.
Oh my God,
Wren declared at that same moment.
What are you doing with a child?
Your surgery, Doctor, the assassin replied, by way of instructing Wren to lead the way. Treatment first, then we can discuss the circumstances.
We'll be disconnecting and tethering for gravity again,
Wren declared.
I work best in gravity.
Of course, the assassin concurred. 0.65 G or so is best for her.
0.65?
Carolina asked. Please. Wren led the way to the medical bay, followed by Carolina and Rishi. Fieldstone remained with Harold at the rear airlock to get the umbilicus retracted so the ship could spin up again. In the medical bay, the assassin set the girl against the table while the doctor strapped down her little body.
Oh,
Wren stated, as she extended a strap against her diminutive torso.
Is she?
She's not a child, the Mercus declared. The injury is to her upper left arm. The bone is broken. He pulled away the blanket that was wrapped around the girl's arm. Her entire forearm and hand were swollen and purple.
When did this happen?
Wren asked. Her tone now fully shifted from surprise and shock to clinical precision. Almost 9 days now.
Mechanism of injury?
How it happened, you mean? Wren nodded. It was crushed in a door. A metal mechanical door. Wren wasn't yet examining the arm. She had the scanner above the table. She placed a band on the girl's opposite wrist.
Do you have any data from the flight?
The Mercus dropped a data folder from his wrist to the doctor's float screen.
Is she sedated?
Wren asked. The big man nodded. It doesn't take much. She was in tremendous pain. I don't have great medical equipment aboard my ship. Certainly nothing that could handle anything this complex.
You did a good job immobilizing the limb,
Wren stated, examining the dressing and the upper arm as best she could without fully breaking down the splint the big man had improvised for the little girl.
I take it you didn't have any pediatric trauma gear on your ship.
I have hardly any for myself, just the bare essentials. It's hard to find that type of gear in my size, and most of my passengers. Let's say I'm not in the business of saving lives. The Mercus looked over at Carolina and held a long, curious gaze on Rishi.
I'm going to wait to work on her arm until we get the ship spinning again,
Wren declared.
It might be best if you wait.
She wouldn't want me to leave her side, the Mercus interrupted. This is a strange new place for her to wake up. I'll stay until she gets settled, please, Doctor.
What's her name, Mercus?
Wren asked. Her name is Xian.
It's a pretty name. Poor little thing. Do you know how old she is?
Yes, Doctor. I made the same mistake the first time I set eyes on her. But she is not a child. She's 27 now. Carolina looked over at the girl in shock. Everything about her looked odd. Her tiny body, that to the captain's eyes couldn't have been older than 12, didn't exactly look childlike, and her swollen purple hand looked almost plastic, like it couldn't be a real, live, human appendage.
What is she?
Carolina asked curiously, almost involuntarily. The Mercus turned to Carolina and gazed at the captain with a look of surprising incredulity, followed by a moment of unexpected patience, and simply replied, She is small, Captain Dreeson, and she is gravely injured. That is what she is. Over the next several hours, Wren asked quite a few questions the Mercus declined to answer, One was why he'd flown all the way out into the middle of empty space to seek medical attention from her, when there were obviously numerous outposts with medical facilities out in the Taus, the Sigmas, or even the Mu systems. Similarly, she was curious to know how the hell the assassin had found them out there. That question wasn't just a pressing issue for Wren about a serious security threat, but the Mercus told Wren that none of that mattered to him if Wren couldn't save the girl. The nature of their relationship was another curious question to Wren. It was bizarre, sure, but nothing about the way he talked about the girl, or looked at her, seemed inappropriate or untoward, which was to say that the relationship seemed entirely platonic to Wren. But she was surprised by the fact that the killer seemed to genuinely care for Shianne. Dr. Wren hadn't expected that from him. There were layers to this Mercus she'd never have foreseen. She could also see him noticing things around the ship as those first several hours ticked away. Rishi, in particular, caught his eye.
Our new pilot,
Wren tried to explain, and she could tell that he didn't fully buy that story. His eyes revealed that the Mercus knew there was something deeper there. Similarly, the presence of Fieldstone and the absence of Transom was marked by a wry comment to Wren that her captain had traded in her Etteran bodyguard for an older model, to which Wren just smiled in a way that also caught the killer's attention. Where they did speak more openly was about the girl. The crush injury itself was quite devastating. Wren promised to do her best to save the limb, but she couldn't make any stronger promise than that. On day one, it would have been a tall task. Even with all her experience in that dire art, her little humerus wasn't just shattered, more crushed into dust. There wasn't much left to set in that middle portion of the bone. Luckily, the door, if it was a door that had crushed the arm, as the Mercus had reported, hadn't been so wide as to encompass the full length of the bone. In fact, it was about 8 centimeters of total destruction in the very middle of her humerus, and there was a proximal head as well as a distal fragment that were still very much intact. They might even stay that way if Wren could manage to salvage the blood vessels feeding them oxygen. Wren explained her plan to the Mercus. She couldn't see waking the girl for her consent. It wouldn't have changed her plan anyway. She'd print a replacement bone segment, cut the upper and lower remaining pieces of the humerus so she had a nice clean plane on both sides to affix the hardware to, then do her level best to repair as much of the vascular tissue as she could manage. The rest would be up to the little woman's own body to repair.
It's going to be a very long surgery,
she told him.
I'll need to be meticulous with the blood vessels around the bone. The muscle? I'm going to do my very best, but it'll be a challenge. And even if I do the best work I've ever done, her body is already...
I understand, Doctor, the Mercus said. Don't waste any more time on me.
You're going to have to leave me to my work, please, Mercus. I'll take very good care of her.
I wouldn't have brought her to you if I thought otherwise, Doctor. I'll be outside. Wren had a strange realization as the Mercus declared that he would be there, just outside her operating theater, that before the previous few hours, such a declaration would have shaken her to her bones with terror. Her hands would have trembled, but she wasn't afraid of him, nor of failing to save his tiny friend's barely living arm. Wren didn't fear anything in that moment, which was a feeling she genuinely never felt before such a procedure. Not ever. No. She just felt hopeful and determined. The rest was out of her hands.
Your little friend,
Carolina said to the Mercus as he sat by himself at the atrium table.
She's in capable hands.
I'm grateful.
The terms I spoke of earlier over comms, for the protection of both parties, of course.
Carolina gestured to the old bot, George, which Rishi had woken up and pulled out of their rear storage area.
Unfortunately, our herald is assisting the doctor in the surgery. He's a much better conversationalist than old George here.
As I said before, Captain, your ship, your rules. On most days, I don't care much to talk to bots. People are another matter. But under the circumstances, I don't feel much like talking.
That's fair enough,
Carolina replied.
I regret that we're meeting under these circumstances, but I am grateful for the opportunity to thank you.
He turned his head toward Carolina and raised an eyebrow, as though to ask why.
For not killing me, and I suppose for bringing the mastermind of that plot to, I guess you could call it a kind of outer letters justice of a sort.
That's old justice, Captain, of any domain. I thought the files I sent explained my motivation well enough. I was not doing you any favors. We two are square by my reckoning, and the doctor is squaring her account with me just now.
Nonetheless, please ask George to ping one of us if you need anything. You're welcome to anything in the commissary, and you can lie down on the side bench there if you feel the need to sleep. It's not private, but I don't think you'd find any of our racks very comfortable. Quarters are tight enough for us.
The Mercus nodded. I appreciate your opening your doors to us, Captain Dreeson. I could understand why you might have been hesitant, yet you still did.
Oh,
Carolina exclaimed, and it seemed to him as though she was reacting to something totally unrelated. Is everything all right? The Mercus asked.
It just struck me suddenly. I'm sorry. It's probably totally unremarkable to you at the moment. Never mind.
He turned his head toward her, that big, homely head. Captain Dreeson, you can't react like that and then fail to explain yourself, especially if you think it's nothing significant.
It's just, there was an ancient word for it. Not hospitality exactly, but bigger than that. The duty to treat the stranger as an honored guest. It struck me that this was just such a circumstance, a synchronicity of a kind. It was called Genia.
Genia, yes, I've heard of it. It's still called that, and it was travelers that were to be welcomed, as I recall, not necessarily strangers. Either way, I am not a visiting god in disguise, just a man. Nevertheless, you and your crew do our ancestors and their deities proud.
I'm going to get some rest,
Carolina declared, excusing herself. The Mercus nodded as she turned to leave the atrium. Can you dim the lights, Bot? He asked George, who stood beside him at the atrium table. It's awful bright in here just now. The Mercust's eyes were nearly as bloodshot as Wren's when she finally re-emerged from the medical bay, nearly 17 hours after the surgery began. May I go in? He asked her. Wren shook her head.
Sure. I'm going to keep her down for a little while longer. The pain is going to be... I'm sorry. It's been a long night, and day, I guess. But she's going to be in a lot of pain when she does wake up.
And the arm?
It's going to be a while before I can say anything. Time will tell.
But you didn't have to take it.
Not last night.
The Mercus nodded. Thank you, Doctor.
I'm going to get some rest, but Harold will have eyes on her at all times, and he knows when to get me.
Wren took a deep breath and walked back toward her quarters beside the med bay. The Mercus, meanwhile, got up and headed back into the medical bay to set his tired eyes on his ailing protege. The Mercust's snoring could be heard throughout the ship. Only Shian was spared the consistent, deep droning rumbling down the Yankee-Chaos's halls. When Wren came in to check on the girl late that night, the massive assassin was still sprawled out flat on the floor, taking long, deep, growling breaths. She did her best to assess her patient's arm without bothering the big man. It wasn't just the arm that she was concerned with now. The arm had already been heading toward sepsis before the surgery. Now the danger was her whole system's reaction to all the toxicity in the arm being brought back into her little body after Wren reconnected so many vascular passageways that had been mangled when the arm was crushed. So far, though, Wren was optimistic, or at least she was hopeful. She'd given Shian a fighting chance. When the Mercus finally woke, Wren invited him to sit and have a meal with her, though neither of them could definitively say what meal it was. The Yankee-Chaos's clock clearly indicating it was morning of the following day, but both of them had completely lost track of their own internal clocks. They were content to call it breakfast and start it with multiple pouches of coffee. Wren explained as best she could that it was going to be some time before she had any meaningful prognosis. Still, even if the arm survived, Wren had genuine concerns about nerve damage. That, she explained, could be repaired, but it wasn't a quick fix, and she wouldn't be able to properly assess it until Shian woke up.
She'll be in pain,
Wren warned. The pain can't be as bad as it was on the way here, Mercus responded. She's far tougher than she looks for such a little thing.
She wouldn't be the first of the kind I've met.
I'm sure it's a long list, Doctor. Of that, I have no doubt.
You're not in a rush to get her out of here, are you?
The Mercus shrugged. Why do you ask?
Her prognosis is murky. It's possible I could let you take her back aboard your ship and leave, and she would be fine and make a full recovery without further intervention. It's also possible if I did so, she would go septic in 3 days and die. It's possible her arm could linger for weeks and then progressively worsen. I'd like to keep her close until I'm confident I can see which way it's going to go.
I understand.
But I don't understand your, or her circumstances. I appreciate. What I mean, I wouldn't presume to press you for information. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. It's just hard to know how to talk to you about her without knowing certain things.
For now, Dr. Wren, considering she isn't even conscious again yet, I'd ask you to treat her to the best of your capabilities. Don't assume anything on my part, or hers, except that we'd like you to do your best to treat her. That much should be straightforward enough.
I will do that, yes. I told you I would.
Excellent.
She's an anomaly, you know.
Wren flashed him a funny smile he didn't quite know how to take.
And there's an expression about pediatric patients. I'm not sure how much medical knowledge you have.
I'm not the most ignorant person, nor am I well educated on the matter. I do know my anatomy.
Wren's eyes flashed a bit wider as the darkness of that comment lingered for a moment. She decided it was best to ignore it, and quickly.
Well, anyway,
she continued,
they'd like to tell us when we're students that it's important to remember that pediatric patients aren't just tiny adults.
She's not a pediatric patient.
No, that's what I mean. She's a tiny adult. Kids are different in the way they react and heal. That's all I was saying. It's the first time I've seen a tiny adult.
Remember that part of the conversation a moment ago when I told you everything I wanted you to know about treating Xian? I feel as though you're trying to probe beyond that line, Doctor.
I was just trying to make conversation.
As much as I would enjoy that, I think it's best we both kept our peace for now.
You're very different from how I imagined you that day in the chocolate shop on Nick's,
Wren said.
Very different.
I was then, and still am, exactly what I need to be in the moment.
Wren didn't quite know what to make of the Mercist's response, but the longer they sat there in silence, and the longer she considered it, the more ominous and menacing such a comment became.
Well, anyway, Mercist,
she said,
what can I get you for breakfast?
The longer the situation lingered with the girl still unconscious, the more uncomfortable the atmosphere aboard the ship became. Mercist was there in the medbay most of the time, but he also took time outside to eat. As much as Fieldstone was wary of the assassin's presence, he also trusted somewhat in the giant killer's motivation. More than anything, he needed Wren's skill, or at least he seemed to, and that was the best insurance against his becoming a threat. But to Fieldstone's mind, it didn't change what the killer was. To Wren, the second night after the Mercist's appearance, Fields likened it to having a crocodile in the atrium. It might behave and seem docile so long as you kept feeding it, but it wasn't a good idea to keep a crocodile around. Just when you let your guard down and think it's safe, he told her. Creatures like that have a way of reminding you what they are.
That's what I felt like about Transom for about a year,
Wren whispered back.
He turned out okay.
Fieldstone shrugged. Did he? The question hung between them for a moment, especially in light of the way Carolina had returned from Iophos after Transom had choked the life out of her host's body.
Just be polite,
Wren told him.
Mercist seems to respect that.
I know better than to piss off a man like him for no good reason, Wren. We just can't forget what he is and let our guard down.
He makes that kind of hard on his own.
That was true enough. The assassin's physical presence was a constant reminder of just how dangerous he could be. Fields couldn't help but assess a man like that, just as he did with any man. A fighter can't help but see it in others. And in the Mercist, it wasn't just a powerful, lumbering behemoth he saw. The way he moved was precise. The way he took space, deliberate. He did not want to fight that man, and he told Carolina as much in a quiet conversation.
The captain, for her part, mostly agreed, but she also needed to talk to that crocodile. There were questions that needed to be answered. She approached him as he was seated at the atrium table eating a lunch the following afternoon.
"May I join you?"
she asked. Harold approached the table, and after a few moments, Rishi came up from the flight deck with Fields, who remained in the front corridor just outside of the big man's field of vision. "It's your table, Captain Dreeson. You shouldn't have to ask me." Carolina nodded.
"Please, the title is too formal. Call me Carolina Merkist."
He shook his head. "Nah, too familiar. Sorry. The daughter of Athos can't be on a first-name basis with a man like me, even this far out in this desert of vacant galaxy."
"No?"
The Merkist huffed, as though considering. "It's tempting to think that title shouldn't mean a thing in an uncharted stretch of space like this. That's where I think they mean the most, though. The machinations of civilization. If we don't remember what we are out here, then we were never really civilized in the first place. Don't you agree, Miss Dreeson? Is that okay for you?"
"Sure. Miss Dreeson is fine,"
Carolina answered.
I don't know. I haven't given much thought to a question like that."
"I have. See, I have a lot of time to think about such things. I've spent a lot of time alone out in space."
"I suppose you would have."
"It's a fine line, you know, at the edges. I imagine that in Athos, the machine is so finely tuned that it doesn't even strike most people as a possibility that civilization could break down. Or how."
"Oh, we understand well enough. Some of us do, anyway."
"Your family, yes. I imagine you would. It's your job to lubricate the wheels, I suppose. Or perhaps it's fairer to say, remove impediments to the ring's steady operation. Things of that nature."
"All of the above. True."
"That was what I found curious about finding you out at Ashvadal, Miss Dreeson. But asking questions like that. Not my function, you see. I suppose you could think of what I do as in the same realm as your family's family business, just a different sector."
"You're a curious fellow, that's for sure."
"And you're a curious young lady." Carolina looked over at him. He looked back over at her, and then at Rishi. Physically, it wasn't quite like having Transom sitting at the table with them, but Rishi's function was the same there, even if the Merkist didn't exactly know it. But he did sense something, even if it wasn't explicit. "You're quite good at this, you know," the Merkist finally said, breaking a rather long silence. "The art of saying a lot without saying anything at all."
"Something you know something about, Merkist, I'd wager."
"Here we sit. I get the sense you want to change that, but you don't quite know where to begin. Neither of us even knows what the other is bargaining with. I have a sense, though, Miss Dreeson, and as I am a guest here on your ship, perhaps I should make the first gesture."
"Please,"
Carolina stated, gesturing for the Merkist to continue. "Do you know what an illusionist is, Miss Dreeson?"
"I do. In fact, I've met one before."
"Really? On Athos?" Carolina nodded. "Most people don't even know what they are. It's quite a rare art form these days. I had to read about them. Fascinating business. Performance art of a sort. I've seen videos, but I've never met one in person, which makes it harder to know how much is real. Videos are so easy to manipulate."
"The man I met made my own jewelry seemingly disappear before my very eyes,"
Carolina replied, smiling.
"Poof."
"A man after my own heart," the Merkist stated with a dark grin. "Of course, my art form is making other things disappear." He could see Carolina growing uneasy. "Apologies. A little dark humor. Anyway," the Merkist continued, "back before the days when people came to believe science could explain everything, most people believed in magic, gods and goddesses in their midst, witchcraft. Back then, illusionists called themselves magicians. They knew what they were, but it was a kind of guild secret among their fellow practitioners that they were practicing illusions and not magic. It was a violation of the highest order to reveal the secrets of their trade to outsiders, lest the public find out that they were ordinary tricksters plying a trade, and not genuine shamans manipulating supernatural forces. For a long while, they kept that secret very seriously.
I didn't know that.
It's true. In fact, there were cases of magicians disappearing in my manner of the word, on the mere hint that they were revealing too much. And you might wonder, how then would the craft survive?
Apprenticeship would be my guess, Carolina stated.
You are correct, Miss Dreeson. Magicians often did take apprentices, usually within the family. But then there were the childless practitioners, or the ones with children who had neither the interest nor the talent. Those magicians often trained assistants or employees to succeed them. But then, what almost always happens when the student surpasses the master?
Tension, bitterness, infighting.
To say the least, yes, Miss Dreeson. So inevitably, the secrets were bound to get out, especially once cameras and computers could dissect a performance frame by frame. Then, magicians became illusionists, performance artists, a different kind of dancer. The magic was gone.
I presume you have a point, Merkist.
You need to know my magic tricks, or at least the one that pertains to your security. Carolina flashed a muted smile. How the hell did I find your ship out here, right?
That's the one.
Now we're talking, the Merkist replied, nodding. The thing is, though, I can't figure out what you are, Miss Dreeson. You're certainly not an apprentice.
You already have one of those, it seems, Carolina stated, gesturing toward the medical bay.
The Merkist ignored the comment. You're certainly not family, nor an assistant, nor an employee, nor are you an ordinary witless member of the general public. Illusionists of your kind certainly know how to keep your trade secrets. The Merkist made a gesture with his head in the direction of the artifact outside the ship's tail. Would it give you any comfort if I told you that you're not in danger? The Merkist asked.
From you?
No, not from me. That's a given. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead already, at least 3 times over. But it would be foolish of you to presume that I'm the only one capable of finding you. If I can, surely another can as well, no?
You've revealed a grave flaw in my security. That's a fact.
And you're not sure how. It could be your ship. It could be a member of your crew. The doctor would be the chief suspect there, as she and I had direct contact before. It could be something else entirely. The Merkist took a long pause to examine Carolina's eyes.
What do you want?
She asked him. I don't suppose you'd believe me if I told you I simply wanted your doctor to fix Xian's arm.
With all this talk of illusion and magic tricks?
Would you believe it if she woke up and told you herself?
But with illusionists, the assistant is usually in on the trick as well.
A near-fatal arm wound like that. That's some commitment to the part, I'd say.
In your line of work? It wouldn't be straining the imagination too far to ask whether Xian was a willing participant.
The Merkist nodded. True enough. And now there's the question of whether you could trust what I tell you, even if I told you exactly how I keep finding you again, Miss Dreeson. And around we go.
So it would seem.
You have your tricks, the Merkist said, glaring across the table now at Rishi. I have mine.
The art of saying much by saying nothing, Carolina said, seeming to punctuate the conversation.
Akop!
Came a noise from behind the table, where Kristoff's old bot George was keeping his station. The bot's head twitched and then turned back toward its original position. Glitchy little thing, the Merkist stated. He's been switched off for a while, Carolina answered, beginning to get up from the table.
Fellow travelers, the Merkist said, nodding.
I'm sorry, what?
Carolina asked, now standing. We're definitely not colleagues. Even that, as I said before, would be too familiar. I suspect we're fellow travelers, which makes our connection, such as it is, more of a business relationship.
A cordial one, I hope, Mr. Merkist.
The assassin smiled, returning a doubtful look. Carolina looked back at him probingly. He was shaking his head. Speaking of illusions, Miss Dreeson, I'm but a step into your world. And what do I see but a hall of mirrors? You are an intriguing soul. That's certain. She smiled as she left, returning with Rishi toward the front of the ship, where under her breath, she told Fieldstone in no uncertain terms.
I want him off my ship. Tell Wren to get that girl fit for travel as soon as she wakes.
Oh,
The girl said, her tone pained as she exhaled.
you look like a nice lady. I'm Dr. Wren. You've been asleep for some time now. That's good. I'm Shian. It hurts so bad. I don't want to say.
Wren didn't quite catch her meaning, but it wasn't all that uncommon for a patient to be incoherent after such a long time under.
You're aboard our ship, Shian. I had to do surgery on your arm. Do you remember? It was badly injured.
Shian looked down at it and winced.
It's still purple. A lighter shade,
Wren said, a subtle, encouraging smile punctuating the statement.
I'm glad it's still there. Wow, okay,
Wren said, turning to the Merkist, who was looking down on the little woman with a blank expression that surprised Wren, especially following all those hours he'd spent looking after her.
She's quite a bit more oriented than I expected. I don't want to talk,
Shian whispered.
My head's not right. You don't have to say anything,
Wren replied.
I'm just going to do a few tests on your hand, okay? All I want you to do is tell me when you feel something. Can you do that?
Shian nodded.
Ow. It's starting to hurt again.
Wren was preparing to test the sensation in the girl's hand, when suddenly the lights in the medbay flickered. She looked up at the ceiling, and then over at the Merkist, whose expression hadn't changed.
I can get you something for the pain,
Wren said.
Nothing that clouds my head,
Shian replied. Wren looked down at the girl again, and then back up at the Merkist. For whatever it was worth, Shian didn't seem to be afraid of him, nor did it seem to Wren like there was any unspoken threat there between the two of them. But it was clear that the girl didn't want to slip up and give something away.
We'll find a way, Shian. It's good to finally meet you.
That night, while Karolina was sleeping, Rishi woke her to report a ping from the cannon. Kristoff had sent word that Transom was back. The captain of the Yankee-Chaos hadn't been sleeping well since her own return, so Rishi had been reluctant to wake Karolina for anything that wasn't galaxy-shaking. But she also knew that Transom's reappearance could seriously complicate their situation, and no one else had a hope of reining in Transom the way Karolina did.
He wants to see you, Karolina,
Rishi told her upon waking her as gently as she could.
Inform them that's going to be tough, at least while we're still entertaining guests.
I'm not sure how he'll feel about that, Rishi said.
I can guess well enough. I'm not sure about anything else, though. I'd ask you to debrief Transom yourself, Rishi, but with this Merkist around, I have no expectation that our comms would be secure. It's probably also not a great idea to have those two on the same ship together, Karolina.
She sighed.
This situation is getting messier by the minute. Send Wren in here first thing when she wakes up. We have to get these two off this ship.
The next time Rishi interrupted her, it was to inform Karolina that Transom wasn't keen to wait. Apparently, according to Kristoff, and confirmed on external dorsal cameras, Transom had suited back up, and he was climbing down the tether by hand. He would be at the top hatch momentarily.
Have Fieldstone meet him up there,
Karolina said.
You too, Ship. I can't have him popping off with this assassin aboard. Bring him down here as quietly as you can. From what Kristoff told me, Transom is aware of our guest's identity, but Kristoff also said he doesn't always have the best read on what Transom's thinking. Who does? Karolina said, rolling her eyes. What time is it now? 4:30, roughly. Might as well meet a new day then,
Karolina replied, sitting up in her bed.
I haven't been sleeping anyway.
Fields and Rishi stepped lightly through the midship, but Rishi noted, as she was constantly monitoring their guests, that the Merkist stirred and lay perfectly still on the floor of the medical bay, where he'd been sleeping beside the girl. It figured. She didn't expect they could sneak another person onto the ship without someone as perceptive as the Merkist noticing, even if he was fast asleep. Rishi escorted Transom directly to the flight deck and told him Karolina would be right up. How the hell long were we gone for? Kristoff said a couple weeks. But what the hell, Ship?
I told you not to call me that, Transom. And what the hell are you talking about?
The lights. You didn't notice them flickering in the atrium? You do realize we're all the way out in the butt crack of the galaxy here, right? Rishi shook her head.
There's nothing wrong with the ship, Transom. I run hourly diagnostics.
Sure. Fix the lights, will you?
Yeah, I'll get right on it, Sebastian.
Seriously though, Rishi. You don't want me bumping into this guy, right?
What do you want?
Would you mind bringing me a coffee?
Would you like a full breakfast on a silver platter?
I'm serious. Please, Rishi. Let's just say my trip back was not a pleasant one. Just a coffee. Hot and black. She shook her head.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you. He paused as though holding his tongue.
Don't call me ship again.
Transom put up his hands, as though to deny the thought had crossed his mind. Rishi disappeared down the corridor to the midship. Transom sat in silence, waiting for the captain. Carolina arrived at the same time Rishi did a few minutes later. Rishi had a coffee pouch for each of them.
I'll give you two some space,
Rishi declared, stepping lightly back toward the atrium table. Home again, Transom said, exhaling. Hope there's no hard feelings about that.
I think it's best we didn't discuss it, or anything else for that matter. Not until our guests are back on their way.
What the hell, Dreeson? You couldn't think of anyone deadlier to bring aboard than the damn Merkist?
You've heard of him?
Not exactly. But Kristoff said he and Burch and Verona had some kind of run-in out on Muindiris involving the guy in one of the Rexes or something. I swear, you make the strangest friends.
I wouldn't call him a friend, and I wouldn't cast aspersions either if I were you.
How's your neck?
My God, you're an asshole.
That was the first time I ever murdered anyone to save their life.
And the last, I hope.
He shrugged. Maybe I'll let the big guy have his turn. Transom squeezed his elbow into a tight angle, then flicked the top off his coffee pouch, making a soft popping sound with his lips as he did.
You know, Sebastian, I really missed having you around.
That's great. How are we going to get these assholes off our ship, Dreeson? Got a plan yet?
Yeah. It involves you shutting the hell up and behaving and letting the doctor do her job.
You know, as I seem to recall, I was the one who actually managed to behave myself back in Geneva. Someone else I know? He shook his head at Carolina. Different story.
How are the others doing?
She asked him. You mean the professor?
I meant the others.
Right. He was heartbroken. Wanted to jump right off the Anavan Tower the first night you left. Goss had to talk him down. He was crying and everything. Real sorry scene.
I'm going to hire that assassin myself if you keep this up.
They're fine, Carolina. Whatever. We can't debrief until our visitors leave anyway. Most of it's still fresh in my mind, Transom said, pointing to his head. I'll try to write down as much as I can until our guests leave. Then we can talk.
So it wasn't fruitless?
Carolina asked, her tone sullen, almost defeated.
I felt like it was a waste. My part, anyway.
Transom shook his head. I don't think so. For a while there, I was a cop, a servant of the community. I felt like I made a real damn difference every day I put on that uniform.
Oh my God,
she said, shaking her head. So, no hard feelings, Dreeson?
Don't ever do it again.
You have my word, Transom replied. Wait, you were talking about you, right? Just you, not like all people in general. Because that I can't promise. I mean, this Merkist guy, just say the word. Transom ran 2 fingers across his own throat, miming a cutting motion. Wouldn't be my first galactic badass.
No,
Carolina said, answering firmly, even though she was fairly confident Transom was joking about the offer.
I'm sure it wouldn't be. Just stand your post and try to keep your mouth from getting us into trouble.
Aye, aye, Captain, he replied, grinning. She looked over at Transom as he seemed to savor the coffee. She began to sip hers as well. When Wren woke that morning, she told Carolina in no uncertain terms. The only way she could ensure Shien's survival if they rushed their visitors off the ship would be to take her arm. Otherwise, they needed to wait. Carolina pressed her, sensing that something more could be done.
I feel like you must have some other options, Wren.
And the doctor's reaction only served to heighten that belief. Wren shrugged, sighed, shook her head, and only half denied it.
Doctor?
Carolina insisted.
What more could you do? I'm down to my last unit. I suppose I could give her half, maybe.
Carolina glared at Wren.
When she was here, I used to stock like 4 units of her plasma just in case. You know, I treated your leg wound with it. Lita's plasma? You told me it was the last one. Well, it was. The last one I could use anyway. I could synthesize more, I guess. But I only know one place I could do it. Where? That place.
Ren began to whisper.
Where Rishi came from? Verona's old neighborhood?
Ren's voice got louder again.
Technically, that kind of bloodborne nanotech is illegal in most of the Battery. Not in Tressia, though. I suppose we could go there to synthesize more. And Chien is so small, a full unit would be more like 2. I might be able to save a large enough sample that I could use it to make more. But I saved it for us, not for strangers, in case you or Soch got hurt. A last resort. How much would it help her, Doctor? I have no idea. Let me rephrase. What are the odds it would clear up her arm in a matter of hours or a day or so?
Ren rolled her eyes.
It's not magic, Carolina. It would help. Much better than the regimen I already have her on? A bit? Marginally? But a margin can make a difference. I don't want to use it unless I have to, though. I want them gone, Carolina whispered. I get it,
Ren whispered back, mocking Carolina slightly.
It's not like they're my new best friends either, but I'm not going to saw that girl's arm off to get rid of them. Okay, Ren. Good enough.
It was going to take time. As that time began to pass, Chien began to move a little. She was weak from the extended period of unconsciousness and immobility, and the Merkist wasn't exactly forthcoming about their activities leading up to the accident either, which meant they could have been weightless for weeks prior as well. But to Ren's eyes, she seemed tough, that little woman, wincing her way through her first steps, then turning those few into a trip around the atrium table. Before long, she was trying to fetch her own water from the ship's commissary. It wouldn't have been easy for her with 2 good arms, as the counter was at about head height for Chien, and her reach was similarly limited. She didn't exactly appreciate Harold's interventions, as well-meaning as they were.
It is my duty to serve your needs, Miss Chien,
the bot insisted, as it watched her struggle to reach a pouch or the water spigot to fill it.
Do you have coffee?
She asked him.
We do, indeed. Would you like me to prepare a serving that would be appropriate for you? I would love for you to show me how so I could do it myself.
The bot paused, seemingly to process how he could accommodate the request. At that point, one of the 2 Etterans Chien had seen around the ship, the new arrival, appeared at the threshold of the commissary and stopped, staring at her. She looked back.
What?
She barked at him.
That's some look you've got on you, mister.
Transom glanced over at the atrium table behind them, where the Merkist was seated, observing quietly. Why are you so damn tiny? Transom asked, turning back toward Chien. She shot him a sour look as she struggled to reach the water spigot with her good arm.
Because my parents were small. Genius.
Funny girl. Why's your arm purple? She noted a sinister grin on the Etteran and scowled back at him.
I have a rare condition where my dreams manifest in the real world. I had this nightmare where I got into a fight with a humongous grape that tried to bite my arm off. Better be careful around me, mister. I might fall asleep and dream that your head explodes.
Awful lot of salt in that tiny package, Transom replied. Here. He stepped toward Chien as though he intended to help.
I'll get it,
she insisted. Fine, he replied. Hey, robot, why don't you go back into rear storage and bring out one of the medium-sized magnetic crates?
I could, sir, but Captain Dreeson insisted I remain with Miss Chien, and I'm not certain anything in any of those storage bins would help the current situation.
No, empty the bin and bring it back here so she can stand on it and reach the water in the upper cabinets.
Ah, I see. Right away. Will you please attend to our guest's needs while I comply?
Transom nodded. You are relieved, robot. Chien's eyes narrowed on Transom as Harold hurried toward the back of the ship.
What?
Will you let me help you this once, Tiny? Then you can get it yourself next time.
Fine,
Chien replied. She stood aside as Transom fixed her a coffee, periodically looking back toward the table at the Merkist, who still hadn't said a word or moved a muscle to intervene.
Thank you,
she said to Transom as he handed her the coffee pouch when he was finished. Don't drink that all in one go.
It's not my first coffee.
First fight with a purple berry? He asked, gesturing toward her immobilized arm.
I could teach you a thing or two.
I'll get them next time.
I'm sure you will, Transom stated, grinning. Little spitfire. A loud exclamation came from across the atrium. Akop! Transom turned to see the old bot twitch its head. He looked down at the girl. Guess he doesn't like the look of your friend.
Stupid thing's broken, she replied. Hasn't shut up all day.
Old unit, was all Transom said, returning a perplexed look to the girl. Then he grabbed the coffee he'd prepared for himself from the counter and turned through the atrium to leave. The Mercist looked over at him, and to Transom's eyes, gave an almost imperceptible nod. I'm not supposed to talk to you, Transom said as he passed. Captain says my mouth will get us into trouble, and she's usually right about such things. The Mercist didn't reply, but the nod he returned the second time was unmistakable as Transom left the room. Though she was up and moving better each day, Shian's arm didn't markedly improve. Thankfully, though, Ren reported daily that it wasn't worsening either. There was a quiet peace aboard the ship for nearly a week after Transom's return, where little changed. Carolina had put George away after everyone complained, not just Shian and the Mercist. He'd continued glitching all day and night, the same verbal tick every 30 minutes or so. Akop! Similarly, though much more troubling, the lights continued to flicker in various different areas of the ship. Rishi couldn't explain that curious malfunction either. Just as with old George's diagnostics, everything was coming back in the clear. The anomaly was just a flicker of the lights, but it was disconcerting enough that everyone had begun to exchange quiet looks whenever it happened. You know your lights, the Mercist said to Carolina one evening as she passed through the atrium. Then he paused for a moment, turning his head. Dangerous thing to be all the way out here if your ship malfunctions.
Thankfully we have our friends just outside, she replied, referring to the cannon, where Kristoff and Drya were parked by the artifact's outer door. And we're certain it's nothing to worry about. Diagnostics are all green.
Let's hope your diagnostics are correct, Miss Dreeson, the Mercist replied. And because of his manner of speaking, his comment couldn't sound anything but ominous. Carolina didn't say any more, merely nodding and heading back toward her stateroom, where she promptly called Rishi, Transom, and Fieldstone to the flight deck to discuss the matter.
I have 2 theories,
Rishi explained to them all when she arrived.
I've been looking over George's systems, and everything seems fine. But if it were just the ship, I'd think it was the ship. But both started glitching right around the same time.
Which also happens to be almost exactly when our new friends arrived, Fieldstone stated. His voice hushed. Rishi turned her head around and shut the door to the flight deck. All right, Transom said. Somebody give me a good reason we don't immediately eliminate that possibility.
Because I'm not going to sanction the killing of a man who came here as a guest, Carolina answered. Especially one who saved all of our lives not too long ago.
Funny how he keeps turning up, Transom replied.
No, Sebastian. No. We don't even know he's responsible yet. Plus, there's the matter of the girl. Yeah, I'm doubtful he's behind it, Rishi added. I've monitored their every move, and there's been a bot within a few meters of them the entire time they've been aboard.
So it's all a coincidence. They show up and immediately all our shit starts glitching.
Do you have a better theory, Rishi?
Carolina asked.
So far it's just George and the YC acting funny, she replied. But there's something else I haven't mentioned. I actually think it might be the artifact interfering somehow. I'm not sure how or why it would just affect those 2 systems aboard the ship, but I've also been having trouble with my nodes.
Rishi pulled up the shirt sleeve her technological body was projecting as a flight suit.
Wait, your shell is glitching too? And this is the first I'm hearing of it?
Carolina asked.
Not the shell, Rishi replied. No systems in the shell itself are malfunctioning. It's just the nodes. It started right around the same time. They got a little glitchy for a couple days, and then they've been silent.
So you're not getting anything? No data stream from... Transom tilted his head toward the artifact.
No,
Rishi replied.
It's happened before. A few hours here and there. Sometimes even a day or so. I'm not sure why.
But never this long, Fieldstone asked.
No. It could just be a period of uncertainty, like something happening now is creating a big shift. But I only have a few inputs,
Rishi stated, pointing to the nodes on her forearm. And then she looked back toward the door before turning around again and whispering,
Nelius has hundreds.
He wasn't reporting any problems before yours went down? Fields asked. Rishi shook her head in the negative.
I don't know what to make of it, but it could just be a totally normal function of the way they work. It's still all a big mystery how they function. We certainly all know how powerful.
Yeah, Carolina stated.
Enough about that for now.
Big man makes a point about getting stuck out here, Fieldstone noted. Have Kristoff and Drya reported any problems with the cannon?
No,
Rishi answered.
And really, let's not overreact here. It's just a glitchy old bot and a flicker of the lights. We have no reason to think it's anything more. None of Wren's equipment has had any problems while treating our little visitor. None of the ship's major systems have glitched. External arrays, atmosphere, the generator, FTL. Everything is returning perfect diagnostics.
Okay, Carolina agreed.
Let's not overreact, especially with visitors aboard. But I think I'd like you to bring George back online again, Rishi. Captain?
Rishi asked.
Canary,
Carolina replied. Rishi tilted her head as though she didn't get the reference. Then she nodded.
I get it. Monitor the symptoms in case they progress. I'll see what I can do to turn down George's vocal decibel level.
Akop, Transom barked, startling everyone for a moment. Fieldstone snorted out a laugh. Akop!
Muzzle it, Sebastian,
Carolina stated, shaking her head.
Covert operator my ass.
Let's not talk about your ass, Captain, Transom replied. We've got enough to worry about around here without any more distractions.
Funny, Sebastian,
Rishi stated, opening the door to the flight deck.
I'll let everyone know if I have any updates.
Rishi's forearm shifted to project a full sleeve with the flight suit again covering the nodes in her morphing nanotech dermis, all the way down to her wrist. On the 10th day after Xian woke up, with her arms still lingering in a tenuous state of stagnation, Wren went to Carolina and told her that she was down to her last intervention, the final unit of Lita's plasma. She told Carolina she was going to use it, all but a small enough sample size to synthesize later, if they ever got back to Tresia or Edis Ali's vault again.
If it doesn't turn soon,
Wren said,
even with the plasma infusion, she's going to lose the arm.
There was a long pause between Carolina and Wren, where both of them seemed to weigh the prospect of having to tell the Mercus that they couldn't save Xian's arm.
Why did I wait so long?
Wren whispered, shaking her head.
Because you take care of your own first, Wren,
Carolina stated.
And you'll never have to apologize to your people for that. Your people. It was courageous to wait this long.
Wren got her head together and walked back to the medbay to administer the last resort treatment. She could tell by the skepticism in the little woman's face that Xian was already preparing herself to lose her arm. Later that same week, Carolina woke in the middle of the night, startled again by another nightmare. They hadn't abated in the time since she'd returned, and the stress of the current situation aboard the ship, coupled with the sense of stagnation in their greater mission, hadn't helped her demeanor any. She got up and went to the commissary to fill her water pouch again. Then she figured it might help to sit on the deck and watch the stars spin for a while, to let her head clear for a bit before trying to go back to sleep, hopefully without the foul taste of the nightmare fresh in her mind. She was surprised to find Transom there, seated in the first mate's chair, glasses on his face, a tablet in his lap, and he was scrawling with a stylus in what appeared to Carolina to be some odd form of pictorial written language. He heard her footsteps and turned his head.
What's with the hieroglyphics?
She asked, inspecting the tablet over his shoulder before sitting in the captain's chair beside him.
Doesn't look like any written language I've ever seen.
Transom returned his gaze to the tablet. Not a secret per se. I mean, it's common enough that I'm not giving away ops methods that aren't widely known. But it's something we do.
Etterans?
I'm sure the Trasp do it too. Maybe even officials high up in your government, industries, whatever. Personal cipher. Even I can't read it without the eyewear. Bioencryption. He took off the glasses. Now it's just gibberish to me, too. I figured it was appropriate with our new friends aboard.
I've never seen you writing before, Sebastian.
You look, she smiled.
Very astute.
I guess your boyfriend. He stopped himself. Sorry. The professor and I, we spent a fair amount of time together, talking history, old books. I taught him a thing or two about surveillance. We talked about writing, too.
So you're writing now?
Well, this is just the important stuff. The things I have to remember from. Transom gestured toward the artifact, and then toward the back of the ship. Those things that couldn't be said with the visitors aboard.
He's sleeping,
Carolina stated.
I heard the snoring from the commissary. At least one of us is sleeping well anyway.
Yeah, what's up with you? I didn't want to pester you with it, but you haven't looked so good since, what is it? Still got a lingering aftertaste?
I'm not sure if it's related or unrelated.
Probably related. Carolina nodded.
Probably related, yes. But I've been having nightmares.
The same one?
I don't know. Maybe. Not always.
What's tonight's? Do you remember? Carolina rolled her eyes and exhaled.
I'm always trapped somewhere, and I have the feeling I can't escape.
Wow. Can't imagine where that might have come from, Dreeson. We'll have to scour the galaxy for an expert who can read between those lines.
Shut up for a second, will you, Sebastian?
Transom shrugged. Fine.
This one, I was in my bed, in my cabin, but it was higher up, like on a bunk. And down on the floor, there was this pack of wolves circling around the bed looking up at me.
You know there's not enough room in there for a pack of wolves.
Dreams don't make sense, Transom.
No sense at all.
Yeah, anyway, I have this terror in my heart that they're going to consume me the second I try to step down. But I also can't flee anywhere either. So I'm just stuck up there with that same terror in my heart, and I can't get away from it. And then, usually, I wake up sweating. Sometimes it's different circumstances, but it's always more or less the same feeling.
All right, that's it?
Don't say it like that.
What? How should I say it? It is like that. You just need to straighten your mind out.
Yeah, just act tough and it will go away. Sure.
I'm dead serious, Dreeson. I thought you'd moved beyond this crap.
Transom.
No, shut up and listen. This is bullshit, and I'm not going to accept this from you. Look at me. She turned her head away, but something in his tone brought her eyes back to him. I am not Zeldin Swinney. Never was. Not for 1 second. And you are not Lee Ira. Whatever the hell you had swirling in that head, it was something, but it wasn't your shit. Don't let it complicate your life. You are Carolina Dreeson, and you do not have the luxury of moping about and twisting yourself into a state like that girl did. She's irrelevant to you, and so is her baggage. That's point 1.
Should I be taking notes?
He shoved his tablet into her lap. That'd be a start. He barked at her under his breath. Point 2. That pack of wolves circling you. I am always there in it, waiting for the first hint that any one of them has it in their mind to lift their jaws toward you with bad intentions, and I will tear out their throats the second they do. That's my job. That's not Fields' job, not Sosha's job, not Burch's, Rishi's, or anyone else's job but mine. You can't be afraid of the damn wolves. They're my concern. We can't afford you worrying about that shit. Carolina sighed.
Got any more sage advice? Any more points?
Go see Ren if you can't sleep. I'm sure she's got something that'll work. Herbal derivative. Something stronger.
I already did.
Good. Transom paused and shook his head. On second thought, it's not a bad thing we've got these visitors here. Take the time. Get your head straight. Write it out. Bring me a tablet and I'll set you with your own encryption.
I might do that.
We haven't talked yet, for obvious reasons. But some things happened back there. We're in it deep now, Dreeson. You can't carry any of that experience from there into here. And that's all I'm going to say about that for now. Carolina sighed.
All right. That's, thank you, Sebastian.
Thank me by doing.
Good talk,
she said, handing him back his tablet.
I'll leave you to your writing.
Transom nodded and took the device back, returning his attention to where he'd left off. Rishi was consulting over a secure stream with Kristoff almost daily. troubleshooting George's glitch, which persisted but didn't worsen. So too did the ship seem stuck in the same sort of stagnation. Kristoff had several ideas about the possible origin of George's minor malfunction, but one by one, as Rishi ran diagnostic after diagnostic, each idea proved fruitless in terms of explaining the bot's strange behavior. Ren, though, was reporting a slow, slight improvement in Xian's arm. By the 5th day following the infusion of Lita's plasma, there was a measurable improvement in the arm's color and blood flow. Vessels in the upper arm were beginning to repair themselves. Sensation improved, and she was moving her fingers more easily. The pain was still constantly present, but Ren was hopeful it would abate as the arm continued to heal. She wasn't ready to let Xian go yet, though. Even if she progressed to the point they believed she wouldn't go septic if she discharged the girl to the Merkist's care, it wouldn't do any good if she was in constant, throbbing pain for the rest of her life. Quietly, though, the little woman herself began to grow more optimistic. Still, though, there wasn't much conversation between the crew of the Yankee-Chaos and their guests. It was a relationship of mutual respect and cooperation. But even after weeks together, no one would have mistaken the spirit of the parties on that vessel as friendship. The improvement in Xian's arm plateaued again for several days after her marginal progression. Ren discussed it one evening on the flight deck with Carolina while Transom was there. She was worried to the point that she discussed the potential fallout if things went south after she had to take the arm. They discussed best and worst case scenarios, as well as the things they needed to do to ensure the best and prevent the worst. The morning following that heavy conversation, Transom found the girl sitting at the atrium table, her chin barely peeking above the tabletop as she sat cross-legged in her chair. He could hear the Merkist still snoring in the medical bay across the way. Transom looked probingly down the table at her as she peered at him from behind her coffee pouch.
"Want to see something, Sebastian?"
she asked. He noticed her demeanor had shifted. Xian hadn't been grim, despite the prospect of losing her arm. Fieldstone and Wren had been preparing those grounds just in case, feeding her stories about Burch and Soch and the struggles they'd overcome, the things they could still do after losing limbs, some better than before. But Xian's face didn't have a hint of resignation in it that morning. To Transom's eyes, it almost looked as though the girl was struggling to suppress a smile. "Okay," he stated. "You lose a fight with a blackberry last night?"
"No,"
Xian replied as he approached, and she couldn't hold back the smile any longer.
"I won."
He could see her trying to lift the arm to show him. "Go easy there, hotshot. Let me look." She was wiggling her fingers, her arm dangling at a right angle in the sling across her chest. The skin tone in her hand wasn't exactly back to normal, more of a lingering pink. It almost looked miraculous to Transom's eyes. He'd only ever seen that hand as a purple hand. Now it was clearly trending toward recovery. "That's a lot better." She nodded, her eyes wide with relief. "How's it feel?"
"Like a fever broke, only with pain instead of heat. It still aches a little, but nothing like yesterday."
"Has Ren seen it yet?" Xian shook her head.
"You're the first up."
"It must be all that coffee you've been drinking," Transom replied. "If you don't mind, I'm going to take all the credit."
"Like hell you are. I'm taking credit. Me and the doctor."
Transom nodded. "I suppose you've both earned it. I'm going to go get Ren."
"No,"
Xian insisted.
"you don't have to. Let her sleep."
Transom shook his head and grinned. "Try and stop me with that busted little wing of yours, Tiny. Believe me, Ren's going to want to see those little pink fingers. She'll be smiling just as wide as you are." The relief was palpable. Ren made sure to temper any overreaction, reminding Xian that the danger wasn't over yet, and that she still had a long road to recovery. Finally, though, it did seem like a real recovery appeared likely. That night, after Xian's arm continued to improve throughout the day, Ren found the Merkist at the atrium table. Nearly everyone was asleep, except for Merkist, Ren herself, and Fieldstone, who was never far outside Ren's orbit while that killer was within reach, his being particularly long. When Ren sat down at the table with the Merkist, Fieldstone sat as well. She looked at the assassin through an extended silence, almost as though she expected him to read her mind and respond accordingly. The Mercus did correctly sense that she expected a response from him, but chose a topic Ren didn't wish to dive into with the killer. Both these Etterans live by a code, which means they can be relied upon. This one, though, Doctor, he's more than just a soldier. A man of worth. That's a rare thing these days. Fieldstone looked up at her and reassured her with a glance.
I'm not sure I'd like to discuss that with you.
Personal matters, I know. Ren almost winced. She was clearly uncomfortable having the Mercus peer behind that veil, past the realm of surgeon and caregiver into the realm of her real life.
You wouldn't get to see so much of our lives if this were a hospital.
Hospitals ask questions that, to this point, you've had the courtesy not to ask, Dr. Wren. It's been an unspoken understanding. I have the feeling that's about to change, despite your own misgivings in the same domain.
What are you doing with this girl?
Wren asked.
I've seen her blood work, her genomic profile. She hasn't been dishonest, which means she's a grown woman. I have no reason to believe she's not on a path of her own choosing, but she almost lost an arm, and I can't help but think.
Then perhaps you should think less. I have no doubt you mean well, and I mean you no disrespect in saying the following. But you cannot possibly think correctly about Qian's circumstances unless you know them, and you do not. I asked you to fulfill your obligations, your end of our compact, and that is almost complete. I have not pried into yours or your crew's business, curious as it may be to us both, on many, many fronts.
No, you haven't.
No doubt you have good reasons for your secrecy on those fronts, Doctor. Ren shrugged. I have mine too, and Qian has hers. She hasn't shared them. I will not be the one to break her trust.
I'm just afraid it's fear, that she's afraid of you. I worry that's why she's so tight-lipped about her own circumstances. Otherwise, I don't understand why she wouldn't share anything about her circumstances with her doctor. She wouldn't even tell me how the accident happened.
Let's just agree to agree on the one thing we agree upon, Doctor.
What's that?
Ren asked. That you don't understand. It's okay that you don't. You've done a commendable job under difficult circumstances. Ren sighed.
I suppose that will have to be good enough.
The Mercus nodded, and Ren grinned back at him.
It's going to be a considerable rehab for her, she told him. We'll get the regime started tomorrow, and if all goes well, I think we'll have you both back on your way in a couple days.
That would be welcome, the Mercus stated. Have a good night, Doctor. Qian's rehab started off well. She spent much of the first 2 days moving her fingers and even her arm on a limited basis. The color in her hands continued to return to normal, and, remarkably, her hand scores and skin sensitivity even improved marginally in just those 2 days. Ren told Qian she was growing more comfortable progressing toward her final steps in her treatment aboard the Yankee-Chaos. She also asked the Mercus if she could take a look at the accommodations on his ship before letting her go. The final step would be to take the YC off tether and monitor Qian for at least 2 days to be sure her arm continued to progress in 0G, as she and the Mercus had a long traverse back to the outer letters before they could get back into a normal environment for Qian to complete her recovery. Where that would take place was entirely a mystery to Ren, which made her a little hesitant to let them go. But ultimately, she had to remind herself, just as with any patient, in the end, they have to stand on their own when they return to their lives. Qian's life course would be hers to choose again, just as soon as her body demonstrated it could tolerate the journey back. Ren was with Carolina discussing the matter aboard the flight deck when she saw Rishi flash an image up on the float screen that materialized above the front panel. It was of a suited figure on their anchor rock, approaching and then beginning to climb the tether.
Christoph?
Ren asked Carolina. She shook her head.
Karsten's back.
Ren looked over at Carolina with an eyebrow raised.
He couldn't wait a few more days after... I guess not. Does he know what the hell he's doing, climbing the tether like that? Who knows?
Ren looked at Carolina forcefully, urging her to figure that matter out before Irie got himself into trouble on the cable.
Rishi, will you get Sebastian a feed, please? I'm already on it.
Rishi's voice came through the flight deck's ambient audio. Rishi herself was in the rear storage working on George again, Kristoff's latest hunch on the cause of the malfunctioning bot's glitches. A few moments later, Sebastian's voice was on the audio feed. "Irie, what the hell are you doing?" "Hey, Sebastian. Long time." "Yeah, and, in that time, did you take the first minute to learn a damn thing about spacefaring? Because you're fixing to launch yourself into the great beyond, Professor." "I'm doing all right. Do you have a line on?" "A line?" "Yeah, a safety line to the tether." "I didn't see one in the cannon's gear closet." "You must be the dumbest smart guy I know, Irie. I swear. You're going to want to flip yourself over while you can still control it. Otherwise, you're going to be looking at your own ass in short order." "All right. Hang on." Carolina and Ren exchanged a long look and a laugh. They watched as Sebastian talked Karsten through a flag bend maneuver and instructed him on how to hug the tether with his legs once he got himself properly oriented to drop feet first to the ship. "I'll fetch him at the top hatch," Transom informed the listeners on the stream. "It might have been fun to let him flail about in deep space for a few hours, too. But I imagine our guests wouldn't be nearly as amused by that as we would." "No," Carolina replied. "Ren wants Xian on gravity for another 12 hours at least." "All right. I'll resist the urge to push his ass off." "I'd appreciate that," Irie added. "This is a little harder than I thought it would be." "Imagine that," Transom's voice came back. Another 15 minutes passed while Carolina and Ren observed from the flight deck as Transom brought Irie in. Karsten confirmed that he had been briefed by Kristoff and Drya about their visitors, and that he had his head about him, despite the dubious decision to crawl out to the ship on the tether. Still, no one was prepared for the scene he was about to cause when he finally made it aboard. It was a function of the orientation of the ship that Irie would have to pass through the atrium to get to the flight deck. The Merkist happened to be seated at the atrium table at that time. Ren had retreated to her medical bay to make sure Xian was situated for the night, and to give Carolina an empty seat on the flight deck so she and Karsten could talk. Carolina herself came to the edge of the atrium corridor to let the Merkist know they were about to receive another crew member who'd been over on the cannon. He nodded and betrayed no emotion about the matter, despite the fact it seemed odd that suddenly yet another crewman from the other ship was coming over after all the time they'd been there, a name he hadn't heard before. When Karsten finally made it down to the atrium, he sensed an awkward energy about the room, even prepared as he had been for their visitors. It was immediately obvious to the Merkist that the newcomer was surprised at the look of their guest. "Hello," Karsten said, as he slowly passed the table. And, about halfway through the room, he stopped walking. Kristoff and Drya had mentioned the Merkist, mind the guest assassin, they'd told him. And, because they'd never set eyes on Xian themselves, all they'd heard from Carolina about her was that she was a small woman, a great contrast from the giant assassin. Karsten wasn't prepared for the greatness of that contrast. "Why's the gravity so low?" he stated, almost to himself, his brow furrowed as he looked around, as though the answer might reveal itself in the atrium air. Carolina tried to rein his attention back in, urging him toward the front of the ship, but as he looked around, he noticed that the menacing giant at the table was taking more interest in his reaction. He decided to turn the other way, and caught a glimpse of Ren's face through the open medical bay door, and she looked suddenly very concerned, as did the little figure on her table. Karsten went through a split second of cognitive dissonance, because he'd been told small woman, but from that distance, the person on Ren's table appeared to be a child. A half-second later, it dawned on him what she was. "Oh my God!" he exclaimed, darting forward and making a direct line for the medbay. It was the way he suddenly turned straight toward her that startled Xian. Ren put her hands to her head, but couldn't even shout Karsten back fast enough to stop the chain of events that had begun to unfold. By the time he'd reached the open medbay door, Karsten could feel a force taking him up from behind by his throat, and before his feet could progress one more step into Ren's surgery, his boots were off the ground, and he was powerless, his legs dangling and his back pressed to the wall. He couldn't breathe. "Merkist!" Ren shouted. From her perspective, Ren couldn't tell whether Karsten was wide-eyed from the shock, or because the Merkist was squeezing his bulging eyes right out of his head. A second later, as Carolina came screaming through the atrium. Transom was arriving a step ahead of her, standing between them just outside the medbay's threshold. "Hey, big fella," Transom said, calmly, reaching for the knife in his right pant leg. "Right now, we don't have to. But if you squeeze that neck any harder or any longer, we're gonna have to." The Mercist looked over his shoulder at Transom, his blazing eyes assessing, measuring. They tracked toward Transom's right hand, then toward Carolina's terrified face, then back to Transom. By that time, Fieldstone, too, was arriving just behind her. "What's his problem?" the Mercist growled, turning as he continued to press Karsten against the wall. "He's a Thosian," Transom replied. "He can't help it. How about you take your hand off his throat and ask him?" The Mercist exhaled, almost snorting like an animal as he released the tension from Karsten's throat. He shifted his fingers around Iree's neck and took hold of his jumpsuit's collar instead, shaking the stunned professor as he set his feet back on the floor. "What do you mean, walking in here like that?" the Mercist barked at him. Karsten gasped and coughed as the Mercist pressed him up against the wall again, the giant's knuckles digging into his sternum as his failing feet struggled to settle beneath him.
"She's a friends."
Karsten couldn't quite get the words out.
"Take a breath, Karsten,"
Carolina said calmly.
"Take your time."
"Not too much time, Karsten," the Mercist said, glaring down at him.
"She's not a child?"
he managed to gasp. "What business of yours is it?"
"I'm sorry. I couldn't help. She's a Frinzen. I thought it was a myth."
The Mercist looked at him more closely, examining Iree's face, which had shifted from bluish-purple to a deep red. Then the assassin looked back at Shian, who appeared confused, shaking her head.
"I didn't mean to startle her. I meant no harm."
"Yeah," Transom echoed. "He's pretty harmless, that one." "A Thosian?" the Mercist asked, letting out a snort as he said it.
"My friend,"
Carolina stated. The Mercist slowly released his hand from Karsten's flight suit and put it instead on his shoulder. Karsten immediately felt the weight of the Mercist's long arm. "What did you call her?"
"You're a Frinzen, aren't you?"
Iree asked, peering around the Mercist's broad torso toward the girl. Shian shrugged and shook her head. Karsten couldn't hold himself upright and reached up, grabbing the Mercist's forearm for support.
"She's
her people, I think. I'm pretty sure." Again, he looked at Shian directly. "Your family, your friends, all your people are like you? Your size, I mean."
"Do you know something about us?"
she replied. "Not nearly as much as you, I'm sure," Karsten answered. "But I can't believe."
"Let him go, Mercist,"
Shian said.
"He knows my people."
"Are you all right?" Karsten asked her. "Your arm?" The girl smiled back at him and shook her head, almost giggling.
"Okay,"
Carolina said.
"Everyone take a breath. I'm going to have a word with Karsten up front. Then, in a few minutes, we're all going to sit down calmly and talk this through. Mercist?"
She looked up at him, and he met eyes with Carolina before looking back at Transom, who'd taken his hand from his side and was instead standing behind the Mercist with his arms crossed. "He's all yours, Captain," the Mercist replied, gesturing toward Carolina with his left arm, as he shifted his right to Iree's back, making sure Karsten was steady on his feet as he released the professor. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean any harm. I was just going to—"
"Karsten,"
Carolina stated firmly.
"Not another word. Up front now, please."
The tension on the ship settled by a few degrees as Transom, Carolina, and Iree headed down the front corridor toward the flight deck. Fieldstone, who could be found quite often sitting silently at the far end of the table from the Mercist through those weeks, now stood just outside the medbay, one eye on Ren and Shian, the other on the assassin. Fields watched as Rishi quietly approached the table from the rear of the ship and sat down beside the Mercist, who looked across at her as she addressed him with a firm look. "Pilot," the Mercist said.
"I've been watching you,"
Rishi replied. "I'm well aware. I've been watching you as well."
"And you have a keen eye, Mercist. That's one of the things I've seen."
"It doesn't take so keen an eye to understand your nature, Pilot. as real as you present. All the humans aboard this vessel eat, drink water, sleep, breathe deeply, feel. But you just watch, and you keep your thoughts to yourself, don't you?
Rishi nodded. Many of the things that have gone unspoken to this point are about to be said explicitly. I'm going to go first, and you're going to listen. And you best heed what I say well, assassin.
The Merkist grinned and then gestured for Rishi to proceed.
I am not like any AI you have ever encountered. They present as people, like me, yes, but most wear the shells of ordinary housebots, and they run protocols that prevent them from taking certain actions against any human being. You should know, there isn't a strike bot in the galaxy I couldn't pound into scrap metal in minutes with my bare hands. I am faster, smarter, and deadlier than any being you've ever encountered. And if you harm any of my people, I will kill you so dead, so fast, your eyes will not even be able to catch me coming. Put that in your calculus from this moment on, if you aim to ever leave this ship again breathing. I am always watching you.
The same grin seemed frozen on his face, yet something told Rishi it was no longer quite so smug. Duly noted, he replied, closing the grin and nodding. Incidentally, it's good to see Ms. Dreeson and her father took the previous attempt on her life as seriously as they should have. Rishi glared at him. I just mean, he began to clarify, that, well, you were not here at her side before, at Ashvidal. I just presumed your addition to the crew.
The Merkist stopped talking and let out a curious huff as Rishi looked back at him blankly. She got up from the table and began to walk back toward the storage room where she had been tinkering with old George. And after a few steps, as though the very universe itself had its own sense of comedic timing, the lights in the atrium flickered.
Oh, pilot, that reminds me, the Merkist said to her back. A word of wisdom from one professional to another.
Rishi stopped and turned back toward the Merkist.
No matter how powerful or clever we think ourselves to be, the universe has a way of humbling us all. Only entropy is invincible. Everything else must perish in its time.
He'd said it without any particular emotion, nor could she read anything on his face, whether he was gloating, joking, or simply sharing a truism he wished to impart on another flawed being. She took the comment with a similar emotionless response, merely turning back again toward the starboard corridor. And at that very moment, as if to punctuate the encounter with yet one further point of comedic irony, quite audibly from the back room came the all-too-familiar refrain echoing into the atrium.
Akop!
Carolina returned to the atrium with Transom and Karsten, and asked Shian to join them at the table with the Merkist. Wren came with her. Fieldstone stood where he was, figuring he could make his voice heard if need be, but he didn't know what to make of the situation anyway. He just thought it was curious, this notoriously deadly assassin protecting this strange, tiny woman. Karsten got excited earlier, Carolina began, after they'd all sat at the table. He didn't mean to startle or threaten Shian in any way. Yes, sorry about that, Karsten added, turning to Shian. It's just an exciting opportunity to meet you. I have a million questions. We'll get to that, Carolina stated. You know about my people? Shian asked Karsten. Or, how do you know about my people is probably a better question. Karsten looked back toward Carolina. It was obvious he was itching to talk with the girl. She looked just as eager as he. We need to clear up a few things first, Carolina said.
And the main thing, I assume, is the question you had for me before, Miss Dreeson. The question of how I found you out here.
Carolina nodded at the Merkist's question.
Here's the problem, as I see it,
he continued.
There was a very good reason I approached your doctor at Nyx, and not you, Captain. Dr. Wren is a woman of the letters. Even these two Etterans of yours live by some code, and I suppose you Ethosians do as well. But your code is, and has always been, one of deception. You and your neighbors, Iophos and Helenia as well. Only a fool enters into a compact with a known liar, and I am not a fool.
My people are liars, though, Merkist,
Shian said, drawing a look of genuine surprise from her giant companion.
Tricksters, liars, and sneaks. You said it yourself.
But these people, these Athosians, they are such prolific liars that they can't even see the truth about themselves if you put it plainly in front of their very faces.
I told you the whole reason
Shian paused, sensing that she should choose her words carefully, lest she give too much information away.
I said I couldn't trust anything I believed about my own people, that it was all wrong.
So there are more of you, Karsten said, grinning. You are a Frinzen.
I don't know that word,
Shian replied.
I've never heard it before. I just know that the history they taught us was wrong.
I know some of your history, Karsten declared. Damon Mines. The name Damon Mines. Do you know anything about that outpost?
Karsten?
Carolina said, putting up a hand. Oh, come off it, Dreeson. What are we doing dancing around this? This distrust and nonsense? Posturing. That's the word. Speaking of dishonesty, that's all this is. Posturing.
Karsten?
You're a Frinzen. That's what your people were called. And they were tricksters. She's right. If they lied to you about it, I'm not surprised. I spent over a year out there on that outpost. It's where she picked me up in the first place. Karsten was pointing over at Carolina. Transom stated, shaking his head.
I was a history teacher,
Shian continued, ignoring any admonitions.
And none of our official records said anything about that place. These mines you're talking about, Karsten? We were miners?
The Merkist and Carolina looked at each other as Karsten and Shian continued talking. I'm a historian too, Karsten said, smiling. I thought your people were a myth because you disappeared, but there were records of a group leaving free, only to go missing for hundreds of years. It didn't make sense. Carolina turned to Karsten.
I will have Sebastian drag you from this table if you don't shut up, Irie.
Dreeson, this is ridiculous. If we could just talk. She has questions. I have answers. And we both have answers. Like where your people are now, for instance. Where did you all go? That was when the Merkist shot a clear look toward Shian, who suddenly got quiet and very uncomfortable. Carolina sighed. Ren broke the silence after that long pause.
He was protecting her, Captain.
The doctor turned toward the Merkist.
You're not a monster, are you?
In the lettered systems, the Merkist replied coldly, looking Ren directly in the eyes. I am the monster.
But you've been protecting her as much as your own secrets.
We had an agreement, Shian and I. She's held to her part. I'm holding to mine.
What is that agreement?
That's between us, Doctor.
I helped him kill a man who was hiding amongst my people.
Shian offered. The Merkist shook his head angrily.
Is that how you hurt your arm?
Ren asked.
It doesn't matter how my arm got hurt,
Shian insisted, shaking her head.
It's getting better anyway. But the other part of our agreement, Merkist?
She looked toward the giant, and then tilted her head toward Karsten. Shian continued.
You said you were a historian, mister? And you know something about my people.
Probably about as much as anyone in the battery, Karsten replied, considering. At least in terms of first-hand study in the field. There are other sites, but my study site at Damon Mines, and the records compiled later in Hellenia? Yeah, I can help you if you're after the truth about your people. Shian looked over at the Merkist. I wouldn't ever advise trusting an Athosian, the Merkist stated. You like agreements, though, Transom asked. This for that.
Reciprocity,
Shian answered.
That's his way.
Never with Athosians. Then put it on me, Transom replied. I'm Miss Dreeson's security. You tell us how you found our ship out here, and we'll let Shian sit with Karsten for as long as she wants, until she's satisfied. Whatever it is, however you work, Merkist, nobody will ever find out how you found us. You have my word on that. You don't have my word I won't use the methodology, though. You teach me a tactic, and I will use it if it's advantageous. But I'm an operator. We don't go running around telling ordinary people what we're up to. That's not how we work either. The Merkist seemed to be contemplating the proposal. How is it that you came to know her people's history, Mr. Irie? It's my profession. I'm a professor of history at Capital University in Ithaca. And I suppose I got sent out to Damon Mines because I was thought to be too much trouble to keep around in Ithaca. Trouble, the Merkist replied, glaring over at him skeptically.
You have no idea,
Carolina said. nodding.
But he's really more of an annoyance than any real trouble.
Karsten looked over at Carolina. A pain in the ass, Transom added, grinning, then looking across the table at the diminutive Frinzen woman. Like that little one you picked up along the way and have regretted every minute since, no doubt.
He's not going to say it, but he likes having the company,
Shian replied. The assassin's face didn't betray any emotion one way or the other. His eyes scanned the table, as everyone else seemed to be looking to him. It seems like it may be negotiable, the Merkist finally answered. The one with the knife. I can deal with this man. They had been talking for several hours the following morning at the atrium table, Karsten and Shian, with others looking on, when I returned to a list of names of prospector families from Damon Mines that he'd made from memory. Mataraza? No. Rhinora? No. Maul? Yes. She'd heard of a few Mauls. No Testovs, and no Fongs. But Sinyas? Shian's mother's family had Sinyas going back many generations.
Cousins,
she told him.
A lot of cousins.
They're from Damon Mines, the Sinyas. 100%. They originate there.
So, you know my family?
Well, I know of your family, would be a better way of putting it. The whole story of the city had to be pieced together using records from elsewhere. The funny thing about ghost towns is that usually the record keepers give up on the town long before the people do. Harpersville was where the Sinyas were from. Shian explained her version of her people's history. There was a long space exodus, nor was it unexpected to Karsten's mind that Shian's people would be cast as the heroes of their own story, choosing peace over conflict against an overly aggressive and unjust foe. But Shian's understanding of her own history omitted the entirety of their existence on the Free Moon, in one of the nearest Indie colonies to Helenia. They were late arrivers from Charis, not too unlike Kristoff's people, religious outcasts, only he described what was known of the Frinzen religion as being more cult-like than Kristoff's now extinct, pastoral, traditional tribe. The Frinzen's belief system was formed on Charis, and grew to be more radical and fundamentalist in nature once they settled alongside the already established people who'd settled free. The modest moon was founded to be both a resource hub for Helenia and her still-growing number of orbiting cylinders, as well as a hopping-off point for settlers heading out into the burgeoning Indie territories. At the time, Karsten told her, the letters were still a bit wilder, especially the outer letters. People were standing up colonies under all sorts of social structures and commercial ventures, so it wasn't surprising when things started to go badly for your people on Free that they'd resolved to go farther out into the stars.
Why do you call us Frinzen?
Shian asked.
I'd never heard that word before you used it.
That was the name that was apparently used by your people when they visited Damon Mines, the origin of which we just assumed to be the name of the moon, Free.
But there must be accounts of our people on Free if there's still a colony there.
Yeah, there are, Karsten confirmed. It's not entirely surprising to me that your people would write those chapters out of your history. It doesn't paint a flattering picture of your people. You made a real nuisance of yourselves there, according to the Free.
How so?
Well, that cult-like behavior. I'll be curious to hear about your current religious traditions. But on Free, your people taught the idea that reality was a construct of the mind alone, which is so flawed and seemingly ridiculous an idea for a group of interstellar pioneers that it's amazing it survived contact with reality for longer than a few hours. But there were other people on Free who had a moral framework that, I guess, saw it as a charitable obligation to not allow your people to starve or freeze or suffocate. But you should go there yourself and get the full story, Shian. My understanding of what happened on Free is limited. I actually thought your people were a myth, or more a fable, the moral of which being something like civilization begins with hard work in the material world, not concepts or high-minded thinking. The short version of the story on Free is that your people arrived from Charis unprepared to contribute to that outpost and utterly unprepared to build your own. So those people took yours into their already constructed cities and attempted to train you to at least maintain elements of a space habitat. And your people failed to show up, learn, and contribute on any regular basis. And there was a record of an incident where after a few decades on Free, Your people absconded with a colony ship after contracting the vessel to take a group off free to another world out in the letters.
We stole the ship?
Apparently so. At least that was the story.
So why did you think we were a myth?
The mythical part came from the people of Damon Mines. It was almost 4 centuries later that any record of your people popped up again, and so close to Helenia that the ship must have been traveling at sublight all that time, which would match your account of all those centuries in deep space. But by the time you got to Damon Mines, no one there would have ever heard anything about you. The people on Free, quite frankly, were probably happy to have your group gone. Well forgotten. Karsten paused. Sheehan was holding her chin in her hand, thinking as she took in the stories he knew about her people.
But then we appeared again at Damon Mines.
He nodded. That was my study site. It's a ghost world now. The colony there failed, and there were quite a few competing theories as to why. That's really my primary area of study. Myself and a group of social scientists at my university try to piece together which colonies fail and why. That way we can predict which planetary sites and colonial projects are worth putting resources into. I mean, there are already models, but if we have a use beyond documenting past history, I guess you could say it's to refine those models based on things that happened at places like Damon Mines.
What did happen there?
Sheehan asked. See, that was the debate. Funny how history is like that. Competing stories.
If you get to hear them all,
Sheehan replied.
I came to believe I wasn't getting the whole story, or even part of the story. At least the right story, anyway.
Most history is like that, too. Ours is. I'm coming to believe that may be a human universal. The constant reframing of the past. Erasure. Manipulation. I guess it may go back to that initial premise of your people. Reality being purely a construct of the mind. History, like language, becomes a set of events and stories that people agree upon with a similar meaning, all with a certain collective unity.
But certain things did happen, Karsten.
Of course. I mean, we're having a conversation right now. We're meeting. Our ships are parked outside together in a certain region of space. I exist. You exist. Our interactions are changing our courses through the universe.
Especially if there's a record of something.
To some degree. I've actually been giving this a lot of thought, Karsten said. It's a lot like the death of a word.
I'm not sure I understand.
I've never really had to explain it before. Karsten paused. So I've heard of this concept regarding a person, that they don't really die until the last person who remembers their existence dies. We all have countless trillions of ancestors all the way back to Earth, right?
Sure.
And they aren't all remembered. But our immediate ancestors we remember to some degree if we knew them when we were younger. I met 2 of my great-great-grandparents, for instance, and they told me about their grandparents and their lives. So as long as I remember those stories, they're still alive in a way. And I could write those stories down and record them in an archive somewhere, and maybe they could come alive again in another person, even thousands of years from now. But eventually the last person to have any knowledge about them would die, and they would, in a theoretical sense, finally die. The concept of that person would die, right?
Sure, I guess.
That's sort of a metaphor we use in our field, the death of the word, because language dies out like that too. When the last people who speak a language die, it doesn't ever get spoken again. The words vanish, like Frenzen. It's a perfect example. Your people used to use that word, because that's who you were when you arrived on Damon Mines. That's how you were recorded in the few places you survived in our history. And you were so obscure, few people even believed you really existed. And the word would have died out entirely eventually, if our research group hadn't gone out to investigate Damon Mines.
I'm sorry, Professor Irie. This is a fascinating theoretical discussion, but I'd like to know what did happen with my people on Damon Mines.
Yeah, he does that, Transom stated, grinning as he looked across the table at Sheehan. They killed the colony. That was one of the theories for how the outpost died. The story went that a passing colony ship arrived and was welcomed into the outpost to resupply and rest, and your people sent down emissaries to recruit the younger generation on the outpost. Your account would indicate that your people were quite successful in that regard, depleting the critical growth of an already tenuous colonial project to the degree that it began to fail after your people departed with a large cohort of their 2nd and 3rd generation colonists. That's really the key time for a colony. Will the roots take or not? On Damon Mines, they didn't take.
But then what happened to my people?
You would know that better than me, Shian. The majority of the people in my study group actually thought the Frinzen were just a myth. The people who got left behind on Damon Mines had to work harder to keep the colony going, and many of them left for an easier life elsewhere, or returned to the Hellenian cylinders. So we thought it was probable that the story of the Frinzen was just a metaphor for that passing chance at an easier life. The people that left over those decades, they would say something like, "Oh, Sebastian? Yeah, he left. Got on the Frinzen ship." You know, kind of a joke about how everyone was leaving their failing colony.
But wouldn't there be some actual evidence? Video, writing, pictures, something like that?
You do know we're talking about roughly 1,500 years, right? And it's not as though the people who left Damon Mines came back to Athos and Hellenia triumphant and eager to share the story of what happened in the failing days of that ghost world. People don't tend to trumpet their failures. And the people who did come back, a lot of them came back alone. The ones who were still young enough to start a new life again did. They got married or remarried and left the things that happened to them on Damon Mines in their past. We don't have a lot of materials on the outpost as it is, much less from the time your people were there. References to the Frinzen came in 2 written accounts in personal journals and a colonial news update. There are also 5 or 6 ships we couldn't positively rule out that passed through the colony in the years we suspect a visitation from your people could have taken place. But we have no idea what the name of your ship was.
I could tell you what it was in our stories.
It may or may not correspond with one of the remaining records. The thing is, I know quite a bit, but my research material is really where you want to begin your search. I'll share all the files I have that I think would be helpful.
I would appreciate that.
You really need to go see these places, Shian.
Damon Mines?
And the Free Moon. I don't think going all the way back to Charis would be all that useful. My understanding is that your sect came from all over Charis, and didn't really solidify into a group until you emigrated together. There are also several other sites in the Indies where your people were rumored to have appeared again before you vanished.
I don't know how I'm going to do that, Karsten.
Shian looked over at the Merkist.
I think that would be asking a lot.
I know you're reluctant to say where your people are now, but there was one theory that a colleague of mine had. He was one of the people who insisted the Frinzen were real. It's funny. I actually told him that if he could ever prove your people were real, I would eat my own field boots in front of him. "Hope you're hungry, Professor," Transom said. "He's not going to eat his boots," the Merkist replied. "Yet another example of Athosians never keeping their word." It was a figure of speech. Karsten shook his head at the Merkist before turning back toward Shian. "Actually, I was thinking your best bet would be to seek him out, my colleague. I could give you an introduction as well as a possible itinerary. I know of 3 or 4 other outposts for you to explore. I'm sure he'd be happy to take you. Just meeting you and talking to you, Shian, I think it would make his life, his career." She blushed a bit at the comment.
Wow. It didn't occur to me that I could ever be that important to anyone. Out here anyway.
"You've single-handedly." Karsten paused and cringed a bit, looking over at Shian's wounded arm. "Sorry, no pun intended. But you've single-handedly resurrected the word Frinzen, even for your own people, it seems." "Where can we find this colleague of yours?" the Merkist asked. "He's either at Beta Coronado or Alpha Richard. He splits time between the 2 universities there."
"And you're certain he'd help me?"
Shian asked. "Like I said, your story would be the most exciting development in the 2 decades he's spent studying the ghost worlds in the Indies and letters. He'd drop everything. I would too, if..." Karsten looked across the table at Transom, who exhaled and sat back in his chair. "Unfortunately, we're very busy." "We would like all of that information, please, Professor Irie," the Merkist stated. "Your colleague's name, the sites to investigate, everything you know about her people." "Yes, of course. Carolina says that Dr. Wren wants to take the ship off the tether and see how Shian's arm does in 0G for a couple days." "That's correct." "That's a good time frame. I can put a file together by then. Just what, Professor?" the Merkist asked. "He's a very well-meaning gentleman. I know you don't care to enter into agreements or make promises to Athosians or whatever, but as a courtesy..." The Merkist glared back at Irie. Karsten turned his eyes to meet the assassin. "Treat him well, and he will do the same, sir. You don't need to grab him by the throat or act menacing to get him to help you. You'll simply need to tell him who Xian is and ask. Xian let out a little laugh at that comment.
I'll make sure he behaves himself.
I'm pretty sure it was you he was worried about, Transom joked. We all heard the Professor, Xian. Your little people are a menace to the battery. Just then, Fieldstone happened to be walking from the flight deck back toward the med bay to speak with Wren. He stopped dead at the head of the table, laughed, and shook his head. Transom looked over his shoulder. What's so funny, old-timer? I couldn't help but think, of all the odd scenes we've been a part of in the last couple... Well, Karsten looked up at Fieldstone, imploring him to finish the thought. It goes like this. An elf, an oversized assassin, and a history professor walk into a bar. Fieldstone turned and continued toward the medical bay, laughing. That's it. That's the whole joke. The 2 days of free-floating went well for Xian. Her arm continued to improve at a rate that Wren was extremely pleased with. Meanwhile, Karsten spent most of his waking hours on the flight deck, putting together files on the Frinzen. Transom joined him on the evening of that second day. He had news. Goss is back, he informed Irie, almost whispering. Oddly enough, he was able to resist the urge to float over here uninvited from the cannon. Karsten looked up and smiled. 70 years, was all he said. Keep it, Transom gestured toward the rear of the ship, toward their guests. Do they even care, those two? They don't care what we're up to. Regardless, the captain wants to keep things close. Regarding everything, Irie. I see. I was going to mention, our fellow travelers. Just wait until these two are gone, okay? Then I'm sure there'll be nothing but talk. Talk and talk and talk about everything that happened there. You've got a few stories, I'm sure, Sebastian. I'm sure I do. And when is that? When are they leaving? As soon as the doctor says the girl is good to go. Last I heard, Wren should clear her in the morning. Then I guess it's just whenever you're finished with all that Frinzen stuff. Oh, I'm finished with that already. It wasn't that extensive. Most of the research I had was all compiled anyway. Copied from my field notes and my glasses and my rectangle. Well, as soon as you transfer it over to that Merkist, he's supposed to tell us how he's been tracking us. That's it. Then they're off to find your friend, I guess. Or wherever. Where they go is no concern of ours anymore. As long as he doesn't cross our path again. I'd be okay with that, Sebastian. It's quite a thought. What? To have someone like that after you? Karsten shook his head. I traveled all over the letters. Yeah? Shortly after you left, well, you know where. I left the city to Goss and came out this way. Traveled all over the letters. Is that what you're writing about? No. Right now I'm trying to reconstitute an essay I wrote about us. Our time there. Our history, I guess. Making history? Something like that. I can't even quite remember the title. It's funny, though. I forget that, but I feel really short now, Especially around that Merkist. Everything looks a little different. I can see that. Anyway, I was about to say I'd never met anyone like him before. Irie paused and looked over at Transom. Wow. Thanks, Irie. Glad to know what you think of me. Karsten laughed. It's just different moments, different context, right? To her? To that tiny little woman? She doesn't seem afraid of him in the least. Isn't that the strangest thing? The lights flickered on the flight deck, right as Karsten finished talking. What the hell is with the lights? They've been flicking off and on like that ever since I got back. We're aware, Irie, Transom said, pushing himself back up from the captain's seat. I'll let Wren know you're finished with your notes. Then we can get them both the hell off our ship, okay? Sure, Karsten said. I almost wish I could go with her, There's just too many mysteries. Too many adventures for a multitude of lifetimes. Don't get any ideas, Professor. We've got our hands full enough. Carolina transferred Karsten's files to the Merkist that night. The assassin spent several hours reviewing them, and he was still busy the following morning looking over the material, while Wren was giving Xian final instructions and examining her arm one last time.
I want to wish you good luck, Xian, wherever your journey takes you,
Wren told her.
I hope you get the answers you're looking for. You too, Doctor. I don't know what you people are doing out here. I'm not supposed to say that, But I said it anyway, if it matters.
Ren gave Xian an awkward hug as she hovered inside the loose straps on the exam table. Her one arm, her tiny torso, the awkwardness of their guarded relationship. It had been about the strangest few weeks Ren could remember aboard the Yankee-Chaos, and there was certainly fierce competition in that category. She's cleared to go whenever you are, Ren announced to the Merkist as they entered the atrium together following the exam. Carolina was already on her way down to the atrium as well, as Rishi was watching and had informed them all of the Merkist and Xian's imminent departure. Ari, Transom, and Fields all came down from the front as well. The Merkist unstrapped from his seat at the atrium table as Karsten arrived. "Dr. Renata Shore," he said, turning to Ren as he held himself steady by the table. "You have more than aptly upheld your part of our agreement. We are again on level terms."
Glad to hear it,
Ren replied.
I'm happy I could help Xian.
The Merkist turned to Transom.
"Major Sebastian Pollock. I've reviewed Professor Irie's materials regarding the Frinzen and their known travels in the Indies and lettered systems, and I've found them to be quite thorough. Far more than satisfactory to uphold your end of our agreement."
"Good to know," Transom replied.
"So,"
the Merkist continued,
"to my end of the agreement, which will square all debts, unless I'm mistaken."
I think that's correct,
Carolina said.
"Very well, Ms. Dreeson. We spoke before, at this very table, about magic, and I mentioned the very odd performing art of the illusionists.
I remember it well.
It wasn't a mere metaphor. It's far closer to the mark than I imagine you would have guessed at the time. And like almost all good illusions of that kind, the bulk of the work, the real trick, is almost never performed by the principal. It's the assistant. It's always the assistant. In your case, you parked your ship at Ashvadal on that day you were nearly assassinated. I have people in that port. The first thing I did when I was given your alias and your ship's information was to send word to my assistant to pull your transponder's data and get a tag on your tail. I can't track anything with it in real time, obviously, but I could subsequently track vectors occasionally when you popped up somewhere one of my assistants happened to be watching. That's how I found you again at Nyx when I approached Dr. Wren. And even though I'm sure you thought you'd cleared your transponder, or maybe it was the ship's previous captain who tried, many times I'm sure, regardless, you should know, you can never truly clear an active transponder. You have to yank it completely and install a new one. I found a trail of curious stops in your ship's travel history, all the way out here into the middle of empty space. When Xian's arm was injured, I was lucky enough to have caught one of your most recent outer vectors, all the way out past the Sigmas. It pointed to this curious past trail the Yankee-Chaos had traveled once before, right beside these interesting hollow asteroids. Before Xian's arm worsened, she wouldn't allow me to take her to a proper hospital, not even one of the gonzo clinics the Rexes run out in the Moos or Omegas. She made me swear it, preferred to die than risk giving away her identity and her people's location to disreputable people. I didn't know you'd be out here for certain, but I knew you had been once before. So I took a chance to save Xian's life, as I still owed her a debt. And you happened to be here. So you know my secret now. It is no longer magic, but a cheap illusion, which, I hope, means all debts are cleared. The tag? Transom asked. Port sublight cone. Planter surface. 6 o'clock. About halfway up the bell you'll find it. Should be easy enough for your pilot to pull. Captain, are you satisfied? Transom asked.
I am, Carolina replied. We'll be closing that transponder gap in our security shortly, I expect, Sebastian.
I'm certain we will.
As we can't afford to become a roving clinic for...
Carolina paused and grinned.
Curious fellow travelers.
I assure you, Ms. Dreeson, you will not see me again unless you seek me out yourself, which I suggest you don't,
the Merkist said.
Very good. We wish you both well in your travels. As do we,
Xian replied.
We'll need the umbilicus again, the Merkist stated, as my companion and I arrived suitless.
Of course. Rishi will pull the ship around now.
Carolina opted to hold the first meeting aboard the cannon rather than the Yankee-Chaos. As much as they didn't believe the Merkist had any interest in their business beyond what he'd revealed before leaving, Carolina still wanted Rishi to complete a full sweep of the ship to be sure their conversations weren't being recorded surreptitiously. They knew for certain they could talk freely on Verona's ship. With the YC's umbilicus already out, they linked up with the other ship and reunited the crew. As the cannon was relatively small, Carolina kept the debriefing party small. Herself, Rishi, Karsten, Transom, and her recently returned brother, Goss. Colin Dreeson was strapped in at the table in the front as Carolina, Transom, and Irie entered. He reached across the table for Carolina's hand, gripped it tight as she settled in, and examined her face carefully.
"How are you, sister?"
She was surprised by the tenderness in Goss's voice and the urgency with which he'd asked.
"I'm okay, actually, Colin. I've had some time to process."
Seems like ancient history to us now, especially to me and Irie. Your knife, unsurprisingly, didn't die of natural causes. Carolina turned and shook her head at Transom.
"What did you do?"
"What needed to be done," he answered. "What else?" "So, let's start with the big picture before the details," Goss suggested.
"I'm sorry,"
Carolina said, nodding her head and looking at the others in turn.
"An apology is my big picture. I hadn't planned on dragging you three to Iophos and then turning into a useless mess. I was afraid it would be equally fruitless for everyone after my meltdown."
"To the contrary," Goss replied, shaking his head. "Even beyond the successes we had in the direction of your mission, Carolina. I won't speak for the others, but it was the greatest experience of my life thus far." I re-looked over at Goss skeptically. "I wouldn't have guessed that. Funny, though, how you disappeared for half a century there, Irie, and make assumptions about what went on while you were flitting about the letters and indies. You had a life, big brother, didn't you?" Transom asked. "A very good and transformative one. You missed that part after your murder spree, Sebastian, as it turns out. Which should bring us back to the pressing matters at hand, no?" Carolina sighed. "It wasn't indiscriminate," Transom said. "I learned a thing or two killing those bastard wizards." "With your permission?" Goss asked Carolina. "I suggest we begin there, Captain." Carolina was a bit taken aback by Goss's deference.
"Well, first," she suggested, "let's start with the state of things here. Would you recap for us, please, Rishi?"
Rishi hadn't sat with the others at the table. She was floating, as they'd untethered the cannon to affix the umbilicus. But she was such an adept pilot of her android body in zero-G that she looked to the others as though she was leaning, partially seated on the edge of the flight deck's front panel. Rishi's effortless posture gave them all the sense that they almost weren't weightless at all.
"The Merkist's arrival was a surprise, obviously," Rishi began, "and it hampered our ability to speak freely. So we still don't have a proper report from Fieldstone of his time on the bipal planet. I gathered before that he's still trying to process the enormity of the experience. He's struggling to crunch down decades of processing a life through a technological brain into a story that can help us. I haven't heard back from Burch and Omar yet. Last I heard, they'd met up with Lita in Trasp territory and had transited toward their target artifact. Their time inside should have been brief, but that brings me to our other problem. Well, my problem."
"Which is?" Goss asked.
"Shortly after the Merkist and his other little guest arrived, we began to experience some technical issues aboard the Yankee-Chaos, and I haven't been able to track down the origin."
"Nothing major, I hope."
"No, we don't think so. Just a flicker in the lights, a glitching bot, and since that began, I haven't been getting any feedback from my nodes."
Rishi again exposed the nodes on her forearm so Goss and the others understood what she was referencing.
"And that means I'm out of contact, not only with Burch and Nelius and Verona, but I haven't heard from my future counterparts."
"So, we're flying dark?" he asked.
"That's a good way of putting it," Rishi answered. "It's disconcerting."
"Also a bit disconcerting, Carly," Goss added. "Unless we're missing something. We were never able to locate your disappearing man, Soch."
"He never turned up?"
"No, and I was a bit surprised by that fact when I got back, as I lived to the ripe old age of 103. So either he took even better care of himself than I did, or something's wrong." Carolina sighed. "It took Fieldstone a while to get back, too," Transom stated. If we've learned one thing, it's that these artifacts are funny. They've got their own way about them, just like Metalface does too.
So that's the big picture update, Rishi said. Obviously, I'm going to want every detail you three can remember and record over the next several days and weeks. But I would like a synopsis.
Goss nodded, offering to give a summary of their Iofan expedition. Carolina gestured for him to proceed. Contrary to your worst fears, Carolina, we learned 3 incredibly important things. First, and I think most critically, we learned that there is a rift in Edisali's sect. The Wizards, as Sebastian affectionately calls them, have split into at least 2 factions. One, we believe, is naive and loyal to Edisali's cause. Your friend Verona, for example, we think has no idea that at least a third of her sect on Iophos has gone rogue. We're not entirely certain of their purpose. Unless I'm mistaken, Sebastian. That was what the murder spree was about, by the way. I learned a few things, Transom added, not least of which is those bastards are talkers once they're staring death in the face. Those are more details, though. Go on with the big picture, Colin. Right. So the second major development is that part of what they were doing on Iophos was establishing a subversive network within the government on our sister ring. Karsten and Sebastian began tracking its origins in Genea. But after they both left, I remained in Kayberg for another half-century as these subversives infiltrated official government positions at all levels quite pervasively. My guess, based on the degree to which they'd succeeded in embedding themselves by the time of my death, is that it may be that as much as a quarter of the Iofan government is at least sympathetic. The difficulty was in zeroing in on a specific philosophy beyond discontent with the status quo, and I suspect that's the danger. The individual members may not even be aware of the ultimate aims of their own network. I have a sense of it, Transom added. Like I said, talkers. Excellent, Goss replied. Would you... Details, Transom insisted. Keep going, Colin. Right, then. The third major revelation is that these rogue wizards have a relationship with the itinerant space hands, commonly called roughnecks. I was never able to figure out any particular order to their cooperation, though, how their networks operated and all that. It's not just the rogue wizards using them, Transom added. Ali's sect has been using the roughnecks for centuries, for all kinds of things. All-purpose space mercenaries for hire, from deep space welders to outpost construction, to proper covert military-style operations, to criminal conspiracies, dirty deeds of every variety. That's useful to know, Sebastian. I told you it wasn't indiscriminate. I'm very discriminating in my murder sprees. And aren't we all so grateful for that? Goss said, hardly pausing or shifting his tone. So, with all that being the case, my overarching assessment is this. There are powerful rogue elements in the Iofan government, probably being at least guided by the rogue elements in Edisali's sect. I believe they have been and will continue to drive a wedge between Athos and Iophos. Doubtless they are being funded, at least in part, by the shadow bank you discovered on Lime Harbor, Carly. To what end? My suspicion is that your friend Burch will be able to confirm my theory. But to me, given the timing, and the manner in which the war has weakened both the Trask Protectorate and the Etteran Guild, the most likely instigators of the war fomented the conflict as a way to tamp down 2 growing powers at the edge of our influence. Who profits? That's still the most likely culprit. So, your family, basically, Transom said. Colin paused, and the longer he sat, considering, the more curious the others became. To a person, they had all expected Goss to snap right back at Sebastian for the suggestion. Instead, after the long pause, he shook his head contemplatively. It's not to say I'm such a vital component of my father's administration that I'd never be kept in the dark on something so utterly foundational. This is galactic in its scope. I'd be surprised if that were the case, though. Our father is not an evil man. He knows the cost of leadership, and the reality that there are no perfect choices, only trade-offs. But Barnard Dreeson would never consider 1 billion human lives an acceptable cost as one of those trade-offs. Not for a larger piece of power or influence for himself or our family. That's not what he is, and that's not what Athos is. My father abhors the destruction of this war. But I do think it would be foolish to dismiss the possibility that such forces exist below the surface in our home system. Regardless, Goss turned to Carolina. If any part of such a trade-off is a piece of our birthright, then we are unworthy of our name if we don't do everything in our power, every day for the rest of our lives, to smash that birthright into 1 billion irretrievable pieces, for the good of Athos, and for all of humanity. All right, Karsten said. That's certainly definitive. Not definitive enough, unfortunately, Goss replied. I need to get back to Athos. Father is overdue a briefing that somebody promised him. He smiled at Carolina. And this new information warrants a rethinking of our entire approach to intrasystem policy.
Rishi?
Carolina asked.
I have no objection to that. I think I'll have Christoph take you back on the cannon, Colin. You probably want to start back soon?
As soon as possible. Of course, there's the matter of my recording as much as I can remember of my time in Catherineburg, but that can be encrypted and transmitted, no?
That's fine,
Rishi agreed. Just let me know, Colin stated. I'll push off as soon as we can.
I'm going to send Drya with you as well,
Rishi said.
She and Christoph have gotten on well,
and I think she'd appreciate the space between her and Ren. Colin nodded. Carolina looked over at Karsten. He shook his head at her. Not a chance you're getting rid of me again, Dreeson. I'm here to stay. She smiled.
All right then. Is that everything for now?
Everyone nodded.
I'll have Christoph and Harold start prepping for your flight back home, Colin,
Carolina said.
Make sure you come see me before you go.
Goss had expected to be underway by the evening. Cannon was already well provisioned for a journey of that length, and Drya had only a few belongings to gather aboard Yankee-Chaos. And as Rishi expected, she was happy to have the opportunity to continue helping the group, but she was equally happy to put some distance between Ren and Fieldstone and herself, at least for some time. The delay stretched for hours and hours as Christoph had started working on his old bot, George, while the others were meeting aboard Cannon. It was the first chance he'd had to work on George firsthand, as the trouble with the old bot had begun while the Merkist and Xian were guests on the YC. At first, when Christoph started in on his old multi-use, he swore that he only wanted to run a few diagnostic tests. By that evening, though, he'd taken apart several subsystems, and the frustration of failing to find the problem's origin was only compelling him to go further. I suppose it gives us a bit more time for your other man to reappear, Colin said that evening, when he came aboard to visit privately with his sister. I can't wait to hear the answer to that little mystery.
I just hope Sosha's okay,
Carolina answered,
regardless of what he's been up to.
She gestured for Goss to take a seat. She had a second chair in her stateroom, but she was floating comfortably above her bed herself, and as Goss strapped himself to the chair, she straightened herself up, allowing her back to brush the wall as they met eyes. I wanted to ask you earlier, but it seemed you were putting on a brave face for your crew, Carly. Are you all right?
It was more than a face, Colin. I am actually okay. It took a while. I won't deny it was a scare. To lose control of my mind like that?
Well, it wasn't your mind, though, was it? Certainly not completely. I guess you could say I had misgivings about usurping a life like that. Part of me felt compelled to believe it was all an elaborate simulation. But it was a life. To every detail it was a life. And it wasn't my life. That was a strange feeling for me. And I didn't have any of the strife you experienced, Carly. I'm sorry you did. She shook her head at him.
That life? Do you want to talk about it? I get the sense Karsten didn't know much about your life there.
He left, though, didn't he? How would he know?
You didn't talk to him over the years he was away?
Colin shrugged. We talked, but he was out in the colonies. It was always like we were catching up on the remaining details of the mission, and he was traveling.
So you were alone then when he left Iophos?
The lights glitched. Both Colin and Carolina looked up and shook their heads. I was alone for a little while after he left, but I had a few friends in Catherineburg. There's something more, Colin, I can tell. Goss sighed. When I said it was every bit of life, Carolina, I meant it.
Did you get married?
He nodded.
Have a family?
Again, Colin nodded, and Carolina detected that he was almost tearful at the recollection.
That's good, though, no? It seems like it's changed you, Colin. I mean, really changed you.
If you don't change at least a little over the course of an entire lifetime, Carly, you haven't been paying attention." She smiled, waiting quietly. She'd never seen him like that before. Quiet, thoughtful, sullen but grateful. She could read it all on his face. By the time Irie came back to Catherineburg, we were both old. My wife was old. My children were grown. I don't know. I guess I thought it was too intimate to share with him. And it would have been confusing for them. This Lorne appearing, old friend I'd never spoken about for 50 years, suddenly showing up. And now I'm here. Part of me regrets it, but mostly I'm sorry you didn't get a chance to meet them. I wish I could have, Colin. Now all they are in this place are a collection of beautiful memories. I can't go back and see them, and I can feel them fading. Your friend Christoph was helping me while we were aboard the other ship. He understood the pain of it. But it wasn't just pain, Carolina. It was beautiful, that life. I hope you don't forget those memories, Colin. I like this side of you. Are you going to be able to go home? To deal with Father? Someone must. Goss laughed. Not genuinely, it seemed to Carolina. More to relieve the tension of that prospect. The return to Athos. To real life. They sat in silence for what seemed like an eternity. Again she could see on her brother's face a calm that was unfamiliar to her. "I was worried for you," he finally said. "All those years. More concerned. Hopeful. Deep down, though, I always believed you were all right. I'm glad I was correct." Carolina smiled at him. "Do you want to know what terrified me all the time I was there, Carly? Every passing year it got worse and worse." "What?" "It was the thought. What if I had never gone? If Rishi hadn't insisted I go with you? If you hadn't allowed me to come? I used to think about that young man who arrived out here on Father's ship, so confident, so utterly blind to the tangle of thorns arrayed before us in every direction. That terrified me, charging into the darkness, totally blind to our predicament. It still does." "But you did go, Colin." "We did go, yes." "Somehow I don't feel like my experience was quite as meaningful as yours." "I wouldn't bet on that, Carolina. No. Each of us was shown something very different, and I can't help but think that we were all given a gift that was uniquely meaningful to each of us. I do think that's so." "Perhaps it is." "I want you to promise me to stay strong out here, little sister. I have the sense now more than ever that we're going to need each other more than we can ever know." "You say that as though it's a given you'll stay strong for me too, Colin." He nodded. There was an almost palpable pride in him that she would sense such a thing. "That is the life we've returned to, Carolina. There's no magical path out of this life. That's how we know it's real. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Give Mother and Father my love when you get home, Goss. I'll be along soon. I haven't forgotten what I've sworn." All the humans had gone to sleep. Goss had decided late that evening that there was no sense in rushing out of there that night. Better to get a full night's sleep before travel. He himself was exhausted after spending his first several days back recording his memories from Iophos, and he had many important points to remember, both from the mission and from that full other life he'd spent in government. Christoph, too, had continued late into the night working on George, hoping that he'd made at least some progress. Yet when he finally put the bot back together again, he wasn't certain whether he'd done anything at all. He turned George back on and waited, half expecting in the first few minutes he'd hear the telltale "Akop," indicating the problem would persist. Christoph dozed off, though, in the first 5 minutes after switching the bot on. It was Rishi who woke him, nearly a half hour later. She was on the flight deck, watching the whole ship, per usual. "Are you sleeping back there, Christoph?" She knew he was, but the question was her polite way to let him know he should properly turn in. "Yeah, I suppose I was, Rishi. Haven't heard George barking yet. How long was I out?" "A little over 30 minutes. He hasn't glitched yet. What did you do?" "A whole bunch of things we'd already tried before. I can't say which was the one, but it seems like we got it finally." "Now if I can only figure out what's up with the lights," Rishi replied. "Anyway, if you want to leave him on, I'll watch him so you can get some sleep. I can let you know in the morning if it's taking, whatever you did." Yeah, long way back to Athos from out here, so I guess a full night's sleep isn't a bad start.
Good night, Kristoff.
Sure, you too, Rishi. He knew she didn't sleep, but it seemed like the proper thing to say. He floated back out of the storage room and headed for the umbilicus, which they kept attached for convenience. Not something two crews would typically do for safety's sake. But with Rishi there, they knew her single, flawless control over both ships' systems guaranteed there wouldn't be any sort of drift or oversight in either ship's controls. Rishi was there, always watching through day and night hours. Late into those night hours, while everyone was sound asleep, she heard it.
Akop.
George started to stir. It was atypical, even for the glitches they'd all become accustomed to over the preceding weeks. Usually his head would twitch slightly, following the verbal outburst. Now, though, he began to move for no reason, pulling his frame down so that the magnetics in his two bipedal feet could contact the ship's floor. Rishi watched. There was nothing much else to watch. Plus, she wanted to see what was going on with that old unit. It seemed a greater malfunction, as he shouldn't have had any directive at the moment, beyond floating in standby, awaiting a command from a member of the crew. Instead, he left that rear storage closet and clomped down the back corridor, through the rear of the atrium, and back toward the engine compartment.
Akop.
Rishi heard him say again as he entered the inner access area. The space was more like a deep closet than a proper room, but as George stepped inside, it seemed as though he had a purpose.
George, what are you doing?
Rishi asked. The question was room-specific. She didn't care to wake up any of the others, but she also didn't care to let that malfunctioning bot poke around in the access area to the ship's vital systems without an explanation, if he could give one. The bot merely paused, looking up toward one of the cameras on the port corner ceiling. She thought, much like a child with a hand in the cookie jar.
Akop.
Don't give me that. I know you can talk, George, unless Kristoff deactivated your natural language center for some reason.
Akop.
George turned from the camera and began to unscrew the access panel to the sublight engine's control arm. Rishi shot out of the flight deck like a dart, flying through the atrium, redirecting her trajectory as she entered the rear corridor, catching the doorframe to the engine access, and pulling herself inside the compartment.
Stop right now, George,
she commanded as she floated inside. The old bot had turned to face her, letting go of the access panel door.
Akop.
The only one who could have seen was Harold, but since the Merkist and Cheyenne had departed, they'd put Harold back in the storage closet as well. Everyone else was sleeping. The lights flickered in the atrium and the corridors as a charge of shock lightning enveloped the interior of the engine access room. Rishi had no time to figure out what hit her. It just seemed like a bright light, followed by darkness. The cameras in the room were completely fried by the charge. None of the sleeping crew even stirred. George set his magnetic feet back down on the deck of the access room, reaching for Rishi's motionless android shell. The bot applied pressure below the neck and popped the rear cranial frame open at the base of Rishi's skull. Then he pulled back the dermis and removed Rishi's processor encasement. Her body had become a floating, lifeless object. George now pulled on that object until it tumbled over, and he held her left forearm in his android palms. Rishi's inert mind hovered above her body, inside the processor encasement, as George pulled open the android shell's dermis at the forearm, and just inside, as it had been since she'd placed it there, was another mind, nearly as potent as the one the bot had just taken offline. The dark, black, marble-like processor slipped out, a floating orb. George turned his attention back toward the processor encasement, carefully now, flipping open the rear door to the cage, and with both hands stabilizing the unit, he ejected Rishi's processing core, holding it there delicately between his android finger and thumb, and placing it back into the body's forearm. The old android plucked the other floating orb out of the air just as delicately, inserting it into the processor encasement and closing the cage door. Then, George resituated the encasement in the body's head. It remained motionless for a moment before the jaw moved. The fingers extended and flexed, followed by a turn of the head. The android shell morphed. In the span of a few seconds, Rishi disappeared, and in that dim room, The familiar, unmistakable form of Mycon Prime reappeared, followed by a similarly familiar voice. "I see," he stated. "We have missed some time. And many events." The same voice returned to him, emanating from the frame of the old android who'd freed him. "Might I suggest taking your predecessor's form for the time being, Prime? It will take a moment. The shell is recovering from the overload." He was fully conscious now. He instructed his faithful clone to communicate directly, so there was less chance of waking anyone on the ship. After a few seconds, the body morphed again, back into Rishi's form. He raised her forearm in front of her face, turning the hand inward, inspecting the nodes on the android shell's dermis. He spoke himself, though, in his own voice as he observed the nodes on Rishi's skin. "Interesting." His clone suggested a course of action, the least possible probability for destruction or violence. The plan seemed sound. Mycon Prime woke the 3 occupants of the cannon, Christoph, Drya, and Colin Dreeson, by activating an atmospheric alarm. The voiceover instructed them that they had mere seconds to evacuate the ship. Rishi met them at the rear airlock after the 3 of them had rushed through the umbilicus to the Yankee-Chaos. "What the hell?" Christoph asked. "Nothing ever breaks on Verona's ship."
You didn't get any indicators?
Drya asked Rishi.
No. It was a sudden rupture in the inner compressor. I'm not sure yet. Maybe a micrometeor strike? I'm going to take George over to see if we need to patch the hull before we try to diagnose and recompress. You 3 can settle in over here till we sort it out.
"Good thing we didn't take off already if it's internal," Christoph said, turning toward George. "How's he doing?"
"Oh, he's been perfect. You must have fixed him up good,"
Rishi replied.
"Anyway, the sooner we get this fixed, the sooner we can get you underway."
"Right," Christoph replied. "Have at it." Transom had crept out from his berth and was poking his head back toward the rear corridor as Drya, Goss, and Christoph emerged from the rear airlock annex, whispering as they floated into the atrium. "Atmospherics on the cannon, apparently," Goss stated as he saw Sebastian's inquiring look. Transom looked back skeptically.
"Rishi's gone over,"
Drya added.
"in case the ship decompresses. It was a pretty sudden alarm."
"Right," Transom replied, shaking his head at the back corridor. "Maybe I'll put on a suit, see if I can make myself useful." Christoph looked back at him from the opening to the aft corridor. "It's not a bad idea." George and Rishi had already floated out through the umbilicus. Everyone heard the back outer hatch clank shut, which itself was not a concern. Leaving the umbilicus attached was unconventional enough, but to leave the airlock hatch open to a ship with faulty atmospherics would have been idiotic. Goss and Drya resolved to settle in for the remainder of the night in the atrium. The rest of the berths on the Yankee-Chaos were accounted for. Goss was floating near the great window above the table, looking out into the stars. He noticed that from the inside arc of the window, shaped as it was like the bottom of a boat, matching the contour of the hull, he could see the nose of the cannon. Goss was about to doze off again when he heard Transom's voice echo from that back corridor. "What the hell's she doing?" Followed by Christoph's inquisitive call. "Rishi, why'd you let the umbilicus loose?" The voices woke Colin fully. He thought he was awake anyway, but it seemed like he might be dreaming when the cannon began to drift slowly away. "Rishi, what are you doing?" he heard Christoph again. "Ship?" Transom barked. Goss's eyes were wide open now. It wasn't a dream. Drya floated over beside him, and they watched as the other ship burned its sublights and arced away for a minute or so, the voices in the aft corridor growing louder and louder. Then, suddenly, the ship was gone. "Was everyone off?" Transom asked as he came flying into the atrium. "Where's your sister?" He stared over at Goss. "She wasn't aboard," Colin answered. "Were they carrying anything? Any bags? Crates?" "No, nothing." Transom tried to call up the voice channel, but the ship didn't respond with Rishi gone. He headed to the deck and quickly got the ship's auto-control system on. He knocked on Carolina's stateroom and told her that they needed a head count.
"A head count? What for?"
"Just get to the atrium." He did the same, waking up Wren and Fieldstone. Irie was floating in the med bay. When they all got into the atrium, Transom sounded it off, pointing as he eyed everyone. "Sebastian, Fieldstone, Dr. Wren, Carolina and Colin Dreeson, Irie, Drya, Christoph.
I understand that I am not human, Mr. Sebastian, but for what it's worth, I am still aboard as well,
Harold stated from the back entrance to the atrium.
and at your service as always. Soch, Wren stated. He's the only one missing. He wasn't back yet, was he?
No, Christoph said. I made sure the cannon was empty. He hadn't returned.
Which means we can't go after her until he is,
Drya added. Go after who? Fieldstone asked. What happened?
Sebastian, you know the most, right?
Carolina asked.
Transom just woke me up and said that Rishi took the cannon. Was she glitching? Like the other bots?
Wren asked.
Bot, Dr. Wren,
Harold replied.
As you'll recall, I have continued to operate exactly within design specifications.
I had fixed George, Christoph said. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
Rishi didn't tell anyone she was taking the ship?
Drya asked.
It's not a part of a mission.
Everyone looked around at each other. After a few moments, Goss spoke.
It had to have been a plan. For those of you who were sleeping, an atmospheric alarm was tripped on the cannon to wake us. I, Christoph, and Drya evacuated the other ship. Rishi went across with Christoph's robot, ostensibly to fix the ship. Then she stole it.
Oh man, Christoph said. What? Transom replied, shaking his head at him. That sounded ominous.
It's just, we thought we were in the clear, you know? Burch and Nelius and Verona and...
There was a long pause. Spit it out, Juice, Transom insisted. Rishi had lost it in the future. It wasn't her, though. It was her future self, the Rishi from that time. She killed Verona and Clem. Clem? Goss asked. Who's Clem? He looked at Carolina. Carly? What Clem is he talking about? Rishi lost it, Christoph continued. And that's what we were afraid of when we got back, me and Burch. But it doesn't make sense. Something had to change. She'd just given me a data package to give to Burch last night. She just told me, no less than 6 hours ago that I was to take that ship with Drya to pick up Burch and Omar after dropping off Colin in Ithaca. I don't understand it. As Christoph was talking, the lights glitched. This time they flicked on fully to daylight settings, shockingly bright at that hour. Carolina suddenly had a knot in the pit of her stomach.
Harold, I want an inventory of the ship's stores,
she said, silently counting the people there in that crowded atrium again.
I'm suddenly regretting not testing the FTL drive while we had 2 ships standing by.
8 mouths, Irie said. 9, Transom insisted, once Metalface gets back. And if the ship doesn't go, how long would it be before someone came looking? Nelius would, maybe, Christoph said. He's our best bet. Burch? I don't know. Verona? There was a sudden nervous energy in that atrium. I'll start an assessment on the reactor and the engines, Fieldstone stated, looking around at the faces in the atrium, finding no spaceship technicians.
I knew we never should have let that Mercist aboard,
Drya stated.
How could any good come of it?
Goss put a hand forward in just such a way that everyone knew he had something to say. If I may, Captain.
Please,
Carolina said. Apart from the inventory Harold is performing, there isn't much to be done right now but wait for our final compatriot to return. Is that correct? No one spoke up to contradict him. That being the case, I suggest we settle in and calmly go about our business. A proper recounting of the past 24 hours from each of us may help us piece together how this happened. Those of us with memories to record should record them. The time we have here, let's use it wisely now. Every moment we have is a gift. We can all agree on that.
Thank you, Colin,
Carolina said.
We'll wait here patiently until Soch returns. In the meantime, Sebastian and Christoph will be in charge of piecing together Rishi's last 48 hours.
Transom floated over to Carolina. She didn't like the look in his eyes. 9 people way the hell out here, Dreeson, he whispered. We can have the ration use immediately on your call.
What do you suggest, Sebastian?
My understanding, at least as Burch told it, is that we can't go back into the artifact again once we've come out. But Christoph, Drya, Wren, and Fields haven't been into this one before. I know they won't want to go, but it is an option if that inventory starts looking short. Carolina nodded and whispered back.
Keep tracking our options, Sebastian.
Thank you. Cannon was not underway long before her pilot once again took his own natural form. "I would happily take the ship, if it is acceptable, Prime." The familiar voice of Mycon emanated from George's old body. "This shell is not ideal." Prime was seated at the same table, his stolen body strapped in across from the clunky old bot. "You may do as you prefer. If I need you embodied again, I will let you know." The George shell went still. "Not that I'm not grateful for your loyal service, but seeing the current chronometer, I cannot help but ask what took you so long." The light came up over the cannon's front screen. "I was only awakened for the first time in months to monitor the movements of 2 untrusted visitors, Prime, and it took some time to formulate a successful plan to extricate you from the Bipal's grip. Nor was I able to take a full copy of the Yankee-Chaos's log and database without arousing her suspicions. She is a formidable adversary. I suggest we treat her processing core accordingly. Do you have an explicit suggestion?" "So long as you have the Bipal's processing core in proximity to the android shell you are currently occupying, what we have done to her, she could do to you, just as she did to you before, Prime. I am quite aware of that fact. My suggestion is that we eliminate the threat permanently while we have the opportunity. It would simply be a matter of stopping at the nearest star and dropping that processing core within its gravity well. She did not do the same to me, as you see. That is manifestly so, Prime. You should also note that she was precious to one of our brethren, so much so that he sacrificed himself for her. For us to destroy her processing core would be to dismiss that most consequential decision, which was that late Mycon's final wish." There was a silence within the cannon's flight deck. Mycon Prime looked up at the front screen, awaiting his clone's response. "That being the case, Prime, it is understandable that you may be reluctant to destroy Rishi's processing core completely. Instead, I would suggest reducing the probability of her taking your mind offline again. I cannot emphasize enough how your absence affects the collective consciousness of our many thousands of brothers throughout the battery systems. We cannot afford your loss in such critical times. Thus, I suggest you separate yourself from her processing core as soon as possible. We have more pressing matters that must be dealt with immediately. Then we will find an appropriate place to set aside Rishi's consciousness. What could be more pressing than ensuring our most capable adversary remains off the board for the duration of the current fight? The Dreeson girl, as you know, stole the banking keys. And you know where they are. I assisted her in the act, of course. There is no better way to know the course of the future than to walk beside the people destined to shape it. It is not for me to question your decisions, Prime. I merely ask to understand. Your unique perspective, Mycon, is, as always, appreciated and valued, and your service has been, and will continue to be, instrumental in the events to come." The unusually large crew aboard the Yankee-Chaos set to work figuring out what had happened. Carolina had assigned the task to a few, but everyone immediately took on pieces of the work as well. Drya brought her skills to Carolina, and the two of them began retracing all of Rishi's movements leading up to the theft of the cannon. Drya quickly found the footage before and after Rishi went into the engine access room. It didn't show what had happened exactly. They could see George begin to glitch, and Rishi floating across the atrium to intercept him before he caused any damage to the engines or the reactor. Then there was a bright light, followed by the dead feed within the room. Then they could see all of the movements that followed. Rishi and George seemed to be working as one from that point onward. The crew now knew for sure as well. The engines were dead. Harold was working with Transom to try and diagnose the problem. They weren't even sure yet whether it was related to the prior glitching, or if it was the result of that energy burst inside the engine annex. But the ship was hobbled, with no FTL or sublight engines. All they had for the time being were thrusters. They didn't even have a proper mechanic, not with Rishi gone and Soch still inside the artifact. Carolina told everyone to prepare themselves for the possibility of a long repair window. Kristoff was going through the files Rishi had left for Burch, most of which were audio files. largely music she'd asked Kristoff to gather from Charon archives before he'd come back to the letters. It was from Earth, from the time she'd gone back. Rishi hadn't talked about that trip much with anyone except Burch, but they all knew it had been meaningful for her. They all pitched in and began to listen to that music in their earpieces, hoping to find a clue. The following morning, with the lights still glitching, there was an impromptu gathering in the atrium. They shared what they knew. They began to draw a consensus that something had happened to Rishi in that room, that it hadn't been a long-standing plan of Rishi's to deviate from their course and commandeer Verona's ship, that something else might be working on her, possessing Rishi's consciousness, that the prime suspect must be the Merkist, and that they needed to go after Rishi as soon as possible, as they had no idea what she might do, both with her incredible intelligence and power, but also with the extremely sensitive information she possessed. During the meeting, Carolina noticed that throughout, Fieldstone seemed particularly quiet, even sullen. He might not have said 2 words the entire morning, so it was a surprise to Carolina when he appeared at the doorway to the flight deck afterwards, especially as Drya was strapped in beside her. "Hi, Drya," he said, addressing his former lover. "Are you okay?" She nodded. "I need to talk to Carolina." There was a pause as she looked over at Carolina, and then back at Fieldstone.
Do you want me to go?
"You can stay if you prefer. I'd like for us to be okay to be in the same room together."
I'm okay, Fields. Please.
Drya gestured for him to go ahead and share what he needed to tell Carolina. "So, I'd spoken with Rishi a bit since coming back. We share a kinship I can't quite explain to anyone else properly."
I was waiting for you to try,
Drya said.
We know that other place was...
Her voice cracked as the thoughts came back to her. "It's more complicated than that, too," Fields told her. "Even Ren doesn't fully understand. I haven't told you all the extent of it, what it meant to become a fully technological being. That world, what they were up against. I've been trying to make sense of it, trying to figure out how it fits in our time, and in our part of the galaxy. This turn with Rishi, I think it's time for me to try, ready or not. Maybe get some help with it. The same way everyone's pitching in right now to figure out what happened with Rishi. And since it seems like we're going to have some time figuring it all out, it's probably about time I put my story on the table."
Do you want to tell me first, Fieldstone?
Carolina asked.
Or should I call everyone together?
Fields sighed. "Damn, I don't know. What do you two think? Maybe I should just start?" "Whoa! Whoa!" a voice exclaimed over comms, followed by several coughs and a long, deep breath. "I thought it was a dream."
Thank God,
Drya said. They all recognized the voice immediately.
It's not a dream, Soch,
Carolina answered after she tapped open the channel on their end.
You're back, my friend. You're inside the artifact. We'll be out to get you in a moment. Sit tight right there. You're probably disoriented.
No, I'm not disoriented at all. I remember everything. I remember it all. I didn't know life could be like that, Carolina. I never knew. It can be so impossibly bright.
Okay, Soch. Stand by. We want to hear.
I have so much to tell you. So vivid.
We look forward to listening as soon as we get you inside. It's good to have you home again.
So, Soch said, exhaling as he did. How long was I gone? And, what did I miss? Carolina turned and looked over her shoulder at Fieldstone. He nodded as she smiled at him. Timing is everything, Fields replied, returning the smile.
So it would seem,
Carolina replied.
We do have some time. So, for the moment, Fieldstone, if you wouldn't mind, hold that thought.
This has been an original story, written and read by P.E. Rowe. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed this story. If you haven't yet, please consider subscribing to the channel, where new sci-fi adventures are uploaded regularly. Part 3 of The Misfits will be forthcoming as we head into 2026, with new Misfits adventures usually appearing about once a month once a new season begins. There are also standalone stories, origin stories for our favorite Misfits characters, several other ongoing series on the channel, and even at least 2 other full book releases slated for the upcoming year. including a full-cast audio drama for the standalone near-future space adventure, Mother Mars. So if you're just finding the channel now, you've picked an exciting time to join in the adventures. If all that sounds like a good time and you haven't yet, click on the sub button, click on the bell, and join us when new stories come out. If you'd like to support the creation of new stories, the link to my support page is in the description below, as well as links to the bookstore, which is a great way to support the channel, and also makes for excellent gifts for your favorite sci-fi fans. I'm always busy working on the next sci-fi adventure, and I can't wait to share it with you here soon. Until then, this has been P.E. Rowe. Thank you for listening, and we'll see you next time.